My name is Natalie. I am 23 years old, and I am the Luna of the Red Blood Pack. I've been Luna since I married Adam 3 years ago, and even if we were not fated mates, I've done my job in the interest of this pack outstandingly. I am the best on what I am doing. In the Alphas community, I've never seen a Luna more involved and more altruistic. So being in this position now is making me wonder what the hell is happening. I must be dreaming. I must be under some kind of a nightmare effect because this can't be real. Why did you do it, bitch? My gamma asks me and hits me again, making me fall to the ground. And another whip comes out of nowhere. Oh my goddess, please, I need an answer. I need to know. What the hell is happening with me? I lift my face and I look directly into my abuser eyes. I know him, and he knows me. He knows that I am his Luna. We grew up together and he swore his oath to me 3 years ago, and now he is whipping me like I am some kind of criminal? Why are you beating me? I say, trying to look at his with dignity. I asked you something, Bill? I say again, trying to support myself in my arms as I am kneeled on the ground of my cell. What harm have I ever done to be treated like this? But Bill throws me a furious gaze. You know what you have done. And out of nowhere another whip comes on my back, ripping my flesh. Kelly, I whisper to my wolf, and my head falls between my arms, hitting the ground. Kelly, it hurts too much, and my tears started to flow on my cheeks, even if I tried. I really tried to resist and be brave, but I can't do it anymore, so I lean on the floor. Can you help me, Kelly? Can you heal me? I ask my wolf. I want to, Natalie, she groans in pain. But I can't do it anymore. I am too weak. He is beating us for hours, and I can hear her howls. She is begging the gods for help. Where is my goddess right now? I don't deserve this. Please, I whisper and try again to lift my head. What is going on, Bill? Whatever is happening here, you must know that it is just a misunderstanding, and I placed my head on the ground so I could watch him as I spoke to him. You fooled us, bitch, Bill growls at me. You made us think that you are a good woman, but you are just a malicious woman with no heart. And he lifts his arm in the air to hit me again. I know I can't escape from this. He even gave me wolfsbane so I could become weak and submit to him. I have no chance. I have no power in this. I swear to you, Bill, I say in a whisper. I have no idea what are you talking about. Then how is it that her pup is dead, huh? Bill asks and slaps me hard over my face. How is that our little Alpha is dead? What? What little Alpha? Who is dead? Don't look at me as if you have no idea what is going on, bitch, he says and slaps me. You killed Lexi's baby, our pack's heir. Lexi's unborn pup is dead? I didn't do it. I scream with all the strength that was left in me. I would never do that. I didn't touch her. It is not my fault if she aborted her pup. I tell him, and now my heart started to beat faster and faster. You might think that there is a problem talking about another woman's pup as the pack's heir, as I am Luna and the legal wife of AdamHawkins, the alpha of Red Blood Pack, but there is more than that. I may be his Luna, but I am infertile, and for 3 years all he wanted was to have an heir. And his fated mate gave it to him what I couldn't. I have no idea why the moon goddess made me infertile, but this is the way I am. But why are they accusing me of killing her pup? I have nothing to do with that. Stop looking at me like that. Bill suddenly growls, making me come back from my thoughts. Stop looking at me as if you are innocent. And I close my eyes in horror as I see the whip coming in my direction again, but before he could touch me, the door opens and a hard growl comes from the frame door. For the goddess's name, what the fuck have you done, Bill? What it was told to me. I made her pay for her crimes, Bill says, but in the next second he is pushed away from me by Philip McNeil, our beta. I can barely see Bill because of the blood that flows down my face, but he falls to the ground close to me. But what is making my soul jump is the scent of Adam. He is here. He will trust me. He knows me, and he loves me. He knows that I would never do what Bill is accusing me. I try to look at him, but before I could do it, Philip growls at Bill. Who the hell do you think you are to punish her? She deserves a trial. Until then, no one can say if she is guilty or not. Philip tells him in a harsh voice and kneels next to and looks at my wounds. Get the hell out of here, Bill, and don't show up again or I'm strangling you for abusing your Luna, he commands Bill. She is not my Luna anymore. Bill growls, but he listens to Philip and leaves my cell, leaving me alone with Adam and Philip. But why is Adam silent? What have you done, Natalie? Philip whispers, looking at me with sadness. I did nothing. I whisper and try to look into his eyes, but I am way too weak, so I turn my face to Adam and try to reach his gaze, but he looks at me with hatred. Adam, I whisper. Lexi says that you did it. Philip tells me, and now my heart stops, but Philip's voice is not harsh anymore. He is talking to me calmly. Everything is against you, Natalie. I look at Adam. He can't believe this. No, he must trust me. I just found out about Lexi's pup. How can I prove to them that I didn't do it? Who is gone, say for me in front of Adam? Rosie. My Omega must know that I wasn't in Lexi's room. She was with me all the time. She must help me. She is my only chance. Adam, I say, and this time I opened my eyes and looked directly into my mate's eyes. Please, talk with Rosie Walker. She knows that I didn't do it. She is my servant. She will stay by my side and tell you the truth. I would never touch an innocent pup, Adam. I am not that kind of person. And I burst into tears again. I didn't do it. I almost screamed, freaking out for the first time since this madness started. But before I could add something else, the voice that I loved the most in this world mocks me hard as if he never loved me, as if I am his biggest enemy. There is no need to tell me anything. Adam, my alpha, my chosen mate, and my husband says, I already know what you did. What? No, this can't happen. Love? I would never... But the moment I said that, his face became dark, and coming in my direction, he made me almost jump in fear. Don't hurt me, I screamed in horror, trying to hug my knees and come in a fetal position as an attempt to defend myself from his hit, but my action shocked him. What are you doing, Adam? Philip asks him and looks at me with strange eyes. You are asking me that? Adam asks furious, and he is using his alpha command on him. How do you dare to question me for this bitch? And the moment his words came out, Kelly's howls started to become louder and louder in my head. He hates us. He doesn't believe us. Is not about betrayal, Adam. Philip tells him, is about giving her a chance to explain herself, to defend herself if there is something that was not spoken until now. Adam looks at me and I grab my wounded arms and wrap them around my body. I feel so cold as the blood is flowing out of my system. She will die soon if you don't stop this madness, Philip says, looking at me, and that made Adam flinch. Maybe there are still a few emotions, a gram of love in his heart that it is destined for me. I didn't do it, I whisper, trying my luck. I would never hurt you this way, Adam, I say. I would never do that. He must know that. But yet you did it, Adam says in the end, with some remorse in his gaze, and turns his head in another direction as if he can't look at my wounded body anymore. You were jealous of Lexi. I told you that she would never take your Luna position, but I need her to procreate. And you? What have you done? You worked on my back out of jealousy. I trusted you, Adam. There was no need to hurt her. I trusted you. I say, and using all my strength, I kneel and try to get on my feet. You are lying, he says, turning around and pointing his index finger in my direction, looking at me with bloody eyes, but I can't be weak. I need to beg him to listen to me. You hurt my mate, he growls at me. The mother of my pup. His mate? His fucking mate? I can't do this anymore. If she is your mate, what am I, Adam? I asked him without even flinching because everything started to become clear. He loves her too, even if he said he doesn't. But my question took him by surprise because he just stares at me as if he has no idea how to answer that. If you ever loved me even for a second, I tell him and look directly into his eyes. I beg you, bring my servant here. Rosie knows my actions. She was with me almost all the time. She will be my witness. He is staring at me and he is doubting me. Man, she may... Philip starts, but he is interrupted by a soft woman's voice. She is right, and Adam turns around and almost runs to the door. What are you doing here, Lexi? He asks with a scared voice. You should rest after everything you've suffered. I wanted to see Natalie, she whispers with the same soft voice. I wanted to ask her why she did it, because she was jealous. Adam explains to her and pulls her into his arms, making me and Kelly suffer. He marked me. He must know that he makes me suffer. She said that she has a witness, Lexi tells him. Maybe she is right. Maybe it is all a misunderstanding. And my heart stopped. Something is not right, Nat, Kelly whispers. Is she defending us? Why would she do that? Bring her servant here, Lexi tells Adam. I want to know if she wasn't the one who put poison in my food to abort our sweet and innocent pup, and my heart is not beating anymore. Is he going to give me a chance to defend myself? Is he going to save me from this madness? But why is Lexi helping me? Are you sure? He asks Lexi without looking at me, and she just nods, looking at him with puppy eyes. I will give only one more chance, Natalie, Adam says and leaves Lexi's embrace. For the sake of our past together, and looking at Philip commands him. Bring Rosie Walkers here. He did it. He gave us another chance. Even if it was not for us, but for Lexi's sake, at least I have a chance to explain myself. Did you ask for me, Alpha? Rosie says, and looking at me, she lost her colors. Luna, she screams in horror as she tries to reach me, but Adam stops her. Leave her, and using his Alpha command, asks her. Tell me the truth, Rosie. Is Natalie guilty or not for my unborn pup's death? And that question made Rosie stop in her tracks. She is all shivering and bursts into tears. What the hell is going on, I ask myself. What is with her reaction? I command you to talk. Adam growls at her and she looks at me and gives me devilish grin. I am so sorry, Alpha, she busted in tears. Sorry for what? What is going on? She forced me to do it, Alpha. Rosie says, and now I am really dead. I didn't want to, but she forced me. And Rosie kneels in front of Adam. She used her Luna command on me, and I was forced to submit to her. She commanded me to poison your fated mate. I never used my Luna command on anyone. I tell him, but Adam turns around and slaps me. Please, love, please believe me. I beg him, crying my heart out. You know me since I was 2. I would never do that. And I grab his leg, but Adam just kicks me to the ground. Don't touch me, he growls at me. I love you, Adam. I would never... But he turns his back to me, and grabbing Lexi's hand, he commands Philip. Prepare everything. Tomorrow I will execute her. You can't do that, I growl at him. This is a setup, but he just left, dragging Lexi after him. Just a moment, she says. I need to ask her something. She excuses herself. I am not leaving you alone with a criminal, Adam says, and let me tell you, he is the criminal here because he is killing me with his actions. She can't hurt me anymore, Lexi tells him and gives him a nod. Not now when I know the truth, please, she begs him with her fake fucking soft voice. I will give you 5 minutes, and if you are not in bed, Lexi, I swear to the goddess that I am going to beat you, he commands her, but she just smiles and kisses his cheek. I promise, my Alpha. Fucking bitch, Kelly growls. She is doing it on purpose, and she would like to transform and kill Lexi, but she can't even heal me. So, Lexi asks me as soon as we are alone, how is it to lose everything? And she starts to laugh like crazy. Why are you staring at me like this? She asks me, mocking me. You were such an easy target, she says, wrapping her arms at her chest. You framed me out, I told her while I supported myself on a wall so I could sit on my feet. This is your work, I say, and I know that I am right, and for the first time in my life, my heart is full of hatred. I hate Lexi Banks. At this moment, I even hate Adam for not believing in me, for hurting me so badly. Of course it was my work. I saw Adam 3 years ago, on the day of your wedding, and I knew he was my mate. But I couldn't just show up, so I waited. It is said that whoever waits until the end will receive his reward. Well, I waited and planned everything. And she laughs at me, looking at her nails. Were you even pregnant? I can't stop myself from asking, but that made her stop. Of course I was, she says, with a rogue. And she turns around and leaves. But right before she exits, she looks at me and says, now everything is right how it should be. Adam will give me your Luna position, and I will get what I was looking for. You are crazy, I said, more in a whisper, but that remark made her laugh. Oh, my dear, you have no idea what I have done to reach this point. And turning around, she comes to me again and places a hand on my womb. I must confess to you? Anyway, you will die tomorrow, and at this point, no one will ever believe you again. Confess me what? What the hell does she mean? You, not being able to procreate, that is my work too. And my blood is boiling in my veins. She did something. But we have been trying for 3 years to have a pup, and she showed up months after our wedding. How could she? Rosie, Kelly whispered. They worked together. I must be like an opened book for her, because she started to laugh even harder. You figured it out, didn't you? Lexi mocks me, but I am not in the mood to hear her again, and I jump on her and grab her by her neck. You fucking bitch. Was it all because of you? She ruined my life. I could have been happy. I could have had my happily ever after, but this bitch showed up and robbed my life. I will kill you. I growl, trying to elongate my claws and rip her head, but Lexi pushed me and made me hit the wall with my head. Everything is spinning around and I fall on my knees again and lean on the ground without being able to support my own weight. You are so pathetic, Lexi laughs. Look how weak you are. Oh, Lexi, if I get up, you will be so dead right now, but you made them give me wolfbane. I am leaving. Sorry for not being in the mood to see your weak and ugly face right now, she says. I am going to my mate and who knows, maybe tonight we will conceive a pup. And she leaves me there laughing her heart out. Over my dead body. I tell her more in a whisper. Yeah, she says as if she ignores me. And that will be right tomorrow. I will fuck Adam over your dead body. He won't do it, isn't he? Adam will not kill me. He is my mate, my husband. But no matter how much I repeated this in my mind in the morning when the doors opened, I knew that whatever I thought I knew about Adam was gone. Take her. Bill commands his warriors as they push me out of my cell. Where are they taking us? Kelly asks me scared, trying to take the command, but the wolfsbane intoxicates her. Nat? She calls me, but I can't utter a single word. He is going to do it. He is going to keep his word. The warriors throw me ugly looks and push me to walk, and I would do it, but I can barely stay on my feet, and then the doors open and the sun rays hit me hard. Everything hurts. My eyes are hurting because of the strong light. My skin that is all wounded feels like burning under the summer heat. And my ears, oh my goddess. Is this really the pack I loved with all my heart? Is this a red blood pack? Are those the same werewolves that swore faith to me, or is some kind of a nightmare? Kill her, everyone yells. She killed our pack heir. She doesn't deserve to live anymore. And they started to throw things in my direction. Tomatoes, shoes, rocks. And none stops them. Criminal! Someone screamed from the crowd. Kill her, Alpha! I can't stand to look at her. Well, I can't stand to look at this pack either. I put so much effort in the last 3 years. So many nights without sleeping. Everything I did in the last years was for this pack and they want me dead? And why? Because I wasn't able to offer them an heir? I thought that working hard will compensate for my inability to convince. But they just dumped me as soon as they had the opportunity to do it. I was their Luna, but at the same time I was their Alpha, because Adam never cared about the pack, but about the power that comes with the Alpha position. I did everything in my power to keep this pack united. I attended all the meetings he skipped. My life was only at the service of this pack, and now it is more than clear that it was all for nothing. I understood Adam in the past. I knew he was not a very social person, so I took the lead and I held the reins of this pack by myself. But I would have never expected that this would be the way he would reward me. He dumped me as soon as he found his fated mate, even if he said he wouldn't do it. She became the center of his ambitious plan to have an heir and even slept with her. Oh, Adam, you are so fucking stupid. This bitch is going to bury you. She fooled and played you on your fingers, just as she did it with me. After everything you have done, I am just sad that I will not have the opportunity to watch your fall. Will be greater than mine. I wanted to run away hearing that Lexi is pregnant with your child. You killed me that day, so now that there is nothing left, I can see it clearly. Now everything was revealed. I was so stupid to will to accept that pup in my life just for you. I should have stayed for myself and ban her out of this pack. But you know what? Red Blood Pack deserves Lexi as its Luna. This will be my revenge. I walk through the crown and their insults are not affecting me anymore. They would better trust an Omega than their Luna. They are just some opportunistic cowards. They are taking revenge on me for demanding high training standards, but it was all to protect them from the rogues. They really think that someone like Lexi would be a better choice for them? Just wait and watch Red Blood Pack. This woman will perish you. Maybe I exceeded my skills by taking Adam's duties, but it was only for your own good, Nat. Suddenly Kelly whispers, "The council is here, and Dad is here too, and I can see his panicked gaze, and I can see the tears that he is trying to hold." He was Adam Father's beta for years, and he always looked strong and unstoppable, but now he looks so human, as if seeing me this way killed his heart. I love you, Dad. I mind link him and give him a straight look into his eyes, so he would know that I mean every single word I say. Be strong, I whisper. Be strong for me. Don't cry for me, Dad. Just be the man I know you are, and would give him a smile, but I can't find the strength to move my facial muscles. I can't even utter a single word. This is not right, Natalie, he tells me, and I see him coming in my direction, but I move my eyes and command him. No, Dad, let him do what he puts in his mind. I can't escape from this. And I let Bill and his warriors drive me in front of the council, even if I feel my dad eyes watching me. In this crowd, he is the only one who is on my side. Everyone else wants me dead. Natalie Williams, one of the elders of the council, announces, "We found you guilty for crime against you, Alpha, and your pack." Guilty? Oh, Elder, you are so wrong here. If I wouldn't be drugged, I would prove to you who the real culprit is, but I can't continue talking about your nonsense. The punishment for your crime is death. He utters so damned sure of his words, and I stare at the crowd that started to cheer at his words as if he just announced that they will receive more money. I turn my head and look at Adam. Adam, the love of my life, and also the executioner of my life. He walks in military steps and lifts the sword that the council brought for my execution. He is not even flinching. He is doing this by conviction. He wants to kill me. His inner spirit longs for my blood. "I will miss you, Dad," I whisper, giving my dad a last look, and I see him falling on his knees. "I will miss you, Kelly," I whisper, and I would like to hug my wolf if I could, to tell her that I'm mad at her for not being able to defend me, but this is above us. This is a betrayal I could never imagine that I will face. I see Adam in front of me, but he is not watching me. He just lifted the sword and pierced my heart. He kicks me with his foot and makes me fall on the ground, while the crowd cheers in madness, and my father collapses for good. "Kelly," I whisper, feeling dizzy. "This is it. This is the end." And my eyelashes started to flutter as I was not able not even to keep my eyes open for a few more seconds. All I could see was my blood flowing on the ground. "Stop it!" Someone said, "Stop it? Am I hallucinating?" I opened my eyes just a little bit and I could see a handsome man running in my direction. Do I know him? "Stop this madness." "Yeah, stop it." But it's too late. Handsome guy is, why is it so cold? Because it is way too late to change anything. "Natalie, Natalie, please wake up." Who is calling me? I know that voice. "Please, Nat, open your eyes. Open you eyes, woman, and help me exist this fucking tornado or dark hole or whatever it is, because I am going to vomit. Kelly? Kelly is calling me? But it can't be. Holy crap. Adam killed me. Why can I still hear Kelly? "Open your eyes now." Kelly growled at me, and as if her command was mandatory, I found myself opening my eyes just to become perplexed. Where the hell am I? It's a dark hole, I am telling you. We are in another dimension. Kelly said, and I can feel her emotions. She is confused and scared for having no idea what is going on. Maybe I am in heaven, but heaven can't be so cold and lonely. If this is heaven, I am in big shit. I lived my life doing good things for nothing. "Can you walk?" Kelly asks. "Can you see if there is a secret door that we should open and escape from here?" Escape from here? Is she kidding me? This is a fucking void. I have no idea where it starts and where it ends. I've heard stories about heaven and hell. Green forest with white wolves running in freedom, or deserts that make Sahara look like a little child, where the werewolves, most of them rogues and criminals, are being fired under the heat until they look more like hyenas than a wolf. Adam killed me. I know he did, and I was expecting to meet my heaven and find my reward the moment I closed my eyes. So what the hell is this? Is anyone here? I yelled, but the sound came back to me like an echo. Here, here, here. Great. I whisper and turn around, trying to figure out if this is real or I'm having some kind of hallucination. "Pinch yourself," Kelly commanded me. "I am dead. It doesn't matter, Kelly," I say, and this situation started to piss me off. "Just do it." She says again, and I am doing just as she said, because otherwise she won't stop from asking that from me. "See?" I say, pinching my arm. "I feel nothing." "Shit, we are really dead," she whispered in disbelief. "Yeah, surprise. Our mate killed us for good. Now that we clarified that, can you shut up and let me think? I ask her, and she takes a step back, leaving me alone. I don't like it here, she whispered, and I just stopped there. Then shut up. Just for a second, let me think, Kelly. I stretched my arm, and I tried to touch what seemed to be a wall, but as soon as I touched it, I entered a new space and was surprised. It is another void space. I repeat this again and again until I become tired, and right when I thought that I'm going crazy, a big light appeared out of nowhere, and that horrible void that tormented me became lighter and lighter until everything around me became clear. I am in heaven! I made it! Everything is splendid, and the waters are clear like crystal, and the mountains look so perfectly beautiful, and those forests I read about it are so green, and here every single wolf is white. Do you like it? Suddenly a woman's voice asks me from behind, making me startle. I thought that I am alone here. I looked at her and my heart stopped. It can't be, but she looks just the way I've heard. Tall, slim, with white blonde hair long until her waist, braided and decorated with little shining stars. Her skin is so white and pure that you could say that she doesn't have even a drop of blood in her system. And maybe she doesn't. Maybe she is dead too. Stop blabbering in your own head, Natalie, the woman told me and motioned to me to come closer, and I just followed her command without blinking. You are the moon goddess, I say in awareness. I'm staying in front of the moon goddess. This is how dead I am. I am, she says and stops and watches the scenery. Is this heaven? I ask her, and she turns her head and asks me, do you like this place? But her eyes make me confused. They are like two shining turquoise gems, and at this moment they are making me look in another direction, because her gaze on me is too powerful. I love this place, but why am I here? I ask her. Isn't it clear? And she looks again at her white wolves that salute us every time they run close to us. You are dead. I know that. Can I stay here? I asked her, or better said, begged her, but the goddess didn't answer. It is so nice here, goddess, I whisper, inhaling the pure air and feeling calm for the first time since the madness with Lexi and Adam started. Her presence makes feel safe. I want to make a den for myself and live here if you will allow me. And I just sit there and wait for her to tell me that she was just waiting for me, but instead the goddess is mute. Don't tell that she will send us to hell, Kelly says, panicked. Moon goddess? I call her a little bit taken aback. Can I stay here? She says no. No, you can't, she simply says and looks at me. But I only did good deeds while living on Earth, and I feel that I will die again right now. Don't send me to hell, I almost cry. Hell? Who said anything about hell, Natalie? The moon goddess asked me. But what the hell is she talking about? Look, Natalie, the moon goddess told me and looked into my eyes. You are so perfectly fitting to this place. Heaven was made for people like you, but if I allow you to come here at this moment, everything I worked for in all these thousands of years will be in vain. What the hell? Heaven is not with limited seats. I don't understand, I simply say, because I really don't get the goddess's point. I am sending you back, Natalie, she says, and I start to laugh because she must be mocking me. Is this some kind of test? Back where? I ask her as soon as I can breathe again after I stop laughing. Back to Earth, silly, she says with a calm voice. I am not doing this easily, but I need you there. I need you in that pack because your presence there will have a significant impact on the pack. Back to the red blood pack? No way, I growled at the goddess, making her frown. I am not going back there. I have nothing there, just betrayal and pain in my heart. I don't want to go back. I say, no, I am shouting in the goddess's face. I am not just talking. I am shouting my heart out. You better send me to hell than to send me back to my former life. Do you think that I'm doing this every day, Natalie? With every wolf that dies? I am making an exception here. And I am giving you a chance for reincarnation, a chance to build your life again. No. I growl back, but the goddess' face becomes pissed off and snapping from her fingers says, well, in this case you don't give me any option. And the moment she said that, two strong arms pulled me from behind and threw me through a darkened tunnel. Everything was spinning around me. Help me, I scream. Take me out of here. And I would like to add and send me anywhere, but not to the red blood pack. But before I could say that, I found myself in the middle of my bed, in my and Adam's room, Fucking goddess, she send me back. I pinch myself and it hurts like hell. I look again around me and it is my room, but it looks decorated like almost 3 years ago when me and Adam just got married. Please, send me back to heaven, I whispered in my mind, closing my eyes, but no one answered, except the door that hit the wall. And now I died again. Is this why she sent me back, to make me relive the most horrible episode of my life? Get out of the bed, Natalie. Adam tells me as he is caring for a woman that looks wounded in his arms, which now I know is Lexi, his fated mate. But you see, first time he did this, my heart hurted like, and I just kept my mouth closed, but now I am not able to react the same way, so I wrap my arms around my chest, I lean on my pillow, and I ask him, "What the hell are you doing, Adam? Take her out of my bedroom. Are you out of your mind to bring this woman in our bed?" "I can't," he tells me. And of course I know he can't do it, because he is a cowardly, weak man. She is my fated mate, Natalie. I found her. So what? I ask him. He marked me, and it doesn't matter anymore if she is his mate or not. I am his Luna, and he swore that if at some point he will find her, he will reject her. What do you do with that? He asks, while still holding her, and I can see the bitch grabbing his shirt and wiping her tears. Everything is just bad theater, and now I am able to see it. Throw her away, I tell him without even breathing. I didn't get forced to reincarnate just to make the same mistakes and be submitted and weak in front of Adam. The bitch must stay out of my life. I know now what she is looking for. Are you nuts, Natalie? I can't do that to her. And holding her tight, Adam says, I want to offer her a place in our pack. This way she will be protected. But I am not letting him escape with that, so I say out loud, she is a fucking rogue and an omega. She will not put her feet on our pack. And with that, I get out of the bed and pointing my finger in his direction, I say just before I exit our bedroom, get rid of her! And as soon as I said that, Adam's face rolled on the floor. What did you say? He asked with a perplexed voice, as if he couldn't believe his ear that I just said that. Suck it, sucker! I didn't come back, or better said, I was forced to come back to this horrible world just to be killed again. If the goddess forced me to be here, I need to stay alive, and to do that, I need to keep that bitch as far away from me as possible. You can't be serious, Natalie, he says, trying to refrain himself from showing me how pissed off he is about my reaction. But I am, Adam. I am your Luna, and here is my statement. And squinting my eyes at him, I point with my index finger in Lexi's direction. If she stays here, I am out, and you will need to explain a lot of things to our pack and to your family about that. It's me or her. I say as if it is nothing and turn my back to him, ignoring Lexi's presence and making her boil for sure. Babe, look, Adam whispers, and I feel his arms wrapped around my waist, but it's like a burning. After everything I remember that he was able to do for Lexi, after he dared to believe her and not me, after he killed me for nothing, I hate him. I just hate him. Maybe this is why I feel angry for being forced to come back here. In the same position, I would have preferred to be reborn as an omega in a poor pack or as a rogue instead of being dragged in the middle of this marsh. You wouldn't, Kelly says. I know you, girl. You would have longed for a revenge. You are here, strong and knowing things that they don't know about at this moment. You are at an advantage, so act according to your purpose. Kelly almost commands me. I have a purpose here? I ask myself, being a little bit taken aback by Kelly's words, to the point that I didn't even realize when Adam kissed my neck right on his mark. But what to see? Kissing his mark is not making me fall for him, but annoys me more. Leave me alone, Adam. And I push him away from me. You can't bring this woman here, I say, and Lexi starts to cry as if I just pushed a button and a soap operas or namby-pamby show started instantly. And after you come here with heir to think that I will just smile and say, oh babe, I am so happy, please let her stay. I am to the moon and back with happiness because you found your fated mate. Are you insecure, Natalie? Adam asks and looks at me with a stupid grin on his face, but he makes me turn around completely, and pointing to my face, I ask damn seriously. Do I look insecure, dear husband? Look, I just want to know that she is safe. If this is about your Luna position, I promise you. And here he starts. I promise you that nothing will change. You are my Luna, Natalie, the woman I love, and that will never change. and he looks at me with a complex gaze. I already saw this in the past, and I am so angry that out of love for him, I believed his shit. He comes close to me, and I look at him as he is taking my hands between his palms and kissing the tip of my fingers as he watches me. "Please, babe," he whispers. "I promise that nothing will change. I love you and only you. It doesn't matter that she is my fated mate. I chose you. I will always do it again and again." And he gives me a smile, but that smile only makes me want to punch him. "Do you really love me?" I ask him, and I can see with the corner of my eyes how Lexi's face becomes happy, thinking that in the end I will allow her to stay in the red blood pack. "With everything I have," he tells me and leans in my direction to kiss me. But before he could do it, I push him and say, "Then reject her and terminate the fated mate bond? I want her out now. I command you to reject her." And I am so furious that he becomes pale. "You don't like what you see, Adam? Well, this is your fucking work. You killed my spirit. Now enjoy it." I know that he is shocked, that he is not used to me resisting him. Every time I was submitting to him, but that is over now. "Babe, don't be like that," he whispers. "Unbelievable," I say, and in the next second I command him using all my Luna force. "Reject her now," and he is pale. If he is refusing me, he knows what that means, that no one will ever believe him, that he doesn't have anything with his mate. I know how this shit works. I've heard about this. He must feel the attraction for Lexi, even if he marked me. The bond mate is there, but also he knows that this Omega is not a Luna material. I am more than he could have dreamed to receive in this life. I am strong, smart, and from a good family. And his fated mate is an Omega? He will be in deep shit if I make a scandal about this. He watches me with sad eyes, and he knows that there is no way back. We've been together for 22 years. Since I was 2, I have my first memory with him. Best friend and then best lovers, loving each other, to the point he promised he will never care about his fated mate. Just as I said, he knows my value in front of the eyes of all werewolves, so even if he is not easy about this, he turns around and looks at Lexi. He says, "I am sorry. I didn't want to be like this, but my mate is right. I need to reject you," and Lexis's face just fell on the floor. "Please, don't do it," she says, looking at him in horror. "Well, this will be interesting to watch. Is he really going to do it? I, Alpha Adam Hawkins, Alpha of the Red Blood Pack, I reject you, Lexi Banks, as my mate." And giving her a serious look, he commands her, "Accept my rejection." And when he said that, a lot of faces turned in our direction. We were already in the middle of the Packhouse's living room, where a lot of werewolves are talking and watching something on TV. They couldn't hear what we were talking about for sure, but when Adam commanded Lexi to accept the rejection, she collapsed to the ground with a loud noise. As soon as she collapsed, Adam flinched, but he didn't dare to help her in my presence. "Please," she begged Adam, crying her heart out, "please don't force me to accept the rejection. I am already weak and I can barely survive in this world. If you would have not found me, I would have been dead until now. This is how weak I am. Please, don't force me. I will die." And she looked in Adam's eyes and pleaded for mercy. "Don't you dare," I commanded, using our mind link, and I wrapped my arms under my chest. Now I am damned curious how this show will end. But what to see? The bitch has a lot of guts, and before I could react, she grabbed my leg, and knowing way too well that people were watching, she started to cry even harder. "Please, Luna, please don't ban me. If you will force me to leave, I will die as soon as I step outside of the borders of this pack. Please, Luna Hawkins." And now I am outraged. "Take your fucking hands off me," I said, and pushed her with disgust and took a step back. "Don't you ever touch me again." And she started to cry so hard that now everyone in this pack must know that their Luna is a heartless woman. "What had this poor Omega done wrong?" someone asked. "I didn't know that Luna is so cruel," another one whispered. Well, I didn't know either that my own pack would judge me and kill me, and seeing their biased gazes, I remember one more time why I am here. If they only knew Lexi's real plan, they wouldn't judge so hard right now. But you know what? I don't give a shit. This time is only about me and about surviving, so fuck you, Lexi Banks, Adam Hawkins, and Red Blood Pack. I had enough of you. "Natalie," Adam calls me, but I just walk away and push everyone in my way. I didn't even have time to adapt to this new life that the danger is already above my head. "Babe," Adam says, coming after me, but I motion to him to stop. Just stay there, Adam, I tell him. I am sick of you. And his eyes became angry hearing me. I need to be alone in saying that I ran to the forest. I need to clear my mind. Natalie. Adam called me and I could hear him running after me. Just tried to stop me. You fucking jerk. Just try it. I ran outside the pack house and in one jump in the air, I let Kelly take control. This is our first shift after I came back from death's arms. I need this like air. I need to calm down or I am going to kill every single person that hurt me in my past. And by past, I mean my former life. Natalie, stop it right now, he shouts, but I don't care. Take us to our place, girl. I tell Kelly and she runs directly into the forest, jumping from cliffs and giving me the ride of her life until Adam's voice can't be heard anymore. I can see her white paws hitting the ground in her attempt to exhaust herself, to the point where every single cell of our system will be so damned tired that we will just rest and close our eyes and stay there in peace. I can see her reflection in the water while she stops for a second to lick some water from the river, and she is so beautiful that I want to cry. She is the best gift I received from the gods, the best wolf ever. Calm and good-hearted, strong and powerful at the same time, and so damned beautiful. I suppose that her appearance was what made Adam claim me. Kelly is as big as his wolf and he is an alpha by birth while I was born as a beta. Completely white and with clear sky blue eyes, she is perfect. She doesn't deserve the shit Adam put us, though. She deserves to be happy. We should have stayed in heaven, 'cause let me tell you, this is the hell. Coming here, coming back is pure hell. I have no idea how long we run, but now seeing her reflection, seeing the moonlight over Kelly put me in front of a decision. I will make everyone pay. Nat, Kelly suddenly says, stop thinking that you offered love to a man who didn't deserve it. He certainly needed your love, even if he never understood it. And I can feel Kelly's pain. She loved him too. She loves his wolf too. You know, Nat, she whispers with pain, but with relief at the same time. He didn't know that he needed you, but you needed to offer him that love. You are the best human I know. Your heart is pure, she tells me, and that enrages me. For her, even for me. What good is to be so good if in the end everyone hurts you? Kelly, I say, and I am gritting my teeth. I swear to you that they will pay for what they did to us. I tell her, and she takes a step back and looks around. There is a meadow from where we can watch the sky that looks magnificent right now. Tonight is the supermoon. It's sturgeon moon, and she looks so close that I can feel that I can touch it. Can you shift? I ask Kelly, and she is giving me back the control, letting me transform back in human form. This is our perfect place, where we have been since I was a child. This is my happy place on Earth, far enough from Red Blood Pack, but still on its territory, on the shore of crystal-clear mountain lake and with the night sky above my head. What could I ask for more? Just relax, Nat, Kelly whispers, and I walk to the meadow and lean on the grass and place my hands under my head watching the beautiful moon. Why did you bring me back? I ask the goddess, and I know that this is something for me to find out, because she didn't explain anything to me. She just said that I need to come back for the safety of our world. I am nobody in this world, just the Luna of this bloody pack. I am lying completely naked as if I am tanning at the moonlight, and questions after questions are popping into my mind. There are so many why me, so many what if, and even more why now. I laid there lost in my thoughts, and I didn't even realize when a foreign scent filled the air. Holy shit, Kelly, I say, jumping on my feet. Who is there? I ask, scared. Is not a scent from our pack. Holy crap, whoever is here is watching me naked. And before I could do or say another word, I looked around and grabbed the clothes that Kelly carried here during our run. I almost feel those eyes on me, and a damned manly scent is someone that emanates a lot of power, but where is he hiding? Just dress and run, Nat, Kelly whispers a little bit, taken aback. I dressed myself with the light speed, and I just fled out of here, without looking back. Whoever was here watching me can't be here with good intentions. I ran as fast as I could and jumped over the river and cliffs, and just when I was ready to turn my head back and see if someone was coming after me, something hard hit me. What the hell, Natalie? A voice asks as I try to lift myself from the ground, completely shocked from my encounter with Philip. Philip, our beta? What the hell is he doing here? Natalie, are you all right? He asks as he offers me his hand and helps me lift from the ground. Yeah, I was just looking back, I thought. I say, but looking at him, a strange idea came to my mind. Was he the one who was watching me? No, he smells different, Kelly whispers, sniffing the air. That was not a scent from our pack. What are you doing here, Philip? I ask him and take a look back, but trying to look confident as if nothing happened. I was patrolling the area, and I caught a foreign scent. It's a wolf from another pack that entered here without permission, he says, and that made my heart jump. Kelly was right, but who was the mysterious man? Was he a pervert? Why would he watch a naked woman from behind the trees? And I can't focus on thinking about this strange man. Natalie, you shouldn't walk alone at this hour with that stranger around. We don't know his intentions, if he just got lost, or if he is here with evil intentions. I am driving you home, he tells me and motions when I walk. I can walk alone, you know? I am not 5 to babysit me, Philip, I tell him and look back again. Of course you can, he says, giving me a genuine smile. You are a badass, Luna, and always force yourself with training, and exactly that's why I need to protect you if someone is here. And with a serious gaze, he continued, Adam will kill me if something happens to you under my watch. Adam. Adam and Adam again. I am sick of him. Philip, I say, as we were close to the pack house. Where do you stay in relation to Adam? I asked him directly. He is his beta. I am not expecting him to support me, but at least I need to know if he will condemn me for taking revenge on Adam. You are my Luna, Natalie, he says without looking at me, and continuing to walk but in slower steps as if he was trying to give himself time to explain something to me. Just as I said, you are the best, and I am damned proud to serve you. You did a lot for this pack, and I, as a beta, will serve you unreserved. No matter what, I will support you, he tells me, and that made me stop in my tracks. Thank you, Philip, I say with calm. I am sorry for what he did, Philip says. And that got me. Is he implying something? You are better. Don't let anyone doubt that. He is making a mistake, and he stops too. I will let you two talk, Philip says with a sad voice, and that made me realize that Adam is here too. Where the hell were you? He growls and runs in my direction and pulls me to his chest, searching for something. She was taking a run with her wolf, Philip says with calm. I gave her a safe back-to-home drive, and with that Adam motions to him to leave. Why did you run, Natalie? Adam asks me and wraps his arms around my waist, but I push him and get myself out of his grip. Did she accept the rejection? I ask him directly, and I can feel that he stopped breathing. Of course she didn't. She is a bitch with a plan. Natalie, you shouldn't act like this, he says, and I can feel that he is pissed off with my behavior, but I don't give a shit, and as I turn around I say, I am not negotiating anything here, Adam. It's me or her. And I take a step to return to the pack house, but he is grabbing my arm and he kisses me by force, as if he is trying to show me something. He slams his lips on mine, and he is kissing me by force, but I bite his lips until I taste blood. Let me go, I say, pushing him hard and making him stumble. I can't be in the same place with that woman. If you respect me, you will force her accept your rejection and ban her. But my word must have triggered something, because as soon as I said that, Adam turned around and left cursing me, wiping his blood from his lips. He will never ban her, Kelly tells me. He feels attraction because of the bond mate. Of course he feels attraction, otherwise we wouldn't be here, fighting each other. He would have rejected her from the first second he met her. It's because his wolf wants her. And just saying that I realized something. And he won't stop until he has her. I realize now, Kelly, Adam is weak. He can't fight against the bond mate. If we are not doing something ASAP, we will return to the point where we will be dead again. And I see him pushing an omega that just appeared into his way as he enters the pack house. I want a divorce, I say, and I can't believe that I am saying this, but this is what I want. I want a divorce. That's it. I made my mind. I need to divorce him. Staying in this relationship, it's like déjà vu. Even if he rejected her this time, that is not helping me at all. She is still here, isn't she? She will push herself over him until he can't live without her anymore. His stupid wolf wants his fated mate. So yeah, there is no need for me to make the same mistakes again. Old habits die hard, I guess. She will frame again, so why not take care of my safety by myself? Why not show them what it means to work against a woman who love with all her heart a fucking traitor husband? Adam will never control me over life or death. I will be in control of my actions. That's more like it, girl, Kelly says, and I can almost imagine her waving her tail, but soon she asks me a little bit confused. But how are we going to do that? Oh, Kelly, what I am going to do with you. You are so pure that you won't like this. I will take his alpha position. I tell her as if this is nothing. What? And I guess she just fainted on the floor of my brain, or wherever she is right now. I didn't faint, Nat, she yells. But how will you do that? You are not judging me for my decision, I ask in shock. I thought that she would try to stop me and tell me that this is too much. No, Nat, and her voice is soft but kind of broken. They took too much from us. Now it's time to take back what was ours. I guess karma is a bitch. We were taken by surprise in our former life. Now is their time to have the shock of their lives. Take his pack, she says with a lot of conviction. In the end, he never cared about this pack. We did all the hard work and he was only after power. And I would hug her if she would be in front of my eyes, but I can't, but I'm so proud of her. But how will we do that, Nat? She asks me in the end after we both calmed down. Well, actually, I have a plan. The annual Alpha Council meeting is in just a few days. I tell Kelly, even if she already knows that, we need to make a good impression there and gain support from other alpha wolves. But will that be enough? Kelly asks me, a little bit scared by the repercussions of our deeds. If the most important alpha wolves from our world will support me, nothing will stay in front of our goal, Kelly. I met the beta of the alpha of Shadowpack in the past. Hei's alpha is the strongest alpha I ever met. I will talk with him to help me. I will explain everything to him, and I will find a way to make him accept my proposal. But, Kelly whispers, we are not from the same league as him. We can't compare with him. Who says that? I ask, and I mean it. Nothing will stay in our way this time, Kelly. In our former life, we were lambs while everyone else were the hungry wolves and we ended up eaten. Now I am the predator. Everything is fair in love and war, but here it's not about love anymore, so I don't care. Then, she whispers again, call that man Beta. What was his name? Evan? Evan Leonard. Alexander Stepanek's Beta. He looked like a nice guy when I first met him. I will call him. I say because at the last council meeting he was damned eager to give me his phone number, and it must be fate about that, because now it is damned useful to have it. I searched for his number in my agenda, and here it is. Evan Leonardo. Call him, Kelly commands me, and I am surprised by how eager she is to do this, and now is now. There is no point back from here. Call him. And that's it. I pressed his number. Alexander Stepanek, POV. She was there, man, I told Evan. Right under my eyes. She just appeared out of nowhere. I was just passing through when I saw her watching the moon and the stars, wearing nothing, as if she just knew that I needed to see her this way. I'm in love, I tell you. I say, grinning like a stupid, but I searched for this girl for years, and this is the first time I saw her again. I was on my way back to my pack after a long run through the woods. I never thought that I would ever find her again, but I did it. I watched her for minutes. I analyzed every single part of her body, imagining myself with her, but right when I thought that she would allow me to come close to her, she felt my presence and ran away, and I knew that it was not the time to go after her. I don't want to scare her. She was on red blood territory. At least now I know where she lives. I know where to search for her. The red blood pack, you said? Evan asks me, and he gives me a strange look. Yeah. We never had business with that pack, but for that girl, I will find a way so that AdamHawkins will allow me to visit his pack. Maybe you should talk with Luna instead, Evan mocks me. Why would I do that? I ask him, lifting an eyebrow. Because AdamHawkins is pathetic, but his Luna is something else, he says, and I never saw him talking so nicely about a woman, or better said, about someone else's woman. She is a very beautiful and powerful woman, man. She leads that pack, not that stupid of Hawkins. Without her, AdamHawkins is nothing. And hearing him saying that, I started to laugh. She can't be so good, as Evan says. Let that woman alone, I tell him. I was telling you that I just met the love of my life, and you are changing the subject here, taking another woman in our discussion. But just as I was scolding him, his phone rang, and he was looking at his phone with his mouth wide open. "I need to answer this. Excuse me," he says, and I can see his perplexed look. "Yes," he says with half of his voice, but in a soft voice, and that makes me look at him in horror. Evan is never like this. What the hell is going on? Who called him? "Yes, he is here," he says, and now is now? Whoever is on the other side of the phone is looking for me. "Alex," he says, "someone wants to talk with you," and I can see his throat moving up and down, but I am not in the mood to talk with anyone, so I push Evan's hand and almost growling at him, I say, "I was just confessing to you that I had the encounter of my life, and you are interrupting me with this? Well, end that phone and tell whoever is calling you to call later." And now I am pissed off. I thought that he would be glad for me, that Evan will listen to me. "Man," he says, putting his hand over the microphone so that whoever is calling does not hear what he is telling me. "Please, take this call." What the hell is wrong with him? He never asked for something like this. A lot of people call me trying to reach me to help them, and he would end the call every single time, but not this time. So who the hell called him? I grab the phone from his hand and pointing my finger in his direction, I say, "After this, you will listen to my story. Am I clear?" Yeah, Alex. I will listen to your baby cryings. Don't worry," he mocks me. "Now take the call." "I am listening," I say without any introduction, and that it would better be important or I'm going to kick Evan's ass, but nothing could prepare me for what came next. Alpha Stepanek, the most sensual voice I ever heard, said, "My name is Natalie Hawkins. I am Luna of the Red Blood Pack, and I need 10 minutes to talk with you." What the hell? The woman Evan was telling me about just called. Did you know that she will call? I ask Evan using our mind link, but he just shakes his head. "No, this is surprising to me too," he says, and taking the phone with me, I move to my office window and look outside. Why would this Luna call me so suddenly? "Look, Alpha Stepanek," she says without another ado. "I know that you are busy, so I'm not going to make you lose your time, so I will be direct. I need your help." But that made me laugh. "How unexpected," I say, mocking her. "You and another 10 alpha wolves," but she takes the lead and puts me in a corner. "I am not calling you at my husband's request," she says, and now I just stop and look at Evan. "It's me who needs your help. I want to divorce, and I need help for that. And call me a jerk, but I can't hold myself and ask this woman that I didn't even met. But I ask her. And do you want me to take his place and give you a little bit of happiness?" And I barely refrain from laughing while Evan is making some strange eyes. "I will give you my address and wait for you if you want to cheat on him and you need my installation for that and make him divorce you." "You are a fucking jerk," she growled at me and sent me to my origins right into my mother's womb and ended the call just like that without another word. "What the hell was that?" Evan asked me and came closer and took back his phone and stared at the dark display. "She just hung up, cursing me," I told him, completely pissed off. "She ruined my mood and even cursed my mother. What the hell is wrong with that crazy rude woman?" I ask him, but he is just as confused as I am. "Anyway," I tell him, "she is not important. I was telling you about the love of my life when that horrible woman disturbed our conversation. So, and now I am in my good mood again, thinking of that angel that appeared in front of my eyes today. Man, you need to search for her," I tell Evan. "How many red-haired women can be in the Red Blood Pack or around that pack?" I ask, and I feel the excitement in my heart, but also the disappointment because of what happened today. The woman from the forest saved my life when I was just 10 years old. I remember her scent and her hair and her beautiful eyes as if this happened just yesterday. But tonight in the forest, she got scared of me. She didn't recognize my presence. She didn't even let me present myself to her, to tell her how much I waited for her, how much I longed for her. "Man, don't be sad," Evan says and taps my shoulder. "I mean it, Alex. We will find her." He tells me and walks to the door. "I will look for that woman until we find her," and saying that he closed the door and left. I am 21 years old. In the last 11 years, I lived searching for my savior and dreamed about her every single night. I lived without her most of my life. Don't you think, Moon Goddess, that now would be the time to give me what I want? Natalie's POV. Thank you, Alpha Brown, I say, and almost jump from the happiness I feel right now. He will support me to take the red blood pack from Adam. One more Alpha on my side means one step closer to achieving my goal. Yes, we will talk at the Alpha's party, of course we will. And thank you one more time, I say and end the call. How many said that we can count them? Kelly suddenly asks me, and now that she said that, I am even more happier. 13, and I close my eyes and enjoy the moment. With Alpha Brown, I have 13 alpha wolves on my side. Do you know what that means, Kelly? I ask, and I rub my palms with excitement. Does that mean that Adam will kill us if he finds out what we are doing? She asks, laughing, but I know that she doesn't care about his actions anymore. It's not like he would surprise us if he chose to act against us again. I am already expecting that. I told you. It's déjà vu. That's too, but it means that he will die of a heart attack when he will realize that we work on his back all this time. Revenge is a bitch, Kelly, I say, laughing, and it feels so good. Now, I say, smiling at him, let's call Alpha Kyle. But just as I said that, I see the door opening, and the persons I hate the most in this world appear in the doorframe. Babe, Adam says and motions to Lexi to enter my office. I need to talk with you about something. And I can see the bitch grabbing his arms as if she tries to protect herself from me by doing that. I look at him and then at Lexi's hand around his arms, and he must feel that I saw her movement because he takes a step in my direction, leaving her behind. What do you want, Adam? I ask without even looking at him anymore, but searching in my agenda for Alpha Kyle's phone number. As soon those two jerks will leave me alone, I will continue to call for an alliance. We need to talk about Lexi's status in the red blood pack, and I need your cooperation for that. Is he kidding me? What status? I ask, ignoring him. She is just a rogue that you took pity on. And more than that, she is an Omega that is losing our time here. She is not even doing her duty to clean the pack house and take care of the kitchen. So what status are you talking about? She is nothing in this pack. And I can see Lexi sighing in pain as if my words had hurt her feelings. She is a rogue, I utter and smile as I just found the number I was looking for, and now I lift my gaze and look directly in Adam's eyes. So why are you here? I want to use the opportunity of the Alpha's party and publicly announce Lexi as the newest member of the Red Blood Pack. Oh, that's all? I ask him, and he gives me a genuine smile, and the bitch also relaxes a little. Yeah, he says, coming closer and trying to hold my hand, but I slap his hand just before he could touch me and get on my feet. I say, over my dead body. What? He growls at me, and I can see his fingers forming into a fist. She will never have the chance to be declared a member of this pack. I will never allow that, Adam. Do you listen to me? As long as I am the Luna of this pack, I will not let you humiliate me publicly and present her in front of everyone as if she is important for the Red Blood Pack. Because she is an absolute zero here. She can live secretly among the pack, but never as a pack member. And as long as I am the alpha of this pack, is my decision if I will allow her to be here or not. Adam yells in my face. This is for you and me to find if it is really that so. I mock him. I don't even know that the hell is in your head, Adam. How can you bring her in front of me and expect me to accept her? And hearing my question, he looks at me with puppy eyes and says, I will keep my promise, but it is my wolf, Natalie, and I already know that. He is the one who wants to have his fated mate with him. It is so hard to resist him. He just wants to have her close, that's all, nothing more. And lying to him, I say, because this is not true anymore. And I want to have you just for myself. What do you say about this, Adam? You marked me, and my wolf wants you, so we are in some kind of contradiction here. Don't you think so? And I start to walk to the door, because being with these two horrible beings so close activates all my criminal skills, and this will not end well. But just as I was ready to exit the room, Lexi grabbed my arms and, kneeling in front of me, started to cry her heart out. Please, Luna, please don't throw me away from here. Don't exile me. I will die if you do that. Let me go. I say, gritting my teeth and barely refraining not to beat her. But the bitch jumped to the next level. Why do you hate me so much? She asks, crying even harder. I did nothing wrong. I just found my fated mate. It's not our fault that we need to be close to each other. It's fate. and before I could realize I waved my arms, so she could let it go, but as if she knew what was next, as soon as I did, that she stumbled and hit the floor and my desk at the same time. Her head went to the edge of my desk and the blood spread all over the floor. "Are you nuts, Natalie?" Adam growled at me and ran and took Lexi in his arms. "Why the hell did you hit her? Are you so cold-hearted?" he asks with a rage that I never saw in him before he met Lexi Banks. "I didn't hit her," I say with dignity because I didn't. I just waved my arm, but hearing my denial, Lexi placed her arms around his neck and hid her face at his chest. "It hurts so much," she cries out, making Adam look at her scared. "You shouldn't have done that," Adam says with hatred. "She is innocent, and I never knew that you could be so obnoxious. And you know what?" he asks me. "You can go and eat your heart out, because at the Alpha's party not only will I announce Lexi as our new pack addition, but I will reveal her true identity in front of everyone." And he pushed me and exited with Lexi, leaving me behind. "What a jerk," Kelly growled, and I know that she hates him too. "It doesn't matter, I say, trying to calm myself. But if he will reveal her identity, everything will become damned hard for us." Kelly whispers with concern, "Actually, that's not true." And thinking about it, I went back to my desk and sat on my chair. That means that we need to intensify our efforts and search for help until the Alpha's party. "But the party is just a few days away," Kelly says, a little bit scared. "We don't have time to talk with everyone. We have, if this is all we will do all day long." And I started the call. I was ready to initiate before Adam showed up and ruined my mood. This is an opportunity. I will prove myself in front of everyone, and I will make them see the difference between me and that rogue. I will make Adam look like a fool in front of everyone, and let the others see how stupid he is. Without me, this pack would be nothing. I am the heart and the brain behind Red Blood Pack. I can't let this chance fly away. And I worked hard for the next few days, and I put all my soul to support my cause in front of others, telling everyone the truth. Adam will never expect this, and if he really intends to bring Lexi at the party, everyone will judge him for that. At least he didn't bring that bitch in front of us since our last incident. "We will make it, girl," Kelly tells. "We will. We are just a step close to that." And I close my eyes and lean on my sofa, dreaming of the day when everyone who hurt us will pay. But as I was dreaming of my revenge, my phone started to ring. "Evan Leonard," Kelly says, shocked, as she sees his name on my phone's screen. "Answer him," she commands me. "He is Alexander Stepanek's beta, the Alpha, who mocked me. So why is he calling me?" "Answer him, woman," Kelly persuades me. Of course I'm going to answer his call. "Evan," I say, a little bit taken aback because I have no idea what he wants. "I thought that you would ignore my call," he says with a soft laugh. "Well, is it not your fault that your Alpha is a scoundrel?" I said with confidence, and that made him laugh. "What can I do for you, Evan?" I ask him and become more relaxed, seeing that he is not calling me to scold me for mocking his Alpha. "Are you really divorcing?" he asked me directly, and that made me block for a second. Sorry for being so direct, but Alex told me what you asked him, and that is a little bit confusing for me. I thought that you and AdamHawkins were in love. "Well, Evan," I tell him with a lot of sincerity, "I thought the same thing until he showed up at my door with his fated mate in his arms, claiming that he can't live without her." "Is he insane, Natalie?" Evan growls. "You are marked. That values more than a bondmate right now. He can't act like that." And his reaction made me laugh. "Evan, I'm glad to hear you saying that, because in the last few weeks I thought that I was crazy for being the only one who sees a problem in his actions." "This is bullshit, Natalie. When are you divorcing?" he asks suddenly, and I swear that I feel a little bit of joy in his voice as he says that. "When I will be absolutely certain of my victory. I can't risk losing everything, Evan. Even if the Red Blood Pack does not deserve me, this was my home in the last... shit. I was ready to say 33 years, but now that I came back, I am... in the last 21 years. I worked hard for this pack, and I consider myself entitled to become the Alpha of the Red Blood Pack. So until I will not be sure that I have support, I will just wait. But I am doing this, Evan. Is happening. I already reached my limit, and I had enough of my so-called chosen mate. What he did to me is unforgivable." He is a jerk, Natalie, and stopping for a few seconds I can hear him growling. He is upset. I will come to the Alpha's party too. I hope that you will be there too, he says, and his voice is calm and sweet, and I have no idea what is going on with him. He seems nervous? What the hell? I would like to talk to you at the party, face to face. I would like that, I say, trying to make him feel more comfortable because he seems to be lacking in words. Then we have a deal, he says, laughing. See you in 2 days, Natalie. Bye, Evan. It's all I say because he has already ended the call. What was that? You could say that he was asking a girl out on a date for the first time in his life, Kelly laughs. Even if he was not doing it, of course, he was just polite. Of course he wasn't. But you know what? I am happy. Having even Leonard on my side is like having his alpha by my side, even if the guy is a scoundrel, but even is a good guy. That's enough for the moment. Natalie's POV. Try this, Judy says, and my eyes are ogling at the dress my best friend holds in her hands. Are you nuts, Judy? I ask her, and I am sure that I am already blushing just imagining how I would look wearing something so sexy. She is right, you know, the designer of the dress shop tells me. I have known you for some time, and every time you chose conservative clothes. Do you know how good-looking you are? The designer asks me, and I just look at her. Is not that? I tell her, looking at all the dresses she chose to present me today. Some of them are damned sexy, but I can't show up like this at the Alpha's party. You know that I have responsibilities. I tell them and continue to search for the perfect dress. And this dress will stop you from doing your job? Judy asks and points to a beautiful but damned tight and short draped effect dress from Versace. I can't show up like that, Judy. What will people think about me? I need to prove myself that I am capable as a Luna, not to show up like a bimbo. That's not the definition of a bimbo, Nat, and you know it. And your body is damned sexy, and yet you are always elegant and cover yourself like it would be a shame to have such a fine body. Judy scolds me. She is right again, Natalie. When was the last time you looked in a mirror? The designer asks and places a gorgeous black dress in front of me, making me look in the mirror at the way the dress should look on me. It is a plunge-neck tulle mini dress from Oscar de la Renta, featuring black, virgin wool blend, tulle netting, plunge style, sleeveless, concealed rear zip fastening, straight hem and fitted silhouette. The dress is so beautiful, but not proper for someone like me. Try it, Judy and the designer say together, but I just shake my head. No is too short, and there's so much skin to be seen. I can't, and it is expensive. I need to take care with my pack's money because they are not mine. I say, and looking at the other dresses the designer presented me, I see a beautiful, simple, and elegant white dress. It is a Kate's the Bruna dress. The fluid fabric and natural draping work together to create something striking. It's cut from a crepe jersey with a gathered, off-shoulder neckline, and the dress falls to a lightly pleated maxi-length skirt that billows with movement. It is splendid. Well, congratulations, Jackie Kennedy. You will make your husband proud of you. He will win a new presidential mandate. Judy mocks me and she starts to laugh. You should show that body to the world, woman. You look like Gisele Bündchen, and you act like this would be a shame. I don't care. I will try this dress. It is more appropriate for a Luna. I say, while Judy rolls her eyes at me, and just right when I was ready to tell Judy to shut up and end this circus, the door opened, and my heart stopped. Good morning, Luna. One of our pack's female warriors salutes me and motions to Lexi to enter the dress shop. Carmela, I say, looking at the warrior. What are you doing here? I ask and clench my fingers in a fist because I already know what she is looking for. My scoundrel mate sent her to help his fated mate and put me in a bad light again. Alpha Adam sent me to accompany Lexi to choose a dress for the party. Carmela says, and I would like to grab Lexi by her neck and cut out her eyes, but before I could add something else, she starts her acting and coming close to me, as if she wouldn't be the third wheel in my relationship with my husband. She touches the dress I was ready to try and says, "This dress is so beautiful," and smiling at Carmela tells her, "I would like one of this too." I'm gonna puke. This is too much, and I swear to you that I am killing Lexi right here, and after that I'm going home and cutting Adam's neck. This woman is everywhere. But before I could scold her, Judy steps in and, growling, she is accusing Lexi and starts a fight with Carmela. "Are you kidding me?" And she is pointing her finger to Lexi while she is talking with the warrior. "You brought this piece of shit here when you already knew that your Luna is here too? Is this the way you respect her?" she growled. "But man, she shouldn't do that because I know Carmela better than Judy does, and this woman is a pain in my ass. I believe that this is why Adam sent her to accompany Lexi. And who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" Carmela yells back. "My alpha gave me a command and I respected his word." "What about your Luna?" Judy asks, and I just stare at them, starting to enjoy the show, because Judy is not going to let Carmela escape with this easily. "My alpha's command is more important," she says, and I almost start to laugh. The bitch must hate me for the way I make the warriors train. And from what I see, not only your alpha's word, but his mistress too. And the moment she uttered those words, people around us started to look at us and also at Lexis, and also started to make assumptions about her presence here. "I am not a mistress," Lexi says and starts to cry. "Is that so?" Judy asks her directly, and Carmela steps in front of Lexi as if she is trying to defend her, but Lexi just watches me and, wiping away her tears, asks, "Did you let your friend intentionally humiliate me and Adam?" And she looks so damned innocent. "It's Alpha Adam for you, bitch," Judy growled, and that made me smile and lift an eyebrow because Lexi started to cry again. "You know what?" I say, continuing to smile at her, completely satisfied by the way things came out. "Take this dress if you like it so much." "What are you doing?" Judy asks me in horror. "You like that dress," and she has no idea what I am doing. Most probably she thinks that I hit my head somewhere. "Take it. Adam will like to see you in that dress," I say, and turn my back and, giving a large smile to the designer, who has no idea what is happening here or what I am doing, I take that black dress from her hands and tell her, "I will trust your choice this time." And winking at her, I go directly to the dressing room. "What are you doing?" Judy asks, running after me and pushing me inside the dressing room. "You like that dress. Why would you make that bitch a favor and give her your dream dress?" But I say nothing. I just start to undress myself, and when I put that little black dress on me, I am blocked in my own tracks. "Holy shit," Judy exclaims. "AdamHawkins will die with blue balls seeing you like this. How the hell is that I never saw you wearing sexy dresses?" Judy asks me and walks around me to admire my composure. "Can you come out?" The designer asks me, and I have no motive not to do it, so I step out of the dressing room and I can see all the eyes on me. "You are stunning, Natalie," the designer tells me. "This makes you irresistible," and I give her a soft smile. It's not my style, but I do look like a model wearing this dress. I turn around to look at the back of the dress, and every single curve I have is honored by this splendid dress. "Don't worry, Lexi," suddenly Carmela said. "Maybe we will find something to put in your bra and this dress will fit you in the end." And that got our attention, because right at that moment, Lexi exited her dressing room. What the hell? Does this woman have any forms or curves, or she is the string woman without tits and without ass? And before I could say something, my sassy friend started again. "Ha ha!" She laughs her heart out. "You just look like a maid that stole her master's clothes. You wanted Natalie's dress, but to wear it, you need more than your desire. You need to be as tall as her and have at least a C cup on your bra. Now that I am looking at you, I don't even know if you are a little boy or a woman." And turning her face in my direction, she tells me, "You should wear this dress, Nat. This dress is perfect for you." And I shake my head, laughing at her and mind-linking her. I say, "That was so low, even for you, Judy. But thank you for putting that bitch at her place." "You are welcome," she winks at me, and with a devilish smile, she turns her face to Lexi, who is barely refraining from crying, and says, "You should wear that dress too. You asked for her and your Luna generously gave it to you. You can't refuse it." Now that's how things are done. 1-0 for me. Author's POV. "You should have seen her face," Judy said as she entered with Natalie in her bedroom. "She is just an intriguer, a liar, and a dissimulator," Natalie says. "And a criminal," Kelly growls in Natalie's mind, reminding her why she needs to put Lexi in a corner. "We should have made her cry louder," Judy starts again. I can't believe that you just watched her while she was trying to take even your dress, not only your man. And Judy cursed Lexi in her heart for interfering with Natalie's life, but Natalie just looked relaxed about that. Don't you care about what she tries to do? Judy asks, looks at Natalie in disbelief. In her place, she would have cut Lexi's eyes and make her eat them with salt and pepper. She wants Adam? Natalie says with calm. She can have it. It's not about her here. It is about Adam proving himself as a real mate, and he failed with that again and again. Cheating it is a two-persons affair. It is not only about Lexi Banks, it is about a man who made an oath to love and cherish me, and he does not respect the word he gave to me. Natalie just arranges the dress she brought, the little black dress that she would have never chose for such an event. But you know what? Lexi's appearance changed her mind. Men are attracted by powerful and beautiful women, and she is both. So why not to let everyone see that? Lexi Banks looks like a beggar next to Natalie. She is not tall, she has no curves, she is just a wheel, but damned mean omega, while Natalie is the embodiment of the perfection. Lexi wants war. Let her have it, but let's see if she is able to finish what she started. Can you come here tomorrow to help me with my makeup? Natalie asks Judy when she sees that she is ready to leave. Of course I will. No one is better than me in making you look like a goddess that you already are, of course again. Judy laughs and opens the door, but as soon as she did, she faced Adam's sullen face. Get off! Adam growls at Judy, making her startle. Did you eat heated charcoals? Judy mocks him, because after what happened at the dress shop, she hates the guy. How dare he to come here with that stupid face? I need to talk with her, Adam said, refraining from growling at Judy. Will you be so kind, he says through his gritted teeth, as letting Judy know that he is pissed off, to leave and let me have a word with your Luna? It's your Luna, too. Judy mocked him, but she turned her back to him and left. Now even your friends are mocking me? Adam asks Natalie with hatred as he enters their room and slams the door hard. I have nothing to do with that. It is your hard working that made them mock you. And she looks at her nails. Imagine how she will scratch his face with them. You can mock me, Natalie. I already know that you are a bitch, but why you are insisting in making things difficult for Lexi? Adam growls at her. So the bitch went directly to Adam and cried about what happened. But what have I done wrong, hubby? She mocks Adam. I did nothing. I even offered her my dress because she was so eager to have it. I'm not a bad woman. I had the best of intentions, she tells him, almost refraining from laughing in front of him. But what about you, hubby? She continues mocking him while he is becoming darker and darker at his face. Don't you think that you are kind of pathetic to come to the alpha's party with an omega at your arm? You wilt tarnish your image as an alpha, and you will become everyone's mockery. And she starts to laugh so hard that made Adam's heart explode in fury. And you think that you are better than Lexi? He asks, pointing his finger in Natalie's direction. She is better than you. That's for you and me to find out. Natalie tells him and turns her back to him as she walks and places the box with her dress in the dressing. When did you become so vicious? Adam asks, not being able to understand what made Natalie to change so drastically, and giving her another gaze full of hatred, he said, You know what? Adam says, barely refraining not to beat Natalie. Tomorrow, at the party, you will go with Philip. I am not in the mood to see your sour face and to deal with your moods on such an important day. You will only make me look bad in front of everyone. And saying that, he turns his back to her and leaves. What a pig! Kelly growls, but Natalie is calm and she just closes her eyes. Don't you get it, Kelly? Everything is repeating itself. Is the same story we lived in our former life. The only difference is that this time we are not submitting to him anymore. And sighs and let herself relax with a hot bath. Next day nothing changed, and she didn't even saw Adam all the day as he was busy with making Lexi feel pampered. So she let Judy to make her magic. Do you trust me? Judy asked her. I am not stopping you, Judy. Natalie laughed. This dress is already out of my comfort zone, but this is war and I have all the necessary weapons. Why not use them? You have a whole infantry here, girl, Judy says, and she places the makeup palette on the desk and looks at Natalie. Damn it, you are. And Natalie turned around and looked in the mirror, and she was shocked. She touched her face and looked at what Judy did with her face. This is not a makeup she would have ever chose, but with that beautiful short dress, this makeup is only the most normal choice. Judy, Natalie said as she smiled at her image in the mirror. Let me hear it, girl, Judy said and started to laugh. Thank you. There is no need to thank me, Judy tells her, but Natalie turns around and looking at her serious tells her, not only for this perfect makeup, for being in this with me, for supporting me, and she takes Judy in a big hug. Don't make me cry, Judy whispers, being emotional seeing Natalie like this. She can feel that her heart is saddened. Now, Natalie whispered leaning back, I need to go. A perfect Luna never gets late. Go, girl, Judy tells her and smiles. Go and shine. And she waves to Natalie, but not before she added, and ruin that jerk party. Author's POV. Nat Kelly whispers as they are heading to the stairs. Don't be sad. Sad? She was a little bit taken aback, but in the next second she realized that her spirit was tormented. I am not sad, she whispered, trying to deny the reality. You are my human, Nat. I know you, Kelly said. And even if I am with you in this madness, and I know that you are right, also I want you to know that it is all right to be sad, to feel betrayed. It is only about our revenge. Natalie denied again, but Kelly laughed sadly. It is more than that, and you know it. I am sad, you know, Kelly tells Natalie, making her stop in her tracks for a second. He doesn't deserve our sadness, Kelly. Adam is a jerk. And she continued to head to the stairs, looking like a Victoria's Secret model. Her long, strawberry blonde hair is arranged in an easy long boho style, elegantly messy, with a crown of 2 chunky braids. Her smoky makeup gives her a mysterious appearance, and the dress is the cherry on the top of the cake. Her curves are perfectly hugged by her dress, and she knows that she will attract a lot of gazes tonight. She saw other Lunas dressing provocatively, but she never did that. Until today. Nat. Kelly calls her name again. Let him be. He is not worthy. You are right, Natalie whispered, and acting like this is to our advantage. Let him sabotage himself by humiliating me. Tonight we will prove ourselves in front of the other alphas, and everyone will see his stupidity. And with that, Natalie appeared and started to go downstairs under the perplexed eyes of Philip. Natalie, he asks, and almost stumbles trying to reach her as he offers her his arm. You look, oh my goddess, you are beautiful, he tells her with some shining eyes. You are beautiful, he repeats as if he is speechless, and those are the only words he remembers. Natalie, you oh my goddess, the poor man blabbered because he has known her for years. They grew up together, but he never saw her like this. You are, he starts again, but Natalie motioned him to walk and says a simple, thank you. And looking at her phone, remaining completely unfazed, urged Philip, now can we go, please? Of course, Philip said, realizing that he lost his control in front of his Luna and opening the door for her. He invited her to follow him to the drive. I am sorry for earlier, he tells her as soon as he starts to drive. Is it just that you are different in a very good way? And he looked at the road. I needed a change. Natalie tells him and looked outside at the scenery, ignoring him for the rest of the road. Her mind was full with thoughts about her plan for tonight. Will she succeed with her plan? Will she find help with the other alphas, or will they reject her directly? There were so many questions that she didn't even realize when they arrived at the venue of the party. My Luna, Philip said, completely charmed by Natalie's beauty, and helped her to exit the car. We are here. Thank you for this drive, Philip, Natalie said, looking around and smiling. I'll sneak through the crowd. And she left him there with his mouth wide open. Kelly, this place is more and more beautiful every year. The Alpha Council did a great job here, she says, looking at all the chandeliers and room lights. That gives a royal aura to this party venue. The venue is located in a woodland park next to a beautiful lake. It has a lot of fountains and a glass house where the party is held. The interior is incredibly lavish and epitomizes elegance and luxury. As Natalie enters the venue, there are a few stairs and a red carpet where everyone waits for the organizers to find them on the access list, and as soon as she stepped on that red carpet, all that she stepped on in heads turned in her direction. Is that Luna Hawkins? An alpha asked, and stared at her to the point that his Luna slapped his head to look in another direction. Stop it, woman, he told her. She is blooming. he whispered, and that happened with all the alphas that saw her entering the venue. Natalie knew that everyone was looking at her and that every single man in the venue wanted her. It was enough, only a single look at their faces, and she knew that her outfit was the perfect choice for tonight. "Let the game begin," she said as she grabbed a glass of champagne and approached the dance ring, even if she was without a partner. And she took a sip of her drink, looking around sensually. "Kelly, if this is not working, we are doomed," Natalie says through their mind link. But before she finished that, she felt 2 hands around her waist, and this move made her turn around in the next second. "Natalie?" Philip almost growled from behind, and also appeared near his Luna. "What is going on?" And he threw a threatening look to Evan, whose hands were still on Natalie's waist. Natalie turned around calmly, and seeing Evan, she gave him a smile. "Evan Leonard, what a surprise. Do you know him?" Philip asks and looks at Natalie as if he is trying to protect her from Evan. "Yes, don't worry," she said, and placed her hand in Evan's hand, taking him a little bit by surprise as he was ready to ask her to dance with him. "Evan, dance with me," she invited him directly, leaving Philip perplexed. From where did this goddess of confidence appear? She is a seductress. And looking around, he sees that every single man in the venue would eat from her palm only to let them be around her. "I thought that you changed your mind," Evan tells her as their dance together started. "I am a woman that never changes her mind, Evan. Once the plans appear in my mind, I will not have peace until he is finished." "Well, your plan is more about revenge," he says, and makes her lean over his arm, exposing her collarbone. But he lifts her in the next second and pulls her to his chest, continuing to dance with her. "And you know why," she tells him as she takes a pirouette. "And you have my support." And just as he said that, the music stopped. "May I have this dance, Luna Hawkins?" An alpha from a neighbor pack asks and gives Natalie his hand, annoying Evan. "Alpha Benedict," she says, giving him a genuine smile. "It will be my pleasure." And waving to Evan, she leaves him behind, starting to dance with her new partner in crime. And let me tell you, alpha after alpha, as if they were waiting in a row, invited her to dance with them, and for 2 hours she talked with them and mesmerized them with her beautiful and unusual appearance, but also with her intelligence. Evan watched her from the sidelines of the dance ring, and his heart started to beat more and more rapidly. "She is the most beautiful woman in the venue, man," his wolf told him. "I know she is special, not only about her beauty, it is about the way she speaks, man," Evan says as he continued to watch her while a young alpha was making her sweet eyes. "I like her," Evan whispered. "Damn it, I really like her." "And she is divorcing," his wolf laughed. "And you know what? I like her too." And just as he was looking at her with his eyes filled with affection like a lost puppy, suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "Who's that redhead woman you were dancing with earlier?" "Redhead?" Evan asks, and turning his head, he starts to search for Alexander, because he was the one who was mind-linking him. And when he found him on a balcony upstairs, the venue, man, his heart stopped as Alexander was looking intently at the attraction of the evening. At the woman Evan was attracted to, the core of his heart. "The one you were dancing earlier," Alex says, and knowing exactly who Alex was asking about, Evan's mind went blank. Is Alexander Stepanek interested in Natalie? He didn't even want to talk with her a few days earlier, and now he is stalking her, and Evan could see in his eyes the need to have her. Alexander wants Natalie? Why? And how the hell something like this is possible? Because all his life Alexander looked for the girl who saved his life when he was 10. The only woman in his mind and in his heart was that little girl with blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair. Shit. A redhead. Is Natalie the woman Alex is looking for? He asked himself, and as soon this troubling thought crossed his mind, he felt that all the colors on his skin left him. She, Evan said, closing his eyes and trying to answer his alpha. She is Natalie Hawkins, the Luna of the Red Blood Pack. And he continues to watch her as she was laughing with another alpha who just invited her to dance. Why is she so beautiful, and why is she in this situation? Why can't he have her only for him? All these questions aroused in Evan's mind. She called you a few days ago, Evan explains to Alex, but with a weak voice that made Alex confused, but being completely sincere with him. If she is the woman Alex was looking for so many years, how to hide her identity from him? Feeling that something is not right, Alex looked at Evan. "You like her," he said directly, not giving Evan a chance to hide his feelings. "Who doesn't?" Evan asks in return, choosing a diplomatic answer. "Just look around, man. Is there any man in this venue who is not watching her?" And laughing, he says, "I find her very charming. And you know that this might be the first time I say that about a woman. She sparked my interest in her." Hearing his answer, Alex's heart calmed down. Evan is his best friend. He is his brother from another mother and another father. And he was there for him, so if Evan would like to pursue Natalie further, he will give him this opportunity. He will not stay in his way if he really wants her. "But we looked for her too," Kenji, Alex's wolf, says. "More than half of our life we looked for her, and now she is in front of our eyes, just the way she was a few days ago at the lake, and you want to pass her to Evan?" Kenji asks, pissed off. "I am not passing her to Evan. Are you nuts, Kenji?" Alex says and smiles when he sees Natalie laughing at something that her dance partner said. She is beautiful, and his heart is warm seeing her again. She saved my life, and maybe she wants Evan. I will not stay in front of their relationship if something like that exists. And analyzing her closely, he remembers what Evan said. She is married. And she asked for help to divorce. Kenji adds, "Yes, but while I looked for her all this time, she didn't recognize us in the forest. She got scared by our presence and ran," Alex said. "But we have a chance, man. She is divorcing. And she called you. She called us, man. We need to get involved and make her remember who we are." "Evan," suddenly Alex called him. "She wanted to talk with me a few days ago. You were there, she called, and you mocked her." Evan says, almost laughing, "Are you lacking in memory?" "Not at all," Alex says with a determined voice. "Tell her that I am here, and tell her that if she wants, I am ready to hear what she wants to tell me." Evan turned his face from Natalie to Alex. "Are you serious? Are you going to support her with the divorce?" "If not me, then who, Evan?" Alex said while he was watching Natalie's every single move on the dance ring. "She is the girl who saved you," Evan says. "And is not a question, is like a revelation. Just tell her that I want to meet her." And Alex sees Evan walking to the dance floor. He sees her smiling at him, and he sees Natalie holding his arm as they leave the dance floor, and they just stop while Evan is explaining something to her. Her face suddenly became blushed, and seeing her like this, Alex's heart skipped a beat. "I can't believe that she is here," Kenji says. "Goddess, we looked for her for so long." "Shut up, and let me look at her, Kenji. Stop blabbering." He commanded his wolf and looked at her as she was climbing the stairs. Her perfect body, you could say, is waving in that little black dress, and he can't help himself and look at her long and super fit legs, so when she was in front of him, he was already knowing all her curves after he made a detailed analysis of her curves. "Alex, meet Natalie Hawkins," Evan said, but when Alex looked at him, Natalie saw that Evan had a pale complexion. "Are you?" she asks him, a little bit worried. "I am fine," he said, grabbing the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes for 2 seconds. "Natalie," he continued after he took a deep breath, "this is Alpha Alexander Stepanek, the Alpha of Shadowpack. You asked to speak with him, and unfortunately he was in a rush," Evan said, trying to cover what happened that time and make the situation pleasant. But while Evan was talking, Natalie was taken aback. "Holy shit," Kelly whispered to her. "He is gorgeous." And fainting on the floor of Natalie's brain, Kelly exclaimed, "His handsomeness is striking me, girl. He is damn tall, somewhere around 6'3", or maybe tall, and you could see that he is training hard because his appearance is like a god, not like the ones of a human." Alex has a chiseled chin, perfectly contoured cheekbone, and 2 dimples that almost made Natalie faint. She likes dimples on a man, and Alexander Stepanek has 2. He has light brown hair, cut short, and blue eyes, and he is damn sexy. The sexiest man Natalie ever met in her short life. Lives, because she had 2. She can see a tattoo on his neck, and she just stares at it, wondering if the tattoo continues on his body, and imagines herself tracing it with her fingers. But just as she lost herself in that beautiful dream, Alexander asked, "Do I need to undress myself? Do you need a closer observation?" And blinking a few times, Natalie blushed and took a step back. "Stupid, stupid, stupid." She condemned herself for acting like this in front of Alexander Stepanek, the man she wanted to make him help her. What will he think of her after she stared like a passionate teenager at him? "Compose yourself," she commanded herself, and lifting her gaze, she looked at Alex and said, "There is no need to lose my time with unexciting things. We are here to discuss business," and her sassiness made Alex lift an eyebrow. Did she just include him in the category of the unexciting things? But he refrained himself from laughing and let her be. "I am listening," he simply said, motioning to her to start talking. "As I already told you a few days ago," Natalie said and looked in his eyes, at the same time trying to find an inner force to resist his charm, "I am looking for allies. I need to divorce." "Because AdamHawkins found his mate," Alex said and watched her with interest. "Exactly. He made a promise and even marked me." Natalie said, "While I didn't have the chance to do it because he said that is not important as much time as I am his, and now that turned against me, because my sweet and caring husband and chosen mate is more interested in his fated mate and not in Luna's happiness, because he is weak," Alex said, and hardly refraining from not cursing Adam for being such a jerk, but at the same time being happy because Adam is jerk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to have the woman of his dreams in front of him. He is, and it took me a lot to discover that. I worked for Red Blood Pack and put all my soul there, sometimes doing Adam's job, and that's why I will never let him ruin my hard work and humiliate me for an Omega. "Is not only about my ego here, Alpha Stepanek," Natalie said. "It is about justice," she continued. "When you choose a mate, you respect the oath you made in front of the goddess. He will reject me in the end, even if he says he won't do it. I feel it." She continues without explaining why she feels that. "So what do you want from me, Natalie Hawkins?" Alex asks her and waits for her answer. "When the time comes, I need you to be on my side, to support me in front of the council and recommend me as an alpha. I am divorcing, and there is nothing to discuss about that, but if he makes me lose my status, I will make him feel the same way. Anyway, I am stronger than him." And with that, Natalie ended her pleading in front of Alex. She just looked at him, and he is calm and looks like he really cares about what he said. He cooperated exceptionally? Isn't a joke? He really listened to her? "You are right to act this way," Alex said in the end, and Natalie's eyes started to glow in happiness. "We have a deal here. I will support you." "Thank you, Alpha Stepanek," Natalie said and stretched her arm to Alex. But the scoundrel couldn't refrain himself and gestured to her for a friendly hug. "Come here," he said. "You look like you need a friend," and he stretched his hand to her, forcing her to take it. It wouldn't be polite to refuse a handshake, so Natalie places her hand in his hand. But what to see? As soon her hand touched Alex's hand, he pulled her in his embrace, holding her tight at his chest. He waited for this moment for so long, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. He hid his nose in her hair and inhaled her scent. "Roses," Kenji whispered. "She smells so good, man." Natalie got scared by his reaction, even if his manly scent was filling her nostrils too, making her shiver. "Oh my goddess!" she cried out in her mind. "What if someone sees me in this compromising position?" And she tried to push him from her, but feeling her move, Alexander gripped his arms around her slim body and held her tight. "Alpha step," Natalie cried out, still pushing him with her little hand, but before she could finish what she was ready to say, downstairs a commotion erupted. "No, you are coming with me!" A man's voice could be heard, and Natalie lifted her eyes and looked at Alexander. "Please, let me go," she whispered, and looked in the direction of the commotion, while her heart's rhythm changed to the point that even Alex felt it, so he let her go even if he didn't want to. "Please, don't force me to enter the venue," a woman cried out, making a big fuss. "It's Lexi," Kelly growled. "Please, Adam, let me go. People will look at me and judge me. I will wait for you here." Alexander placed a hand on Natalie's waist and looked downstairs only to see Adam and Lexi holding hands, and seeing that image and feeling Natalie's rage, he looked at her as an assurance that he will be by her side. Now he understands her emotions. They looked downstairs one more time, but it was enough to hear Adam saying, "Come with me, Lexi. You're my mate." "But I don't want to make your Luna get angry with me again," Lexi said, blinking her lashes at Adam and causing his blood pressure to increase in the next second. "She will do nothing," Adam said in a commanding voice, cursing Natalie in his mind for being so disobedient with him. A wife should be submitted to her husband. Since when did Natalie start to act this way, causing him troubles? But you know what she allowed to happen to the dress shop, and she enjoyed the moment. If she sees me here, she will mock me. And Lexi came closer to Adam, making him feel proud by the fact that he is the man who is defending his mate no matter what. No, that is not the case anymore. "Look at you," he said, watching the way she looks. "This dress suits you and does justice to you. You look beautiful and innocent wearing it." And if he could, he would pull her in his arms and kiss her, but he knows that everyone will see that and will judge him. And most of all, if Natalie shows up, she will cause a scene, and that's something to avoid. The thing is that hearing that Judy mocked Lexi and Natalie enjoyed the moment made him furious, so he took the problem in his own hands, and while he was sending his wife with his beta, Adam was offering a ride to Lexi to buy her a dress and a makeup and hairdress session. So, pampering her, something he never did for Natalie, he offered her a featuring pink, shift-style, sleeveless, and above-knee-length short dress from Cult Gaia. The dress is beautiful, but Lexi has no curves and her breasts with great indulgence you could say are size B. So that volume offered by the featuring dress hides all that lack of sensuality in her body and makes her look fine. In the end, the one who said that fashion is the armor to survive the reality of everyday life was right, because right now Lexi looks nice, and she knew that too. So looking around, she started to steal glances from the men who were at the venue, and that gave her an inner happiness, feeling pretty after a long time. But not only happy, she also knew that this was the perfect moment to fornicate Adam and make him take another step in her direction. So she clung to him like a leech, hiding behind him and playing the innocence card. AdamHawkins, another alpha from the party, greeted him, but the truth is that he wanted to see why Adam is with another woman when his gorgeous wife is dancing alone in the middle of the dance floor. "Nice to see you again, Alpha, Kyle," he said, but right then he felt Lexi's hands around his arm, and seeing the look this Alpha Kyle was giving him, he turned at her and said, giving her a smile, "Why don't you make yourself comfortable and get some food? You must be hungry." And he arranged her hair behind her ears. But seeing the gaze the other alphas were giving him, he retreaded his hand in the next second. "Go and enjoy your time here," and he winked at her. "Until the end of this party, I will let everyone know that you joined Red Blood Pack." And Lexi's heart stopped. That's all? He will announce only that she is the newest pack addition? Not even a word about them being mates? But she composed herself and, smiling at him, just nodded. "Thank you, Adam," she whispered in a soft voice. "See you later." What a coward, Lexi thought for herself. She thought that her playing made him accept her and reject Natalie after the way he acted with his wife in the last days, but it seems that she needs to work harder. She looked around, and for the first time since she arrived here, she realized how nice the venue is. And there is so much food. And she likes food even if she is so skinny, so she told herself that she will wait for Adam at the dessert table. "Oh my goddess," she exclaimed. "What exquisite food and drinks." And taking a plate, she started to stuff food on it until the point that her plate was overflowed with desserts. "I should eat some of them," she told herself, and started to taste everything she put on that plate until she started to eat voraciously. "What the hell?" someone said. "She is giving me a puke sensation, darling. Who is this starved woman?" You could say that she never saw food in her life. But Lexi ignored all the voices behind her, not giving a shit that she became the object of annoyance in the area of the dessert table, and just stuffed another dessert in her mouth. She turned her back to everyone and continued to enjoy what she put in her plate. But just as she was ready to take another bite from behind, she heard a voice that made her lose her appetite. Alexandria, what do we have here?" And her heart stopped as that man called her on her real name, and her plate fell on the floor, attracting even more gazes. "Stay away from me," she whispered, looking at the middle-aged man and also trying to find a way to leave the area until someone starts to ask questions. "He is Pablo Banks," the alpha of a tiny pack from the other part of the country, a fat and ugly man with a horrible heart. "This is the way you are talking with your master?" He asked and insinuated that Lexi was his slave, but Lexi took a step back, hitting the dessert table with her back and having nowhere to run from this middle-aged man. "And how is that you are here, Alexandria?" he asked her as he approached her, but coming closer he realized something. "Don't tell me that you have a new master, little bitch." He mocked her, and that was the moment Lexi knew that she couldn't escape from him. "He must be rich, otherwise, how the hell would you afford the dress you are wearing?" And in the next second, he grabbed her arms and tried to make her follow him to a private place where he could have his time with her. "Let me go," Lexi screamed and tried to pull her arm out of the grip of the middle-aged man, and her heart started to beat so rapidly that she panicked. "If anyone starts to ask questions, she is finished." "Don't touch me," she cried out and started to feel that the room was spinning around her, and in the next second she fell to the ground, but not before to scream out loud. "Adam!" And tears appeared in her eyes. "Adam, help me!" It was enough for everyone to look in her direction and see her on the ground, while Alpha Pablo Banks was towering her with his stature. "Who the hell is that woman?" everyone asked. Since the first time she put her foot here, she started to act strangely and like an uneducated person. "What the hell is going on?" "Who took her here?" someone else asked. And the answer came in the next second, because hearing her cries and seeing her collapse, Adam came in the next second and placed her behind him, trying to protect her. "What the fuck are you doing here, Alpha Banks?" he asked, growling, and if he wouldn't be at a public party, he would beat the old man for daring to touch Lexi, his sweet, fated mate. And the old man blocked in his tracks. Why is AdamHawkins defending Lexi? He is an old fox, Pablo Banks, and realizing that there is something more, he blabbered a little, as if he does not understand what is going on, and offered an ambiguous answer. "It's just a confusion. Alpha Hawkins," he lied. "She looks like someone I used to know, and I wanted to talk with her, but she misunderstood my good intention, and the lady freaked out." Adam helped Lexi to get back on her feet, and seeing the way he was acting with her, Pablo Banks knew that there was something else between her and AdamHawkins. I thought that this young lady was a girl that I knew in my pack. I was wrong," he added again. "And who was that girl, and what was she doing in your pack?" Suddenly, Natalie's voice echoed from behind. She saw everything from the balcony where she was with Evan and Alex. There was no confusion here. Pablo Banks knew Lexi. She was... And seeing that Pablo is eager to talk, Lexi knew that this is the end. Pablo Banks will expose her with all her terrible and ugly past, and fearing that she will lose everything because of this vicious old man, she screamed and pretended to faint. "Lexi? Oh my goddess!" Adam panicked and held her in his arms and started to ask for help. "Lexi, open your eyes," he begged her with a weak voice. "She just fainted, man," Philip said as she arrived at the scene. "She is not even pale. She looks fine, but you should take her to the hospital just to be sure that there is nothing else with her," and saying that he gave an apologizing gaze to Natalie. "You are right," Adam mumbled, and lifted Lexi in his arms in bridal style and ran with her, leaving everyone behind. Natalie just stood there, and when Adam was out, she turned her gaze to Pablo Banks and asked, "Leave the crap, Alpha Banks. Tell me who she is, and tell me what she did before to show up here." Natalie's POV. "What the hell are you doing?" Adam growled from behind, and that made me turn around and look at him in shock. "Didn't he leave with Lexi to take her to the hospital?" "I asked you something." He growled at me and gave me a hard look like he would strangle me right now, because he must know for sure that I was investigating Lexi's background by talking with this alpha. But you know what? I don't care about his opinion. It is the most normal thing I could do to find what Lexi is hiding, so wrapping my arms under my chest, I look into his eyes, and for the first time you could say that he really saw me, because his gaze becomes unfocused, and he looks at my dress and at my makeup, and he is even more furious right now. "Are you finished?" I simply ask him, avoiding to answer him, because I don't deserve to be treated like that. "You are leaving," he commands me, and he sneaks a new peek at me, but he motioned to me to move as if he didn't see how sexy I am. "Pardon me?" I ask him and stare at him, and people are starting to look at us. Lexi attracted a lot of eyes, and they are still watching us, wondering what happened, so seeing Adam fuming around and growling at his Luna must ignite a lot of interest. "First watch your mouth, AdamHawkins," I told him through our mind link, because my intention is to attract sympathy, not to look like a bitch in front of everyone, and my reaction made him perplexed. "I am not leaving anywhere," I tell him. "I prepared a lot for this party." But as soon as I said that, he grabbed my arms and dragged me after him, while Philip followed us too. "Let me go, Adam," I growled again through our mind link, while everyone was looking in shock at us. Is he stupid or what? Some of the alphas asked themselves, staring to intuit what was going on. But Adam pushed me in his car and turned around at those who were watching us, growling at them. "What are you looking at? Mind your own business and leave me alone." He pushed me in the car. To my surprise, Lexi was waiting for us with her stupid puppy eyes and commanded Philip to drive in his place. I just stood there and watched him. Watched Lexi, and the pull to punch both of them was damned big. But doing that would contradict my plan, wouldn't it? So I just turned my face and watched the scenery as we leave the venue area. I asked Lexi, "You really don't know that man?" Because he seemed very sure that he had met you before. And I don't even look at her. "Why would you say that, Luna?" she asks, but her voice is so panicked that it is not hard to understand that she is not sincere at all. And this is the point where I wanted to bring her. Not because I know her, but because I know the man who became my husband, and all he hates in this world is to be played by someone he trusts. "She asked you something," he snapped, and I just smiled as I ignored them, as if I was not waiting for an answer. "But I am not lying, Adam," Lexi cried out. "I don't know that man. I have never met him before." "He calls you Alexandria," I say, and turn my head to her, and her face becomes pale. "Isn't Lexi a sweet name for Alexandria?" And now she lost all her colors. "No, it is just a misunderstanding." She started to cry in a last attempt to gain some sympathy from Adam. "I swear to you that I don't know him." And she grabbed his hands between her hands. "Just tell me your identity. If you are hiding something, I need to know, because if you are playing me, I will strangle you, Lexi," and he pushed her hands from him. "I will never harm you," she cried out. "You are my fated mate. How can I lift my arm against you?" she said, and started to cry her heart out. But I must be more than happy for the scene in front of me, because seeing me, Adam's range found a new consignee. "You enjoy this, aren't you?" he asked me coldly, just when Philip was parking the car in front of our pack house. "Do you think I am some kind of stupid, and I don't know what you are doing here?" And let me tell you, the way he is looking at me right now made all the bad memories shut up in my mind. I never thought in my former life that Adam, my sweet Adam, would be able to harm me. But he ended up killing me with his own hands, and what I just saw in his eyes right now is that deep desire he has in him. The desire to harm, the desire to make me pay for his dissatisfaction of being tangled with me. I just stare at him while Philip opens the door for us to exit the car, but Lexi jumps out in the next second, running and crying at the same time, as if this was the last day of her life, leaving me alone with my enraged husband. "You loved the show tonight, didn't you?" he growled at me, as if I was the one who made him look bad in front of everyone. "You loved seeing me embarrassed in front of my colleagues?" And I can hear his teeth scratching while he tries to resist and not beat me. "You are a bitch, Natalie. That is what you are. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that you are behind this shit." "Well, Adam, this time is not my fault. It is your pathetic mate who attracted all the embarrassment over you. It's her work of art, not mine." But I chose to keep my mouth closed and see how far he will mock me out of revenge for something I am not guilty of. I see his wolf appearing as his eyes start to change its color, and I can't help myself but wondering what's next. Will he transform and kill me? At least this life will be shorter, and maybe this time I will land up in heaven directly. "His wolf does not want us anymore," Kelly whispers, and for the first time since this madness started is the first time when I feel her in pain for that. I can see the pressure his wolf puts on Adam. I can feel his rage because I am marked, and I regret so deeply for letting him do it. It would have been so simple if I would have been free from him. I can't even find my own mate the way he did with Lexi because of his mark on me. I need to see Lexi, Adam said as if that would interest me, and before he exited the car, he looked at me one more time. I said nothing. I just let him be, let him show his true colors. He is so furious. I can see that anger that lays in him is pushing him to strike me. His fingers are gathered in a fist that is cracking. He is ready to hit me. Adam, Philip suddenly said in an attempt to distract him from me. Adam, it is not Natalie's fault. Stop it. And he motioned to me to exit the car. I was there, man. She has nothing to do with what happened. And hearing his words, Adam just pushed me from his way and ran after Lexi, leaving me. His Luna in the front of our pack house while he needed to comfort his Omega. Natalie, I am sorry, Philip said, but I just looked at Adam and how he disappeared as soon as he entered the house. You don't deserve. But I can't understand him anymore because my eyes filled with tears. It is the first time I cry since I was reborn. I place my fingers on my face and feel the warm tears flowing down. Goddess, I loved him so much that I was able to give up everything for him. I was so happy to be with him, to become his wife and his Luna, and I really believe everything he promised me. I close my eyes and I can hear Philip talking, but everything is blurry. I remember his cruelty and how heartless she was in my past life. Kelly, I whisper, but she cries too. Tonight was too much. But I will give myself this night to cry and mourn what I lost. Because you know what? I had enough. I can make the difference now. I know that there is a difference between giving up and knowing when you have had enough. This is my bottom limit. Natalie returned to her room, passing her pack members and walking like a ghost. She couldn't hear what people were asking her. Some of them even touched her arm, asking her if she was fine, but she ignored everyone and went directly to her room. All she wanted was to be alone, to make all the suffering gone and be happy again, just the way she was before her life, to make an upside-down turn and wake up in this mess. She closed the door behind her with that key, so she would be sure that no one would disturb her because she already knows that Adam will not come again in her bedroom. She will be alone. After the way he acted, he will not look for her for sure. His mind was full of Lexi, not with his faithful wife. And thinking about this, she wiped away her tears and lifted her gaze, watching her image in the mirror. Her face is tired, and her makeup was all over her face because her tears ruined it. What the hell am I doing here? She asked. I am not happy. I hate every single second that I am spending here. Why did you send me here, goddess? She asked herself. Her gaze was void. There was no light anymore. Not even the thought that she would get revenge didn't make her feel better. She just stood there, and when she realized that she was losing herself in this cruel world, she screamed as hard as she could, collapsing in her knees. Why did you send me back? She growled and grabbed her dress. She tore it in pieces, leaving herself with an empty shoulder, almost half naked. She stood there with her head down waiting for an answer, but no one gave it to her. It's a battle with windmills, she whispered for herself. But I am not going to give up. Again and again, no matter how many times, I will make you pay, Adam, she said. But right when she was ready to curse again, her phone suddenly rang. There was an unknown number. Yes? Natalie said, more in a whisper, because her voice was broken after crying and growling so hard. So, I leave for 5 minutes, and when I return, you are already gone? Alexander Stepanek? And looking at her phone, Natalie is a little bit taken aback. Something happened, she said in a whisper. Of course it happened, Alex joked with her. You seduced me and abandoned me, like a heartless woman. You didn't even kiss me for goodbye, he said, laughing. What the hell is wrong with this man? Natalie thought. He is flirting with her, or what? You know, Natalie, at least I would have a beautiful dream tonight. And the scoundrel of Alexander teased her again. Holding you in my arms and seeing you so ferocious it would be enough for the moment, but I am still waiting for my kiss. And Natalie's mind went blank. She has at home a cheated husband and on the phone a teaser as an ally? Is this world going crazy, or is it just her? But realizing that she is mute and she is not as sassy and ferocious as she was tonight at the party, Alexander stopped. Something is not right, Kenji, he said, and started to listen to her breath on the phone. She is upset. That jerk must have done something to her. And starting to act like an adult and not like a teaser, he left beasing his jokes and asked, "Natalie, I am sorry if my joke was not appropriate." And he could swear that she sighed, and he knew without even hearing her that she is not right. "Natalie, tell me what happened. Why did you leave?" "It's a long story," she said and stood up, looking again in the mirror. She opened the zipper that was left from her dress and let the dress fall on the floor. Remaining only in her bra and her panties, she got in her bed, and covering herself, she made herself comfortable, still listening to what Alex was telling her. "Are you still there?" Alex asked, seeing that she is not talking. "The woman you saw from the balcony was Adam's fated mate," she explained to Alex, "and I hate her for reasons that I am not able to explain to you because you would think that I am crazy." How to explain to Alex that she was reborn and Lexi worked to kill her in her last life? "Natalie, listen to me," Alex said and stopped her from talking. "It doesn't matter why you hate her or why you want to divorce. If I would have been in your place, the woman would have been dead until now and your husband with his balls in his throat." And Natalie started to laugh softly, making Alex calm down. He can't stand to see her upset. She is a good woman and she deserves to be loved. "Well, in this case," Natalie joked, "I am waiting for you to take my place and do exactly what you said. You would want that, wouldn't you?" Alex asked her in a soft voice. "I want to see them suffer, Alex. The way they acted tonight, it killed my mood." "You were beautiful tonight, Natalie," Alex says, and Natalie's heart stops. She is not a match for you, and no one will ever understand his reasons for acting like this. You are outstanding, and no matter what he is telling you, keep that in your mind. He is the problem here, not you. "You are not bad either, Alexander Stepanek," Natalie said lightly, as if she didn't just compliment him. "I know, you were staring at me to the point that I thought that you would eat me alive," he joked, making Natalie scold him. "I was not," but she started to laugh. "You were, but for the sake of our new collaboration, I will accept the fact that you were not staring at me to eat me alive." "Thank you for your understanding, good man," Natalie laughed. "You are welcome," Alex said, and stood here, listening to her breath that now was close to normal again. Natalie's heart was still again. "I will call you tomorrow, and I will think about how we can work together, so at the end of the road you could find what you need to be happy," Alex said. "Why are you doing it?" Natalie couldn't help but ask. "You are Alexander Stepanek, one of the strongest alphas, and Adam didn't piss you off. He wouldn't dare to rise against you. So why?" she asked in a whisper, because she was afraid that he had a hidden plan here. And the thing is that he has, but is not what she is thinking about. Alex doesn't want a red blood pack. He doesn't want money. He wants her. Because, and Alex stopped for a second, weighing his words, this is the right thing to do. And now he enters in the scoundrel mood again. "I can just sit when I see a damsel in distress." "Scoundrel," Natalie laughed. "I will show you, damsel. I can beat you any time." "Well, I can't wait for you to show me how." And both of them started to laugh. They talked for hours, and when they finally ended, Natalie was calm and smiling as if nothing bad happened. She was just calm. Alex will help her. She has no idea what he has in his mind, just she has no idea what will be the next step. It is a long road to walk until she will divorce, and she knows it. Unfortunately, she can't divorce tomorrow. She needs allies. Is not the right time to divorce. Natalie's POV. "I can't believe that you brought me here," Judy said, looking at me as if something like this would be impossible. "Is not impossible. I love shopping." "You don't." Kelly laughs in my mind. "Well, I don't. But there is nothing wrong with that. I am just careful when it comes to Pack's money. And this is what I tell myself every time I like something. Every single time I look at the price, and that is what makes me decide if I will buy it or not. I need a change, Judy," I say, and start to look at those beautiful dresses that are in the shop. "Well, girl, this change suits me, not you." And giving me straight looks, she asks, "What happened last night?" Of course she would ask that. She is my beta female, my best friend, and she knows me better than anyone. "A lot of thighs, actually," I say in a whisper, and I take a beautiful dress from the shelf. And that's it. Judy takes the dress from my hands and points to it. I tried to convince you to wear something like this for years. Every single time you said that is not proper for a future Luna or for a Luna to wear something so expensive, no matter how beautiful it is. And now you are eager to buy it by yourself. So I'm going to ask you one more time. What did that bastard do? He came with Lexi, just as he said he would. I say, and take another dress. Damn it, it's even more expensive. But even more beautiful. Kelly laughs in my mind. Well, it is so. I turn around and place the dress in Judy's arms with the other dress she took from me earlier. Speak now, Judy commands me. She came to the party wearing an expensive dress that he probably brought for her. Something he never did for me. He didn't even see me there, even if the other alphas were stepping on their feet to be around me, but not my husband. No, he was there with Lexi. And I can see Judy's face becoming sullen. He did more than that, didn't he? She asks. Well, Lexi acted stupidly, and you could see that she never attended such an event. She attracted a lot of gazes in not a very pleasant way, but at some point someone confronted her, calling her Alexandria and insisting that he knows her, and she started to scream for help. What the hell, Nat? Why would she do that? Is she hiding something? And Judy's big blue eyes are even bigger as she asked me that. That's what I thought too, because as soon as Adam came, she pretended that she fainted so that the alpha who so-called attacked her would leave her alone. After her and Adam's leave, I tried to find new information about her, but Adam returned and forced me to return with him. And I took another dress that I like and placed it in Judy's hands. And that's not a reason to spend $6,000 on 3 dresses in one day. That was your budget for a whole year. And I see her fuming. I am killing that jerk, she cried out. Tell me what he did. I am fine, Judy. Stop it. I say in surprise. I take a beautiful short skirt and show it to Judy. What do you think? I ask her. She grabs the skirt from my hands and put it back to the shelf. Talk! On our way back to the pack, he concluded that this is all my fault, that I am a vicious woman, and he was ready to hit me. What about that rogue? Judy asked furiously. He didn't find it strange at all that an alpha insisted that she is someone else. It was enough for her to tear a little bit and pout her lips at him, and he forgot who's the culprit, and all his frustration was directed to me. Did he touch you? Judy asks, panicked, as she stops in the middle of the shop. No. And I look in another direction, so she won't see that this is still affecting me. Philip came in time and made him leave. I can't believe this, Judy exclaimed, and people started to look at us. But after just a few seconds, she watches me intensely and says, You really are fine. How is it that you can still walk and act like nothing happened? That rogue is stealing everything from you. Who says that I am fine? Oh, Judy, you have no idea what is in my mind right now. How hard my heart is struggling to beat normally. But I don't have another choice but to continue to live and fight. Until she will succeed, I tell her, avoiding to explain her about my conversion with Alexander Stepanek from last night. I am still Luna of Blood Red Pack. I am still AdamHawkins' wife, and I have a position. When she will take that from me, it will mean that she succeeded. Do you still love Adam? She asks me, and this time her voice is calm and soft, and there is a lot of concern in her tone. I look at her and tell her sincerely. Someone once said that your mind will always believe everything you tell it. Feed it with hope, feed it with truth, feed it with love. So you love him. Judy says, and her eyes are so sad for me. Right now I am feeding my heart and my mind too with hatred, Judy. I loved him. I loved him so much, to the point that I would have died for him. But that love disappeared the moment he brought Lexi Banks in our house. I don't love him anymore. Or if I still do it, something else, if fighting with that love to take its place. Because let me tell you, and I am in front of the most expensive dress from this shop, and I simply place it in Judy's arms to her shock. Whatever is fighting with that love is winning the battle. Natalie, Judy whispers, and she places the dresses on a shelf and gives me a big hug. You are my hero. I would like to have that heart of yours and be as brave and strong as you are. So are we buying those beautiful dresses or what? I ask her to change the subject. Do you want to buy one for yourself? It's expensive, she whispers, pointing at the logo of the shop. Dad will kill me if I buy a dress from here. It's Alexander McQueen for the goddess' sake. Kings and queens are buying from here." And her remark made me laugh. In this case, AdamHawkins will buy us these dresses, and I took out from my wallet Adam's card, which I took without telling him. He can ignore me, but he will not ignore this bill for sure. "You are evil, girl." Judy laughs her heart out and grabs a dress for her too. "Let's say that regarding Adam, we are even." Adam's POV. "What the hell? Did Natalie take my credit card and spend $15,000 in a clothing shop?" "What's wrong with you?" Philip asks me. "You look like you saw a ghost. My wife happened to me," I say and call her right now. "She must be sick, or someone stole the card and is buying things in my account. I need to block that card if that is the case." "Natalie," I say before she could add another word, "you took my card?" And Philip looks at me, making some big eyes. She never does that. Even if I asked her to use it in the past, she never did it. So now you understand my shock. "Hi, Adam," she says in a calm voice that makes me feel guilty for taking her so directly. "Yes, your card is with me. You said before that I can use it if I need it." "Of course," I say blabbering, "but you spent $15,000 in a clothing shop," and hearing me, Phillips drowns with his glass of whiskey, looking at me in shock. Now he gets it too. Something happens. "Oh, that's why you called me," she says, laughing. "Don't worry, Adam, your card is safe with me. I just pampered myself a little bit. Sometimes every woman needs to do that." And now I am shocked. She never does that. She is simple and hates to spend money. Yet last night she was beautiful. She was different from the Natalie I know. "Look, Adam, don't worry. Take it as an apology gift from the previous day." And with that she ended my call, leaving me perplexed. She just spent $15,000 on dresses, I say, looking at Philip. She said that she needs to pamper herself. "You should apologize," Philip says. "You hurt her feelings yesterday and she did nothing wrong in the end." "I know." I whisper and look at the sparkling gem necklace I bought in the morning. It's for her, because last night I didn't follow Lexi, but I went to my office, and after some time, when I calmed down, I realized what I have done. I wanted to give it to her, but I haven't had the chance to do it, because when I came back, she was already gone. Do you think that I made a mistake letting Lexi stay here? Maybe I should have forced her to accept the rejection. And I look at him, because he is mute. "You know, Adam," he said in the end, giving me a complex look, "you should listen to your heart. The bond mate is irresistible. Don't blame yourself too much." Author's POV. Things went smoothly in the next few days, maybe because Adam was a little bit ashamed to face Natalie, and encouraged by Philip's remark, he hid himself in the imminent need that the bondmate was creating and started to look more obviously for Lexi. But Natalie too ignored him and did everything in her power to stay away from him, doing her job as Luna and nothing more. In the end, the pack was not guilty for Adam's stupidity, at least not at this moment. And if there is something she learnt from her previous life, is that Adam's heart most probably will never change, but she could change the perception of the pack about her. She was a tough Luna, always working hard and pressing them to be strong, but they turned against her in her last moments and supported Lexi. Why? Because in her previous life, Lexi was making goo-goo eyes to everyone like a pathetic candy woman while she was struggling for them and forcing them to become their best version. Of course, they loved the person who was asking less from them. But the truth is that in the last few years, since Natalie started to be involved in the administration of Blood Red Pack, the pack became more and more powerful. And it was only her hard work, because Adam was never interested in this. Soon the pack gained a lot of the respect within the werewolves' world, and everyone heard about that pack, which is not the biggest or the strongest, but is continuing growing and offers a lot of possibilities to his pack members. And this hard and permanent work attracted the attention of the Werewolves' Council, the one who held the party a few days ago. "Read it," Adam says, giving Natalie a letter, and he just sits in his chair looking at her. She is kind of different. Her clothes are not so simple and dull as he used to see her wearing it, but sexy, without exceeding the limits of common sense. It's sexy with a lot of good taste. "It's an invitation?" Natalie says, ignoring the fact that Adam was staring at her boobs. Yes, and he gets on his feet and comes closer to Natalie in an attempt to hug her, but feeling his intentions, Natalie acts like she just dropped the letter and bends down, as she avoids hugging him, leaving him with his arms stretched. The fact is that he smells like Lexi, and that makes her almost puke. He was with her most probably before he called her here, so what is the point of letting him touch her? They invited me to deliver a graduation speech at the new werewolf school that serves the packs in the area, Adam says, looking at Natalie as she walks and makes herself comfortable on his sofa, leaving him alone in the middle of the office. That's great, Adam, she says, and she means it. It's like recognizing the value of this pack. That's what makes you powerful. Can you do it in my place? He asks suddenly, scratching his head. What? And she is blinking a few times watching him. Is he stupid? How to let an occasion like this fly just like that? But it is today, Natalie says, shocked. In 3 hours, Adam. Yeah, I was busy and it slipped my mind. Can you do it? He asks her and looks at her as if this be something not important. Slipped his mind my ass, Kelly growls. If he would focus more on this pack and not pamper that stupid maid of his memory would be just fine. But ignoring her anger, Natalie gets on her feet and says, I will do it. This is good for our pack, of course that I will do it. And before she could react, Adam pulled her in his embrace. You know that I never liked being in the spotlight. I like real tangible actions, not speaking in front of some kids. And before she could avoid it, he pecked her lips, and she barely refrained from not pushing him from her, not to start a new fight. Leave this to me, she says, and takes a step back, leaving his arms. I like being involved in these kinds of activities. You can pass them to me, she says, and exits without another word. Why did you let him kiss us? Kelly asks, pissed off. He stinks like that rogue. Just bear with it, Kelly, Natalie says, and walks outside the pack house. We need to get ready. He could have told us earlier at least. Now we are in a rush. And she jumped in her car, entered the first shopping dress, and brought a mint green flowing dress and a pair of Louboutins, and drove directly to the school. She knows why the blood red pack was invited here, because of her good work too. But she never received any feedback about how the kids are feeling here. So seeing that there is still an hour until the event will start, she went among the children and asked them about their perception of the wolf pack. We like it here, Luna. One kid said, our alpha did a good job when he worked so hard with the other alphas to build this place. Our school is nice and comfy. Their alpha? Natalie asks herself in shock. It was her who worked hard for this school, while Adam was fighting and hunting rogues with his warriors, because he was not in the mood to do this part of his job. Why deal with kids when you can train and get stronger? And seeing that the kids have no idea about that, she looked at them and asked, What about your life in the pack? Do you like it? Would you change anything? No, they all yelled in a chorus. Our pack is the best because Alpha Adam made playing grounds for us and other packs don't have something like that. And Mommy said that he even changed the Omega's working schedule so that mommies could have more time with their pups. She did that too. What the hell? Why is everyone attributing everything to Adam when he did nothing? And seeing how the kids are praising him, her blood pressure increased. Luna Hawkins, the director of the school, said, seeing Heir with the kids, the alpha. He was busy and he assigned me this task. I hope that there is no problem with that, she said politely and took a very diplomatic position. What? The director panicked that he offended her. No, in the end it was you who worked so hard for the good of these kids. I know how the things were done, he says, confirming her that he is all right with Heir presence here. Who will attend the event? Natalie asks, looking around at the beautiful school. Kids, parents, the man said, and he was staring at her with admiration. A beautiful and smart woman. What luck is this, AdamHawkins? No press? No television broadcasting? She asks, looking at him. I didn't think of that. The council liked this, but... And Natalie cuts him immediately. Well, if the press would be here, this school will become a point of attraction and inspiration for other packs. You are doing a splendid job here, director, and everything looks so beautiful. Why not show everyone how things should be done? And hearing her words, the director ego surfaced. You are right, he said. I will call the press and television. And call the parents, too. They all need to be close to their children at such an important moment, not only a few of them. Make their presence mandatory. Tell them that Luna of Blood Red Pack will offer them a free work agreement to spend time with children. I will do that, the director said, very happy. This makes the school the center of attention. How is that? He didn't think about this. And 1 hour later, Natalie was in front of the school, surrounded by microphones and cameras, while Adam was at home. What are you watching at? He asked Lexi, as she was in the living room looking at something with great attention. Luna, Natalie is delivering a graduation speech. I didn't know that she attends such events, she says with envy. I asked her to do that. Adam says and takes a seat close to Lexi and watches Natalie. She is beautiful and self-confident, and she smiles at the press and the cameras as if she was born to be in the center of the attention. And while his heart has conflicted feelings, having Lexi close to him and watching his wife on TV, Lexi is boiling in envy. I assure you that this is only the first step in my plan to develop the pack and expand our business outside our borders. Just as other alphas and lunas, I will work hard and do everything in my power to offer you a better life in your packs, a beetle job, a better place to raise your children, because this is what we do. We take care of our pack members, and this is my mission too. And a lot of people started to shout her name and applaud her with all their hearts. I know that sometimes it is hard, Natalie said, and maybe the warriors from my pack can confirm this. It's hard to train and fight, but when you are doing this for your pack and when you see these kids running safely and happily in their school, far from human society, it is like a dream come true. This is what I am fighting for, and I promise that I will not stop here. And even the warriors were nodding their heads in approval. She is great. She is the best. Everyone yelled and applauded her, and for the first time she felt relieved, as if she just finished a difficult task. She made herself seen in front of everyone. People saw her, and not Adam. But while she was smiling happily at the cameras, in the living room, Lexi turns her head at Adam and asks, "Why is she talking as if it's only her effort?" Adam just looked at the screen and a lot of questions appeared in his mind. What the hell happened here? This should have been a simple speech in the backyard of the new school, since when this was about TV interviews, news shows, cameras, and propelling Natalie as if she was the empress of the world? Man, Philip said, coming closer, because at the middle of Natalie's speech he came in the living room too. She did an outstanding work there and people loved her. She did it. No one says she didn't, but since when is she so eager to take credit for her job? And Adam's heart tightened. She was always supporting him and giving him the credit for her good work, making him look good in front of everyone, and now she didn't even mention his name, for the goddess's sake? Why did she change? And he continued to stare at the goddess who was talking about her new plans, not his or theirs, her plans to make the werewolves' world great again. She should run for president, Judy said, coming in the room too and enjoying the sour face Adam and Lexi Plexi Nexi. How she named her, like if she would be a dog. I bet she would win. She has everything she needs for that. But while Adam was confused by Natalie's change of mood, Lexi was gritting her teeth and was boiling in envy. Why is everyone looking at Natalie as if she is someone so good? She is a shrew, and since Adam brought her here, she hadn't had the time to be with him properly because of Natalie. It is her position to be a Luna, and yet Natalie stays in her way. Adam is with her, but at the same time he offers her the leftovers from Natalie's table, and she can't stand that. She wants to be in her position. What's so good about this woman? She is good indeed, Lexi says with a vicious voice. You could say that she is in some kind on campaign and she is trying to reach the alpha position. What? Adam says and looks at her in shock. It is the first time Lexi suggests something so mean to Natalie's direction directly. You have no idea what you're talking about, Judy said and threw her an ugly look, but Lexi couldn't stop herself and added, Of course she is not doing that, and blinks her eyelashes at Adam. She wouldn't harm her husband's position, but the way she spoke is like she is trying to replace him and strip him of his alpha status. But this time Adam was the one who reacted, finding her comment not proper. Not Natalie. She's been by my side since forever, he said with calm, making Lexi scold Natalie in her heart. She will never do that. But just as he said that, the door opened and Natalie came with her arms full of flowers, and smiling at Adam, she said, "Thank you, Adam, for offering me this chance. Working with kids is always something I loved," and she motioned to Judy to follow her, leaving everyone behind. "Girl," Judy exclaimed when they were finally alone in Natalie's office, "you looked like a goddess on TV." "Well, that was my plan too, to make a good impression," and placing the flowers on her desk, she said. "I have a plan, Judy. It's a lot to explain, but I need to prove myself in front of everyone as a good ruler. It's hard to explain, but I need to make this pack to look at me with admiration, to love me, Judy. Freud wrote that because we are born to two people, mother and father. The question of whom I am loyal to is part of everyone's universal essence. So is with Red Blood Moon. They have an alpha and a Luna, and now a third wheel between them. And if the time to choose will come, and it will come, I need to make them choose me." And hearing her, Judy was perplexed. "Are you nuts? Of course they will choose you," she said as if that was the most normal thing. "I am not, Judy. This is a real fact, you know. Since that woman came here, everything changed, and I need to be precautious." "I don't like her either," Judy said, pissed off. "But this is why you are struggling so hard? To prove yourself in front of that woman?" And hearing her words, Natalie turns around. "Loyalty, it comes down to the basic relations between a mother and her infant. If infants can trust their mother to fulfill all their emotional needs as they develop, they will learn to be trusting of the world. Every child trusts his mother because she is the one who is teaching him how to step in this world." Natalie said, making Judy look at her with attention. "Believe me, I need to do this," she says, and Judy comes close to her. "I do trust you, and I would follow you everywhere, dear friend. Just don't overwhelm yourself with stupid. She doesn't deserve your stress." "It's for me," Natalie says, smiling at her. "It is time to prove to everyone that every single good thing that happened in this pack was because of me." And with that, she walked to her desk and started to make new plans. But in the days that followed, the real effect of her actions to that school could be seen. Everywhere she was going, people were saluting her, admiring her, and telling her about their needs because they saw in her a person who would listen. Everyone was talking about that outstanding Luna who was working so hard to make everyone happy, and the word spread around, making her realize that the second step of her plan to become the alpha of the Red Blood Pack was ready to start. "We should start to secretly contact other packs and ask for support." Firstly was the Alpha's party, and everyone saw Adam bringing Lexi there while ignoring me and Luna, and that harmed his image. And now with all this popularity, this would be the perfect moment to ask for support. Now everyone heard about me and saw me doing great things. She opened her window and looked outside of her office and smiled. "What a beautiful day, Kelly. We are so close, Kelly, that I can feel it. Let's strip that jerk of his alpha position," Kelly growled. "He does not deserve to be an alpha." But just as she said that, Philip called her. "Do you know why Evan Leonardo is here?" he asked her. "He is here?" Natalie asked, perplexed. "He didn't call her to tell her that he intends to visit the Red Blood Pack. What the hell?" "Yes," Philip confirmed. "He is with Adam right now, discussing business. I thought that you would know something, because at the party you seemed to know him," Philip added. "No, I met him before at other alpha meetings, but that's all," she said, avoiding to say more. "I am wondering what he wants from Adam. I am going in. Adam said that he and that beta will come later to talk with you and asked me to call you." "Well," Natalie said, "thanks for telling me," and she ended the call. "Why the hell is he here?" she asks and turns around to close the window. But as soon as she did, she got the scare of her life as she saw in the frame of her window the one and only Alexander Stepanek. Did he climb the wall to enter here? What the hell? Her office is on the second floor, so someone could see him doing it. Is he insane? But before she could scold him, Alex jumped in her office and, giving her a cheeky smile, he said in a flirtatious banter, "It's so chilly out, I need you to come warm me up, beautiful Luna," and he opens his arms so Natalie could hug him. "Take a sweater," Natalie said, refraining from laughing because she must recognize he is handsome and cute, but the scoundrel pouted his lips at her like a lost puppy and said, "But I want you to cuddle me." "Alexander Stepanek," Natalie said, laughing hard. "What did you smoke this morning?" He made her smile. In all the madness she lived, someone made her laugh heartily. "I don't smoke," Alex says, and pointing to his perfect body continues. "This body that makes you unfocused is healthy. If you want, you can check on it." And hearing him, Natalie rolled her eyes. "He is like a god who came on Earth. That's true, but to check on him? What a nerve on this guy. Who does he think he is? The most wanted bachelor in the universe? Did you just roll your eyes at me, Natalie?" Alex asks and squints his eyes at her as if that is something unbearable. "Oh no," Natalie exclaimed, placing a hand over her mouth. "Did I just roll my eyes aloud?" And her reaction made Alex laugh too. "Forgive me, good sir. It must be from the air I breathe. It smells like scoundrel." And hearing her, Alex laughed even harder. "You are something else, Natalie Hawkins. I marvel about how stupid your husband is to not worship you." And Natalie blushed hearing his words, but knowing that the joke must stop, Alex motions to her to take a sit on her chair behind her desk, while he sits on the corner of the same desk. "I saw you on TV," he says, changing the subject, and watches Natalie as she leans on the back of her chair and makes herself comfortable. She is relaxed, and he is glad to see her like that in his presence. "I must say that you did an outstanding job. Even the people in my pack talk about you and see you like a strong and independent woman." "Well, this was my intention too," Natalie admits. "I need to gather people to support me, Alexander. Can I call you by your surname?" she asks him. "Alex." "Call me Alex. Let's not be so official. In the end, we are partners in crime," and he winked at her, making her heart skip a beat. "I need people to see me, Alex," Natalie said, looking straight into his eyes. "Well," and Alex plays a double game and tells her, "You made me see you, and that is more than you can imagine." And seeing her perplexed gaze, he laughed. "Now let's see what we can do for you to see you divorced, Natalie." "I have a plan," she tells him. "I was thinking of secretly contacting alphas from other packs and explain to them my plan. Everyone saw what Adam did at the alpha party, and there is no need to add more. Why? Because they must already suspect what Lexi is for Adam and that he is bullying me for her. Yes, even if some things were not spoken, everyone saw what it was meant to be seen." Alex tells her, "But who do you want to contact more precisely, and how, because you can't expose yourself too much or your soon-to-be ex-husband will catch you working on his back? I will use trustful people to contact them and be my messenger, my voice in front of them." "I am good at organizing things, Alex. I did that for Adam, and now is time to use this ability in my favor." "For now it's you, me, and Evan," Alex tells her. "Do you have other people in mind? Someone who you trust?" "Of course I have," she said, thinking about Judy for the moment. "My beta will help me for sure. She will be my secret liaison." "That's good. I will use my connections too." But as soon as he said that, Evan mind-linked him. "Shit, your cheater husband is coming here," he says, and Natalie's head turns to the door in the next second. What? If he finds her with Alex, she will have a lot to explain, and getting in her feet, he grabs Alex by his arms and says in a commanding voice, "You need to leave or he will make a huge scene." But Alex stood there and didn't even flinch. "Just like that?" he asks, pouting his lips at her. "But I worked so hard to come here. I even acted like Spider-Man, climbing your wall for 2 floors, and you are pushing me out without a reward?" "A reward?" Natalie asks in disbelief. "Is this man crazy? I will send you a paycheck, no go," she tells him and pushes him to the window, looking outside. "How the hell did he climb this wall?" "A paycheck?" Alex laughed. "I want a kiss. That will be enough for the moment." And Natalie stopped right there. Her face suddenly became blushed, and she felt that all her blood exploded to her nostrils. She must be like an open book for him right now. "Kiss me," Alex said again, pointing to his pouty lips. "Right here." And Natalie just stared at him with her big blue eyes, and her hair was not as red as her face at this moment. She could hear the steps in the hallway. Adam and Evan are right at the door, and this scoundrel is playing games with her? "Kiss me, Natalie," he said again. Whistle he had a little and kissed her by himself, seeing how adorable her face was, and right then someone knocked at the door. "Oh my goddess," Natalie said with a dying heart and turned around and walked to the door opening just to see Adam and Evan in the frame door. "I am so dead," she mind-linked Kelly. So dead, and she motioned to them to enter, closing her eyes as soon as they stepped in and waiting for Adam to make a scandal for her being alone with another man in her office. But what to see? When she turned around, Alex was nowhere to be seen. "What the hell?" she asked for herself. "Did he jump? Oh my goddess, what if he is hurt?" And she walked directly to her window, pretending that she was closing it, but she looked down just to see that there was no trace of him. "He is crazy," she said to Kelly. "He is a boogeyman, not an alpha." Natalie Adam interrupted her thoughts. "Do you know Evan Leonardo?" "Nice to see you again," Natalie said, giving him a hand to shake, and Evan grabbed it without a second thought. He missed her. To be sincere, she impressed him deeply. "Yes, I know him. We met at the party," Natalie said as if nothing was strange here. "He came from the side of his alpha for some business," Adam explained. "He couldn't be here, but he entitled Evan to talk with us from his side." "Couldn't be here my ass," Kelly laughed. "He was here and he was asking for a kiss." "I would have liked to meet him," Adam says. "He is one of the strongest men in werewolf society, and yet he is withdrawn from the public world." "I don't think that I ever met him," he continued. "Well, he is not antisocial. He just hates the bullshit, that's all." Evan said and made Adam feel a little bit taken aback by his remark, but just as he said that, another knock on the door could be heard. "Are you waiting for someone?" Adam asks Natalie, and she just stares at the door. Because she can already feel who's after that door, she is used to that scent. "No," she said, trying to compose herself. "I have no idea who it is." And opening the door, Alex shows up. "Hey," he said, scratching his head and looking around as if he got lost. "You should have waited for me, and he is talking with Evan now." Adam looks at him and measures him from head to toe. This is not an average werewolf. So realizing that something is off about his, he asks immediately, "Who the hell are you?" And Natalie's heart stopped. This is the end, but realizing that Adam has no idea who stays in front of him, Alex simply said, "I am Evan's brother." "Brother?" Adam asks, a little bit perplexed. "I had no idea that Evan has a brother." And because Alexander Stepanek was someone who avoided standing out at public meetings, not for being shy, but for thinking with all his heart that only stupid people display themselves in Vi, he chose to let Evan to stay in the foreground while he was collecting his benefits. Even at the Alpha party, only a few knew who he was. And that's why Evan told Adam that Alex is not antisocial, but anti-bullshit. So Adam looked at him for a few seconds and couldn't believe his eyes that this man was Evan's brother. He looks kind of stronger and his aura is powerful, but before he could add something else, Alex stretched his hand and with a bow in front of Natalie, he took the lead and presented himself. "Luna Hawkins, I am glad to meet you," he said in a very respectful voice. "I am Alexander." "Evan's brother," Natalie said, looking at him and being marveled by his calmness and his nerves to come here and practically mock Adam. "Are you fine, darling?" Adam asked and placed a hand on Natalie's back, but she regained her composure and looking at him she smiled. "Yes, it's just I wasn't expecting any guests and look at me," she said, as if she was not prepared, even if she was looking perfectly, wearing a pair of black jeans, a white and pink striped blouse with its cuffs bent to the elbows. Her hair is arranged in a bun, and little curly straps from her hair fall on her beautiful face. She wears simple makeup, but she doesn't need more. "I look like a housekeeper," she joked. "If this is the way housekeepers look here, I will ask for permission to move here," Alex joked, making Adam look at him in shock. Did he just compliment Natalie in front of him? But before he could react, as if she didn't hear what he said, Natalie turns around and says, smiling at Adam to calm him down, "Maybe we should take a seat and make ourselves comfortable," and mind-linking an Omega, she brought tea and coffee. "Is not something that we are doing every day, starting new business far from Shadowpack," Evan said while Alex was looking at Natalie and was analyzing Adam's gestures. "But Alpha Stepanek is eager to make business with Blood Red Pack. I am not going to lie, Alpha Hawkins, but looking back, I don't know 5 years ago, your pack was far from what he is today. It is stronger and developed rapidly. We are working every day for that. Natalie said, taking the lead. It is a teamwork, Adam added too, making Natalie almost roll her eyes. Teamwork, my ass, she said to Kelly. He is fooling around while I am working for the good of this pack. It would be a pleasure to make business with Shadow Pack. Adam said happily, seeing the great opportunity, but he was cut by Evan in the next second. But you have some rogue issues, AdamHawkins, and Philip, who was here too, said. And we are working at it. We are guarding our borders and intensifying the training and our efforts to stop the attacks. It is a pack of rogues, Evan said. It is unusual for rogues to live in packs, but those are doing that, and they are more dangerous than you believe. But hey, never attacked your pack. Adam says, they are here, somewhere around my borders. Just a few weeks ago I met a group and killed them. But you kept one, scoundrel. Kelly growls in Natalie's mind, remembering Lexi. We must keep an eye on them, and if you find something about this, contact us immediately. Evan said, as if it was the most normal thing to synchronize their information on recent activities of rogues. Natalie only listened because the rogue business was on Adam's side, and she never got herself involved in that, but listened to how they were making plans. Even if she was hesitant at the beginning, and in the end, she said, I am wondering, and she looked at Alex as if he was the one who could make the right decision. Dividing our forces wouldn't lead to severe consequences, and her remark made Adam laugh, but Philip, Evan, and Alex looked at her with interest. Can you explain to us what you think about this? Why do you say that? Evan asked her. Red Blood Pack is strong now, but Shadow Pack is even more, and if what you said is right, dividing our forces would make us look the most normal target for those rogues. But if we go public and make a statement about us working together to exterminate the rogues' issues, maybe they will leave us and see in us, both Shadow Pack and Red Blood Moon, a direct threat. Alex smiled, hearing her. She is smart, Kenji said. Imagine Shadow Pack with a Luna like her. And he laughed in Alex's mind, who saw in her speech a reason to meet again. She gave him the perfect opportunity, so taking the lead, he said, What Luna Hawkins said is something I agree deeply with, and I believe that we should pursue this matter further. Why not tonight at a dinner? Here? Adam asked, a little bit taken by surprise by Alex's suggestion. No, somewhere in town on neutral territory, Alex continued. Adam was glad to be in the company of someone as important as the Shadow Pack highly ranked werewolves, so he had no reason to refuse, but thinking about it, he looked at Natalie and out of nowhere he asked, Can I bring someone with me? Of course, Alex said. Your Luna is invited as she proved us that she has so many good ideas. And he gave her a beautiful smile, but Adam shook his head. No, someone else, one of my new pack members. And Natalie almost snapped hearing that he brought Lexi with him. In this case, if you bring Lexi, she said coldly, I want to bring a friend too. And knowing that Lexi will have a hard time if she brings her beta too, said, I would like to invite my beta female to assist to our meeting. That would be perfect. In this case, we have a dinner meeting tonight. And everyone got on their feet and left. I can't believe that you are bringing Lexi to such an important meeting, she said to Adam when they were alone. This is about our pack safety, and you are bringing a rogue there. You are sick, Adam. Your head is sick for sure. And before he could add something, she left, leaving him behind, boiling in anger. But in the evening, when they arrived at the restaurant that Alexander chose, Natalie came with Judy while Adam took Lexi with him, not giving his legal wife and Luna a drive, but to his fated mate. Look at him, Alexander said to Evan. How to be so stupid. Goddess, and he thinks that we're doing business here. And just as he said that Natalie and Judy showed up in the reception, beautifully dressed. How to leave someone like her for that rogue? Alex asked, pointing to Natalie and looking at her with admiration. But as soon Evan saw Judy, he was taken aback, and looking at Alex with a pale complexion, he said, I need to go. And without another ad, he ran out of the restaurant, passing Judy, who was looking at him with her mouth wide open as she whispered, Mate! Nat, I need to catch that guy. And she was gone before Natalie to understand what was going on. She said, Mate? She asked Kelly. That's what I heard. Kelly whispered. Then why was her mate running away from her? Author's POV. Stop it, Xander, Evan's wolf growled at him. Stop it right now. But Evan was so furious that even if he stopped running, he walked to his car, opened it, and she hit the steering wheel pretty hard. "Why are you acting like a jerk?" Xander asked him, and he is even more furious because he can feel the reason without being uttered by Evan. "Evan Leonardo," he commanded him. "Do you have any idea what you're doing here?" Xander asked in a more calm voice. "I am 21, man. I've been waiting for my fated mate since I was 18, and yet as soon as we found her, you turned around and walked away. What the hell is wrong with you?" "I don't want her," Evan said without even breathing. "You what?" And Xander has a little bit and transforms right there in Evan's car. "I said I don't want her. I like another woman. And I want that little blonde woman that is my mate. Do you understand what I am telling you? What is wrong with you to reject ER without even knowing her? Go back and mark her." Xander growled again. "I don't like her." Evan yelled and hit the steering wheel even harder than the first time. "She is beautiful, man," Xander said calmly, trying to find a solution to make Evan accept Judy. "She looks like a Barbie human. She even looks a lot like Margot Robbie. How can you not like her? She is everything I dreamed of." But seeing her, Evan was mute. Xander whispered, "Is it because of Natalie?" Of course it was because Natalie. Since she called him and found that she wants a divorce, it was like he really got the hots for her. "Judy is beautiful, but Natalie, she is the woman Alex has loved since he was 10. Jerk," Xander said, pissed off by Evan's attitude. "Stop dreaming and hunting rainbows. Our fated mate is the best for us, and I want her. I don't want Natalie. Mark my mate now." And Evan would like to curse him, but right when he was ready to do it, he heard a soft knock in the car's window. "What?" He growled hard, but turning his head, he saw Judy looking at him. "May I come in?" she asked in a whisper, and at the same time with a broken heart, because she realized that her fated mate ran away because he doesn't want her. And seeing that he says nothing, and even turns his head so that he won't look at her, she takes the lead and opens his car and takes a seat on the passenger seat, right on his right side. "Well, this was unexpected," she said without looking at Evan. "I thought that we would have a boring dinner where I would find a new opportunity to mock AdamHawkins' fated mate, but I didn't expect to meet my fated mate." And laughing sadly, she added, "And from your reaction, you either. Is nothing personal." Evan said, "But I have a crush on someone else, and she was already expecting that. Do you see how cruel fate can be? Adam is ready to neglect his chosen mate for his fated mate, while her fated mate just admitted that wants someone else. Well, for me, it is personal," Judy said with a soft voice. "It is something I dreamed a lot about, and I can't let it go so easily." But her remark angered Evan. "You know what? Just tell me your name so I could reject you and end this. It's not good to be bound like this when my mind and my heart wants someone else." "You want Natalie," Judy said, and her heart almost stopped. Of course, now everything makes sense. Who wouldn't want Natalie? Most of all now when she wants to divorce and she started to dress like a model. Every single man, right in the head, would choose her. But yet, to reject her without even giving her a chance? "I understand now." And Evan looked at her a little bit taken aback, because he would have expected from ER to make a scene, to beg him or curse him. And yet she is calm. "She is perfect, you know," Judy whispered. "But for you, I am a better option, no matter what crush you have on Natalie. And I am sorry to tell you, but Natalie would never reciprocate your feelings." And that angered Evan. "Well, you don't know that," he said, pissed off. "But I know because I am her best friend and her beta. She is not looking for a new relationship right now." And looking again at him, she offered him her hand. "I am Judy Bowen, and just as I said earlier, I am Natalie's beta and best friend. Also, even if you chose to reject me, I will not accept your rejection." And those words made Evan's head turn around and look at her. "I already told you that," but she stops him by motioning to him to shut up. "I am not deaf, I know what you said, but there is no rush." And closing her eyes, she takes a deep breath and leans on her seat. "I am not desperate to force myself on you, but for me, the bond mate is something sacred." And she opened the door's car without exiting the car. "I will not act impulsively and make a decision now based on what you just confessed. I respect the fact that you don't want me, but I want you. I know who you are, Evan, because Natalie told me who we are meeting tonight. I really want you, and even if my wolf yells in my mind to beg you to take us, to mark you by force, I am not going to do that. I want you, but also I respect myself too much to act like that. Then what do you want from me? I already told you that I am not in this bondmate, Evan said with a hoarse voice. But you are not with Natalie either, so. And now she took one leg out of the car. Until you will figure it out and agree with your wolf if you will reject me or not, I will wait for you. And she said that calmly and with a lot of conviction. If in the end you still want Natalie, I will get it. I know how good she is, and I know that in your eyes she is better, but you need to figure this out by yourself if she is good for you too. Until then, I will wait for you. Evan looked at her as she stepped out of the car and motioned to him to follow her. Come, they are waiting for us, and most probably they are wondering what happened. Mark her now, stupid, Xander said. She is kind and smart. What more do you want? And the pressure Xander put on Evan made him look so scared and perplexed that seeing his face, Judy found it amused. He looks funny, with that Jude Law appearance and that perplexed gaze. She could see his eyes changing their colors, and she knew that he was fighting his wolf. So his wolf wants her. But Evan was stronger than Xander, and he made him submit in the end, forcing him to take a step back. Are you coming? Judy asked, offering him her hand, and Evan just looked at her. I am not going to bite you, she laughed, and that took Evan by surprise. But Natalie is mind-linking me, and she is worried. We need to go, we will have a lot to explain. And she stood there with her arms stretched, waiting for him to grab her hand. And in the end, Evan did it. Let's go, Mr. Namby-Pamby, she joked with him. Let's go until I won't change my mind and let my wolf put you down and mark you. And rolling his eyes, Evan took her hand. There were tingles and sparks, and his wolf was over the moon and back, but what his heart wants is not Judy Bowen. He wants Natalie. Her and only her. But meanwhile in the restaurant, Alex was making himself comfortable. Evan told him that he found his mate, and a lot of things needed to be solved, but he let him solve this by himself as a grown man. He ran away like a weirdo, Kenji laughed. You could say that he was afraid by that poor woman. Just let him be, Kenji. He is not 5. He knows what he's doing. And looking in front of him, he sees Natalie at his right, while Adam sits between her and Lexi. He looks at Natalie, who is beautifully dressed and looks like a model, and then at Lexi, who could say that she was gathered from the streets and put in some clothes she has no idea how to wear. You look beautiful, Luna Natalie, he said, giving her a smile and making Adam stare at him. Is he complimenting Natalie in front of him? Your taste in fashion, I must say, is outstanding. It is rare to find someone with such a good taste. Well, thank you, Natalie said as if it was nothing. Aluna should always be aware to look nice. She is an icon in her pack. And she didn't look at Alex as she said that, but the scoundrel looked at Lexi and said, You should learn from her if you keep insisting on attending such events. I saw you at the party, and even if your dress gave you an innocent look, she stole all the gazes. That is something that should make you think. And at this mean remark, Natalie drowned with her water, while Adam was looking in shock at Alex. I don't have experience with this, Lexi said, barely refraining from crying. I wasn't born with a golden spoon in my mouth, she said, implying that Natalie was just a spoiled brat. Then again, you should look at your Luna. She is not someone who received everything ready-made, but she is better than all the Luna that were born as an alpha blood. You are an Omega, aren't you? He asked her while he was sipping his wine. It doesn't matter what she is, Adam said, defending Lexi. She is with us now, and she will learn everything she needs to know. Isn't it so, darling? He asked Natalie and looked at her, and she just nodded without adding something else. Let me offer this dinner, Alex suddenly said. In the end, it was my idea, and until my brother will return, we don't need to wait in vain. Let's eat! And realizing that most probably Lexi was never in such a fine restaurant, he looked at her and asked, So, what do you want, miss? A lasagna, she said with happy eyes, but as soon she said that she realized that she said something stupid. From the menu, Alex said, pointing at it. But next time I will invite all of you to dinner. I will remember to take you to an average restaurant. I suppose it is thought for poor people when they made such a huge step on the hierarchical scale of society. And Lexi felt like dying. "Read the menu, Lexi," Adam said in a soft tone, but a little bit upset for the way Alex treats his fated mate. Lexi looked over the menu, and she had no idea what these dishes were. There was nothing on the Earth's language. So in the end, she pointed to a dish that sounded normal in her mind. "I would like grilled river prawn with tamarind sauce." And she smiled at Adam, who looked a little bit uncomfortable with her choice, as if he knew what was coming. "The most expensive dish on the menu. Good for me that I took my black credit card with me. I didn't know that your friend is so prude." And turning his face to Natalie, he said, "Would you show this young Omega," and he put an accent on Omega, "how she should act in such a fine place?" But realizing that Alex is too rude with Lexi, Natalie stepped in. There is no need to mock her for something she didn't have the chance to learn until now. She will have a chance in the future. And looking at the menu, she added, "I would like a rice cracker with minced pork and shrimp dip as a start, a traditional hot and spicy herbal pork soup, and that's all for me." And she gave the menu to Adam, who took the same thing and ordered something for Lexi too, ignoring her previous order. "What the hell are you doing?" Alex asked, watching the way Lexi was eating. "Oh my goddess, I am going to puke. Use the fork and the knife for the goddess's sake. We are in a Michelin restaurant, not in a ghetto spot where we could eat by hand." And Lexi died right there and bursted in tears as she realized that everything she does is wrong and it was her making a clown of herself. "Alex," Natalie said and placed a hand over his arms. "Please stop it." And he placed his hand over her hand and smiled, he said. "Of course, anything for you, Luna, Natalie." And he nodded his head in front of her as if he just submitted to her will. But seeing their little interaction, Adam was puzzled. "What the hell is going on here?" he asked himself. "Why is Beta's brother so mean to Lexi and looks like he hates me? Because everything he did was like a personal attack to him." But just as he said that, his eyes landed on Alex's hand over Natalie's hand, and his inner emotions exploded. "That man is touching my woman," he said in his mind, and the jealousy took the lead over his mind, and gritting his teeth, he realized that something was off. Natalie and Alexander act like they knew each other when the fact is that they just met at noon. What if? And even his wolf became alarmed. "She wouldn't dare," he said for himself. "She wouldn't cheat on me with this, no one. He is not even a beta." And only the thought that his wife would cheat on him made him furious. But before he could react, Lexi got on her feet and ran outside, as she couldn't stand the humiliation that was subjected to her. "Lexi!" Adam yelled and got on his feet, and looking at Natalie, he commanded her, "Continue this dinner. I need to find Lexi." And just like that, he left, leaving Natalie and Alex alone. "Your alpha is the most pathetic man I ever seen," Alex said, and looking to the door, he sees Lexi dumping Judy and Evan, almost falling on the floor, while Adam was running after her. "And that's why I need to end this marriage. Seeing these scenes all day long is giving me a headache. Watch where you walk, you stupid rogue." Judy mocked her, and Lexi pushed her away from her. "Learn how to behave if I'm still forced to find you everywhere." And even if she hadn't planned to return after she calms down, Lexi left for good from the restaurant. "What the hell happened here?" Judy asked as she and Evan returned to the table without holding hands anymore. "Well, that was a futile attempt of that woman to defend herself when someone mocks her and she has no weapon to fight back, because she is simply stupid," Alex said and motioned to Evan and Judy to take a seat. "Judy Bowen," Judy said and shook Alex's hand. "Alexander," Alex simply said, and without another ado, he motioned to the food that was on the table and said, "At least that alpha has some good taste in food, if he lacks in the taste of women." And pointing to the food Adam ordered, Alex laughed. "That's yours if you want it." Author's POV. "Nat," Judy said as soon as they were back in the red blood pack in Natalie's room, but feeling her stress, Natalie motioned to her to come and sit with her in her bed. "What happened to the restaurant, Judy?" she asked her directly, remembering that she heard Judy whispering a soft "mate" when she saw Evan. But Judy just looked at her. How to tell her that her fated mate loves her, Natalie Hawkins, and not his fated mate? Natalie has no fault here, and it is only Evan who makes things difficult. If he hurt you, if Evan did something to you, Natalie said, and her heart beat rapidly. If Evan hurt Judy, there is no need for them to work together. She will find other allies, but before she could make an assumption, Judy said, "What?" And Judy gave her a soft smile. "No, Natalie, we are fated mates, but things are complicated, and before we could make a decision, we agreed to stay just the way we are right now." "Just the way you are?" Natalie looked at her in disbelief. "The bond mate should be irresistible, Judy. Look at my stupid husband. This will make you and Electra suffer." But Judy shook her head. "It won't, Nat. We are big girls." And trying to change the subject, she gave Natalie a cheeky look and lifted an eyebrow, asked her, "What about that Mr. Goodrack?" she asked, making Natalie laugh hard. "Mr. Goodrack?" And Natalie rolled her eyes. There was no one like that in the restaurant, and of course she knew that Judy was asking about Alexander, who presented himself as Alex, Evan's brother. "Yeah, Natalie, just continue to pretend that that exact replica of David Gandy in flesh and bones was not there," and Natalie looked at her with her big blue eyes. Dark brown hair, blue eyes, sculpted cheekbones and unshaved beard, fleshy lips, and Natalie erupted in laughter. "Ah, that one!" And she started to laugh. "Leave the crap, Nat. He was eating you with his eyes, and the evening watched you. He was damn nice with you, but he was a jerk with Lexi." "Jerk?" Natalie laughed. "He was cruel, Judy. You have no idea how he humiliated her in front of everyone." And at her statement, Judy's face became serious. "And that's why I'm asking you. Who is he?" "He is not Evan Leonard's brother. No beta blood, right in his mind, would provoke an alpha like Adam or his fated mate. He was too confident and domineering to be Evan's brother." Natalie looked at her, and if she does not trust Judy, then who could she trust? He was not Evan's brother, but his alpha. And Judy looked at her perplexed. "But Evan's alpha is Alexander Stepanek." And realizing that he presented himself as Alexander, she placed a hand over her mouth. "Are you kidding me, Natalie? Why would he choose to mislead everyone?" And just a look from Natalie was enough to understand that there is more. "He did it to help me, Judy," Natalie confessed. "You know about my plan to divorce Adam." "Keep talking," Judy said, and motioned her to speak, because only the thought that she was in the presence of the most cruel and without compassion alpha was terrifying. "I contacted him and asked him to become my ally in my plan to divorce Adam and become the alpha of the Red Blood Pack. And he just said yes?" Judy asks, surprised. "Why would he do that?" "I have no idea, but he did it, and he promised me that he will offer me his support. And until this moment, he kept his word," Natalie said with a calm voice, as if she had everything under her control. "We have a plan, Judy, and if you want, I would like your help too. I know that even is you mate, and I don't want to force you to work against you alpha. Helping me could put you in dangerous situations." But Judy motioned to her to shut up. "Are you crazy, woman? I am your beta. My duty is to support you and to defend you no matter what, even if that means to put your husband down. I hate him for making you feel hurt because of a rogue. So it doesn't matter that Evan is here too. It doesn't matter that we are mates, but we didn't accept each other. This is beyond us. He is following his leader in this matter, while I am following mine. If he can't cope with that, he should stay at home," and Judy was damned serious. "That's mean that you are in?" Natalie asks, smiling at her. "Damn, I am," she said, proud of her decision. "Let's make that jerk pay for choosing a rogue with a doubtful past at the expense of his own faithful wife. So yeah, I am in." But hearing the words that Judy just said, Natalie frowned. "You said a doubtful past," she says more in a whisper, thinking of something. "At the party there was an old man, the one who called her Alexandria, and she pretended to faint just to escape from him?" And Judy's eyes became alert, realizing that she just put her finger on something bigger than it looks. "Yes, that one. She acted strangely, Judy, and avoided telling her details from her last life," she added. "This woman is vicious. I am not fooled by her innocent appearance. She is here with a plan, and I need to find that plan before she could act against me more than she is already doing it." "Just tell me what you need, Nat," Judy said. "I am not your beta for nothing. I have my own ways to find things about people. Just investigate her past, her identity. We need to avoid any trouble that she may cause us in the future." But while Natalie and Judy were making their plan, in another part of the pack house, Lexi was fuming. "What do you want?" she growled angrily at the phone. "I told you to leave me alone. Stop texting me." And she was more scared than furious because she was afraid that she would be exposed. "Just do what I asked you and you, mate, will not find what you have done," the man from the other end of the line said. "Otherwise, I am going to expose you and he will kill you in the next second. No one would ever accept someone so low as you are as his mate." "Tell me what you want," she said, while her entire body was shivering. If she could, she would kill this pervert old man. "Nothing special, Alexandria. Money, power, earthly things meant to give us happiness." And her heart stopped. "If I am doing this," Lexi whispered, thinking about what the old man who confronted her at the party said, "if I am risking everything, you will help me too." "You are not in the position to negotiate," the old man growled. "But I am," she said, and revealed her real intentions. "Help me to become the Luna of the Red Blood Pack, and I will give you anything you want." "I have news," Judy said as she stepped in Natalie's office the next morning. "So soon?" Natalie couldn't believe that everything was going so smoothly. "Well, is not much, but it is a start, and now we know for sure that Lexi Banks does not exist with this name." "So she uses a cover name?" And Natalie placed her hands on the desk, stopping herself from what she was doing. "It is just the way Adam told you. He wasn't lying, at least not this time. He really found her with those rogues who he captured. I investigated them all night, and every single one of them said the same thing. She showed up from nowhere, running from something or someone, but never said anything about her past experience. No one knows which pack Lexi truly belongs." "That's not normal, Judy," Natalie said and got up from her desk. If she hadn't anything to hide, she would have been honest and talked about her roots. And the thought that there must be more than she already knows about Lexi made her frown. What if what she did in her last life was not all? Could Lexi ruin her plans against Adam? She thought that she knew everything, but now, this is new. "You must continue your good work, Judy," Natalie said in the end. "I will keep an eye on her too." But just as she said that, Adam mind-linked her. "Can you come in the lobby, please?" he said in a complex voice, and Natalie, who knew him better than anyone, realized that he was stressed and something happened. "I need to go, Judy," she said. "Adam is calling me, but please continue to search. This is a fight we can't afford to lose," and she went to search for Adam. She entered the lobby area, and the first thing she saw was that fat, middle-aged man from the Alpha's party with a little pup in his arms and a young man around 20 years old. She stared at them for a second and couldn't realize what was wrong in this image until Percy explained. "Why is that pup so alike, Lexi Banks?" And reality hit her. It's a mini copy of Lexi. Does she have a pup and she abandoned him? What the hell is going on here? She took a few steps in the middle-aged man's direction and, stretching her arms, she caressed the head of the pup, who was giggling at her. "How old is he?" Natalie asked and looked at Adam, who was almost pale. 10 months, the man said, and the thought that Lexi would abandon such a cute pup made her feel the urge to strangle her, but she suppressed that emotions, and looking at Adam, she said, "Darling, let's go to your office and talk with our guests. People are staring at us, and I have the feeling that we will have a long conversation. Why not make ourselves comfortable?" Adam looked at her and then again at the little pup, wondering if Lexi hid something so important from her. But he knew that Natalie was right, so he opened the way, and soon they were all in his office. "You are the Alpha from the party," Natalie said, taking the lead and motioning their guest to take a seat on the sofa. "Yes, I am Pablo Banks," the man said, "the Alpha of Battle Creek Pack." "Battle Creek Pack?" Adam asked, squinting his eyes at him. "Aren't you too far from home, Alpha Banks?" "I am," he said, caressing the pup's head, "but I was forced to leave my pack and come here." And Pablo Banks looked directly into Adam's eyes. "Firstly, I need to apologize," he started. "Because at the party I was taken by surprise and acted rude with the girl that was with you, AdamHawkins." And at his words, Natalie became alarmed. "It is no doubt Kelly. He knows her. Just look at his reactions," she said to her wolf. But before she could ask him how he knew her, Pablo Banks took the lead and said, "You see, I was so emotional seeing that young lady. She looks so much like my daughter. I've been looking for her for months, and she is missing." "Why would she run away?" Natalie asked without giving them a chance to think, but Pablo just watched her and said, "It is just a misunderstanding, Luna. She was kidnapped by rogues, and I am sure that the girl from the party is my lost daughter." And Kelly growled furious. "That's an Omega, Natalie. She is not Alpha blood for sure. I know Kelly, but I can't just confront him. Just look at Adam, how he is watching Pablo Banks with interest. For him, Lexi would be the daughter of an Alpha, even if it is one with an insignificant pack. For Adam, will be the answer to all his troubles. His fated mate would have Alpha blood in her. It doesn't matter that this makes no sense with heir current position." "She looked scared of you, Pablo," Natalie says, not giving a shit that he is older. "A daughter won't run away from her father and scream for help. Don't you think that something is odd here?" But Pablo knew that she or Adam would ask for that, so having already an answer, he told them. "Maybe it was just the bad memories of the day she was kidnapped, but if I would have just a little time alone with her, maybe she will recognize me as her daddy. Can you offer me time to that young lady so I could confirm if she is my lost daughter? Please, AdamHawkins, I am desperate to find her." Adam looked at Natalie, who motioned to him to do it, and after a short time of thinking, he commanded Philip through their mind link. "Bring Lexi to my office." "Can you take the pup with you, Elijah?" Pablo asked the man who was with him. "Let me talk with her, please." "You can stay in my office," Natalie said, hoping that having time with Elijah and the pup will offer her more answers, and she sent them there in no time. But as soon the door of her office was closed, Lexi showed up, and seeing Pablo here, she pooped in her pants. This was not a part of their plan. What was he doing here? With trembling hands and puppy eyes, Pablo cried out loud, "Alexandria, my sweet daughter Lexi." And kneeling in front of her, he started to cry. "It's her, AdamHawkins. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me at the party. It is you." And out of nowhere, he hugged her tight, whispering in her ear, "Just play with me, and don't ruin everything, or I am killing you." "Are you sure that Lexi is your daughter?" Adam asked, looking at them perplexed. "Yes, she is my missing daughter, but she even has a mark on her shoulder, since she was little," he said, and Adam's eyes became big. "He knows that sign. I will leave you alone for a few moments," Adam said, thinking that his mate would like some time alone with her father, but as soon as he was about, Lexi pushed the man from her. "This was not a part of our plan," she said, pissed off, but right in the next second, she started to laugh. "But it is a damned good plan, Pablo. It suits me. Me as an alpha daughter is perfect. When I become the Luna of this stupid pack, I will give $1 million as a reward for helping me. That's what I wanted to get from you, and a little more," Pablo said and motioned to her to come closer. But before she could make a step, the door opened, and Adam, Natalie brought Elijah and the little pup, thinking that Lexi would be glad to see the rest of her family. Lexi turned around, taken aback, and the first thing she saw was that cute little pup in the arms of Elijah, who was smiling at her, and with his stretched arms was mumbling a cute "Mamam." She looked at pup in horror, as if she just saw a ghost, and grabbing her hair, she crawled to the floor and started to scream, "Take him out!" Lexi's POV. I wasn't born with a spoiled golden spoon in my mouth. I was at the bottom of existence most of my life, and I fought for everything I achieved in this life, which is practically nothing, but even for my right to share the same air with the rest of Earthlings' beings. I fought for that too. My mother, because she is the only one I remember, was a damn prostitute in my wolf pack. I was her only child, and I would have done everything not to be born in this cruel world, but I was, so I needed to find a way to survive, since I was just a little pup. She never cared about me too much, as she was bringing her clients to the place where we were living, and sometimes as a child I was accommodating her with my presence, and I ended up being scolded all the time. "Don't you know that I'm working now?" She was growling at me when I was crying because I was hungry. Or my favorite one, "I am working hard to offer you a place to live. Be grateful for what you have." I remember staring at her and wondering how the hell sleeping around with all the men in the pack could be called working. She forced me to hide in a small dark room from where I could hear her moans, beating, and carnal sounds, and all I was allowed to do was to keep my mouth closed and not make a sound. She did that to me until I was 16. Somehow in her madness hid me for her clients. But when I turned 16, one of her worst clients saw me. It was a horrible stalker, who was not on his first time to our place, and until my mother could do something, he opened the door of the tiny room where I was hiding and forced me to exit my hiding place. That was the moment I understood why my mother was so adamant in hiding me. I was young, I had an angelic composure, looking like a young Kristen Stewart. I never had curves, but even when I was just a child, that horrible man forced himself on me. I remember everything like it was just yesterday. He tore my clothes, making me feel so exposed that even now I feel like puking just thinking about it. The hard beating in his attempt to rape me, and in the end my mother acting like a mother maybe for the first time in her life, and jumping on that jerk to save me. I was just petrified. He was killing her, but with her last force, she commanded me to run. And I did it. I exit that room where I lived my whole life and try to run away from my pack. The sun was burning my eyes as soon as I exited our place, and I almost stumbled and fell on my face. I was like a vampire under the sun rays, having no idea where to hide. This was the world. This was what my mother hid from me for 16 years. I saw people on the street, and they were looking at me as if they saw Satan. I asked for help, begging them to help me, but no one did it. She pushed me as if I was something hard to look at. I was feeling the blood flowing from my head, from where that jerk hit me, and I knew that my body was exposed, but was in need. I needed help. And that was the moment I met Elijah. I grabbed his arms, kneeling in front of him, because he looked so different from the others. I begged him to help me save my mother, and even if at the beginning he was shocked too, he held my hand in his hand and returned with me to my house I shared with Mom. "Stay here," he said, motioning to me not to enter the house, as if he already knew that there was no one alive inside the house. His eyes, his gaze on me when he explained to me that she is dead, that stalker killed her, was something I never saw before. He was crying for me, and his kindness towards me didn't stop there. "Do you have anyone else you can rely on?" he asked, looking at me with pity. No, I remember bursting into tears. I only had my mother. "Do you know how to work? Did you study something to help you find a job?" he asked and motioned me to follow him, but I just shook my head. "I never exited that house," I said as I started to hyperventilate, horrified by the fact that I was alone in this huge world, having no one but Elijah took me with him, and he pleaded with his parents to let me be a housekeeper in their house. He was one of the Alpha's sons. And I thought that everyone was like Elijah, good and kind, but for the 2 years while I lived in their house, I learned that that was not the case. I escaped from the hands of a criminal just to face another one more powerful and cruel. His father, Alpha Pablo Banks, and Elijah's older brother harassed me all the time. They were touching me and forcing themselves on me every time I was alone, to the point that I was afraid to enter my room and not to find them there. And then I turned 18 and transforming and finding my wolf. Everyone saw that I was only an Omega, just as my mom was. I was the weakest one in my pack, the one who was never able to defend herself and needed protection from the others, and that made them even more bold. Elijah's brother was the worst, and he was so unscrupulous that he tried to rape me. I was so close to losing my mind at that moment, but Elijah stepped in, saving me again. He took me with him, and I knew that being close to him nothing will happen to me, so I made a new plan. In my mind, I decided that I must seduce Elijah. I need to use my angelic appearance to make him become my knight in shining armor. And being the nice man I knew he was, he fell in my net and I became his lover. He loved me with all his heart. I knew he did, and even promised me that he would marry me. But jumping from one hell to another one, I already knew that I needed more than his word, so I took the problem in my own hands and deliberately did not use contraception. A son should have offered me the protection I needed from his sick family. I was the mother of his son. His brother and Pablo wouldn't dare to touch me again. That's what I thought. Elijah took care of me and loved me deeply, and our son too, but that was not enough for Pablo. Not even that I was his son's lover stopped him. And when Nathan, our son, was 5 months, he came in my room when Elijah was not there and tried to molest me again. He beated me and tore my clothes, and just when he was ready to rape me, Elijah came in alarmed by my yelling and my cry. He tried to stop him, but he was just like me. He was 19 and way too weak to stand in front of his father, who forced him to submit and assist who was trying to take me. Pablo is a monster, and if that day his Luna wouldn't find us in time, I would have killed myself because he brought me to my limit. Even for her, it was difficult to stop him, as he pushed her and commanded her to leave him alone with me, but in the end she attracted so much attention toward us that Pablo stopped. She knew about him being a cheater, and she knew that he had molested me for 2 years, but she thought that he would never touch his future daughter-in-law. She was sorry for me, but she was the Luna and she had a position to defend. So before me, our Elijah, could say something, she just expelled me from that pack, forcing me to leave Elijah and our son. And that's how I became a rogue. That's how everything started. Lexi's POV. The moment Pablo's Luna expelled me was strange. What I felt at that moment is hard to explain. Did you ever feel both free but at the same time horrified for what is coming? I knew that Pablo and his psycho son would never touch me again because they were just brazen in their pack, where they were protected by their own laws. They were mean but not stupid enough to follow me outside the borders of the pack. Elijah wanted to stop me, but he stayed for our son. I placed Nathan in his arms and turned my back to him and left. I loved my son with all my heart. How not to love that little bundle of happiness? He was the most perfect thing I did in this life, and from the first moment I saw him, I knew that he was going to love me forever, no matter what people would think about me, because he was my pup. He was my salvation. But as a rogue, I would have destroyed his chances to be happy. And because I love him, I left him with Elijah. I forced him not to follow me and take care of our son. I love my son enough to let him go. You may think that I am crazy, but I did that because I love him. With me, he would have been just a rogue. With Elijah, he will ever be the Alpha's grandson. So I left, having no idea where I was going, and for 3 days I wandered through the surrounding forest trying to get as far away as possible from Battle Creek Pack. It is said that we need to be an arrow, not a boomerang. And that's what I did. I went starlight, never looking back, because if I had, I would have returned after Nathan. All the past can do is hold you back, and I know that nothing will ever be the same, but I got luck. If that could be named luck. On the 4th day after I left, I was found by a group of rogues. Their first intention was to harm me, but their leader was a handsome man with a lot of power. And then I thought about it. If Elijah loved me and fell in love with me without a second thought, if Pablo and his eldest son had a crush on me and they were returning to me again and again trying to take me, it means that I am not bad looking at all. I may be thin and without forms, but my face is beautiful. So I made a plan and I approached the rogue's leader. His name was Dante, and he was older than me, in his late 20s, but a man alone with so many rogues needed a woman beside him, so I tried my luck with him. At first, I played the card of the innocent, not that I wasn't because I was. But I made him feel pity on me, telling him that I lost my memories and I don't remember anything from my past, that I am lost in this world alone and that I am scared. And what man won't help a woman who is begging him practically to be her savior? He ordered his rogues not to touch me and took me under his protection. But that was not enough. What if another woman would show up? What if he would forget about me? So I started to appear in front of him and help him, cook for him, take care of him, and in the end he claimed me as his lover. I was the boss's lover, and everyone was respecting me. I was not the Omega, the little whore, the woman that seduced the Alpha, how people from Battle Creek Pack were talking about me. I was the boss's woman, and he gave me the power to make decisions about the rogues that were following us. That was the first time in my life I really tasted freedom and power at the same time. It is damned good to be the one who decides who lives and who dies. I swear that will start to taste the sweetest of this life, that I will forget everything that happened in my life. Dante's gave me the inner power to do that. But that lasted only for 6 months, because he had the idea to attack the Red Blood Pack in an attempt to gain more territories. He thought that this pack was weak, as he observed the pack for weeks and saw that his alpha was neglecting the pack, leaving most of his job on Luna's shoulders, while he was only attending training. But he was so damned wrong about everything. The Red Blood Pack wasn't weak. We had no chance against them, and when they attacked us in the forest, Dantes lost the battle and a lot of our rogues died. I was ready to be killed. I was taken prisoner, and Adam was there too, executing some of the rogues. As the leader's lover, I was expecting the worst scenario, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened. When Adam showed up in front of me, everything started to spin around, and I was intoxicated by his scent. He was my mate. I had a mate, and I had no idea. And he was an alpha. That was everything that I knew at that moment. He looked at me with all his mighty glory, and I swear to you that I was never such a handsome man until I met him. Looking like Kit Butler, with his hazel hair and brown eyes, he looked at me and analyzed me. I was expecting him to kill me. He must have felt Dante's scent on me, but he just watched me. He didn't harm me, and then I knew that this was my chance. "Mate," I said in a whisper, trying to attract his attention, and that made his eyes glow. His wolf was here too. "I am sorry," he suddenly said. "I can't claim you," and he turned his face from me as if he was fighting with himself to resist the bond. "I am married," Adam said at that moment, and the entire sky fell over me. "But we are mates," I whispered, looking at him with pleading eyes. I can't let him go. Being mated with an alpha would give me a better chance. If he would have been an omega, I would have rejected him by myself. I want to advance in this life, not to go back from where I left. "And I have a Luna at home," Adam said, and motioning to his beta, to Philip, he said, "Take the prisoners and let's return at home." "What about her?" Philip asked, looking at me with a complex gaze as if he was not pleased with my presence here. "She will stay with me until we reach our pack." He was giving in. I knew it. He felt the bondmate and he liked the sensations. So looking at him, I grabbed his hand, shocking him as all the tingles started to run through our skin, and begged him, "Please don't force me to live like a rogue again. At least help me to find my pack. I lost myself from them when I was a little. I need to find my family." I tried to seduce him all the way back, already having experience after I did that with Elijah and Dantes. I suppose that watching my mother for 16 years taught me something in the end. I know what men need to hear. He took me home, not to the dungeons, and even brought me to his apartment and presented me to his Luna. Natalie Hawkins. He is the embodiment of perfection. If I didn't hate her for what she represents, I would be glad to be like her. She is perfect in every single way. She is powerful, extremely smart, and beyond beautiful. I look like a ratty piece near her. And seeing her so glorious, I made my mind. I want to be like her. I want to be in her place. I want her out from Adam's life. Her life should be mine. Author's POV. But while in Natalie's office, Lexi was screaming like a mad woman facing her past. Adam was petrified. "Lexi, sweetie," he called her in a soft voice, making Natalie's heart tight and Kelly mourning in her mind, at a level Natalie wasn't expecting. But if until now Adam was trying to keep the appearance, now he simply took Lexi in his arms, kissing her forehead. "Baby, please calm down," he said, scared by Lexi's reaction. "Maybe I should talk with her," Pablo said, coming closer and motioning to Elijah to take little Nathan with him and leave. "Some memories must have been activated," he insisted. "I am her daddy," he said with a shifty voice. "I could try to make her calm like I did when she was with us." And seeing this scene, Natalie felt like puking. "Kelly, this is not right," she whispered, but Kelly didn't answer but continued to cry in her mind, seeing that Adam is still holding Lexi at his chest, taking care of her. "Just call me," Adam whispered as he put Lexi back on her feet and motioned to Natalie to follow them. Lexi wiped away her tears, and looking at Adam, she touched his chest and whispered, "I am fine. I will call you if something happens." And the way she did it made Kelly collapse for good. "There is no chance for us, Nat," she whispered. But why was she so hurt? Wasn't their plan to put Adam down and divorce? What the hell happens? Natalie tried to comfort her, but Kelly just whispered, "From saying to doing a thing is a long way, Nat. I suppose that, as a marked wolf, I am not as strong as you are." and poor Kelly bursted in tears, retreating on the back of Natalie's mind and leaving her alone. Before Natalie could react, Adam made her leave her office, where Lexi was left alone with Pablo. As soon Adam and Natalie were out, Pablo looked at Lexi with contempt, and laughing he told her, "So the little whore found another protector?" Lexi looked into his eyes and gathered all her strength. Knowing that Adam was just a few steps away, she became bold and said, "And if I did what? At least this one can face you." But the moment she said that, Pablo grabbed her by her hair and, pulling her close to him, said, "You have a filthy mouth, and for such a sneaky woman that you are, maybe I was too stupid to support your plan for only $1 million. And Lexi's face became pale. "I want some benefits too," he said, laughing and placing a hand over her breasts, squeezing it and making Lexi try to escape from his grip. "Don't touch me, you stupid old pervert," she said, trying to hit him, but Pablo dragged her just a few millimeters from his face and licked her face as he said, "Just mock me one more time and you are finished, Alexandria. Do you hear me? Try to provoke me one more time, and I will send to the press all the photos with you and Nathan. I am an alpha, while you are nothing. Just a stupid, filthy omega that sleeps around to gain power. No one will trust you again if they find that you have a pup and abandon him." And he kissed her by force. "You wouldn't dare," Lexi said, and pushed him away from her, using all her strength, but he moved only a few centimeters away from her. "Try me," Pablo said. "Everyone will know that you are a prostitute, just like your mother, and a scheming whore." And putting that in front of her, Lexi just stopped fighting with Pablo. She didn't have the power to confront Pablo. And he is right. She will lose Adam's support if he finds out about what she did in the past. "I will give you more money," she said, looking straight into his eyes. "As soon as I will become the Luna of the Red Blood Pack, I will take care to be rewarded. I have no idea how I'm going to do that, but if you will keep your mouth closed, I will do it." Pablo watched intensely and, pointing his finger in her direction, said with a vile voice, "Keep your word or you are finished. Am I clear?" "We have a deal," Lexi said, and opened the door of Natalie's office. "Are you fine?" Adam asked in a rush, seeing her coming back, and walked to her, but this time he refrained from touching her in front of Natalie. "Yes," she whispered in a sweet voice. "Thank you for being so kind to support me, Adam," and she just smiled at him sweetly. "I want to show you something," suddenly Pablo said, and that made Lexi alert. What the hell is trying to do this pervert? If he tries to ruin... But before she could react, Pablo shows Adam and Natalie an old photo, a little bit blurry. You could recognize him and Lexi in that photo. "This is proof that I am not wrong," he insisted. "She is my lost daughter." "Can I see it?" she asked. And watching the photo Pablo was holding, he cursed him in her heart. She was in his lap, and she was there by force, and the jerk even took photos. But luckily, the photo was not clear, so you couldn't see the anger on her face, and suddenly she cried out, "Oh, father!" and she embraced Pablo tightly. "This is insane," Natalie whispered, and that made Adam look at her. "I will call for you brother and your little brother," Pablo said, and Elijah entered again with little Nathan, but this time Lexi controlled her emotions. "Can I hold it?" she asked Elijah, who was watching her with a broken heart, but he approached her and placed their son in her arms. "Oh, baby," she whispered, kissing her lost son. "I am so happy to see you again," and she held him at her chest, while Elijah hugged her too. "This is so beautiful," Pablo said with a happy voice. "Now that we found her, we will take her home." And he said that to test Adam, who failed royally, and as soon he heard Pablo, he growled, "You are not taking her anywhere." "But she is my daughter, AdamHawkins," Pablo insisted. "And also she is my fated mate, and I claimed her in front of my pack," Adam said, furious. And that was the moment Natalie felt that something broke down definitely inside her, and she heard Kelly screaming in pain as if she was rejected for good. She wanted to call Kelly, but before she can do it, Pablo said, "In this case, I will let her live here, but I need to visit her frequently. I just found her, and I missed her so much." "There is no need, father," Lexi said, and that shocked Natalie. What the hell, she just found her father, and now she is dismissing him? "I will be busy as Adam prepared for me a lot of schooling classes, and he offered to train me. I will be too busy to accompany you when you come." "This is not right," Natalie said into her mind. Kelly. She called her Wolf, but Kelly was absent. Shit, girl, what a good moment you found to let your guard down. And watching the interaction between Lexi and Pablo, she realized that that's far from a father-daughter relationship. So she made up her mind. She will call Alex. Author's POV. Kelly? Natalie whispered and placed the cup of coffee on the table. Damn it, girl. Why did you freak out right now when I need you the most? She said to herself and closed her eyes. Since Adam said that he claimed Lexi, Kelly simply disappeared as if she was still expecting or hoping that Adam will want her and not Lexi. As if she wouldn't already know that if she won't fight back, she will end up killed again. What am I going to do with you, Kelly? Natalie asked, upset, and looked at the food put in her face. After everything that happened yesterday, she didn't feel the pull to be at the same table with Adam and Lexi. She wanted to be alone. She wanted to focus, and more than that, to contemplate about how she could have more contact with Alex during his visits to Red Blood Pack. Judy offered her support, but there are things that need to be discussed face to face, and for that she needs opportunities to be alone with Alex. But as she was thinking of the way in which she could perform her plan, suddenly a lot of giggles and laughs could be heard from the living room. What the hell is going on here? She asked and placed the cloth on the table. She rushed out of her room just to see that all the Omegas that were working in the pack house were gathered in the living room having a tea party. Everyone was laughing and having a good time, praising Lexi for having such a good idea to offer them the chance to rest for a little bit. That bitch, she cursed Lexi in her mind. So this is the way she is working on my back? Turning the pack members against me by using the pack resources to gain popularity? Is she playing the card of Marie Antoinette, who said if the people of France were starving for not having bread, they should eat cakes? Well, Natalie said, Marie Antoinette died executed by guillotine. Maybe I should execute you too, Lexi Banks. And stepping in the living room, she asked, May I know what is going on here? And everyone became mute. The Omegas. Hearts stopped right there, realizing that Lexi brought them here without telling Luna about their party. She will punish them for sure, they thought, and all their colors almost left their faces. But Lexi knew that this would happen. She already knew that Natalie hates lazy people, and she pretends for everyone to do their jobs at their best and don't spend the pack's money for their pleasure. So she looked at Natalie, and with a humbled face, she whispered, as if she was taking the entire guilt over her. Oh, Luna, I am so sorry. I thought that they would love to have a little break after they are working so hard for this pack. I know by myself how hard it is to be a poor Omega. And she wiped away her tears. But Natalie's patience with Lexi's bullshit was at that point where it disappeared for good. And you didn't think that I should know about this? She asked and looked at the women Lexi brought here. Oh, goddess, she said to herself, give me patience because I am going to strangle this bitch. I asked you something, Alexandria, Natalie said in a calm but commanding voice, calling her on her real name. She saw Lexi showing some tears as if she felt remorse for ignoring Natalie and taking a decision like that by herself, as if she was the real Luna and not Natalie. She was trying to garner sympathy, and she was doing that by bribing the ones in need with gifts and parties. She worked against her in her past life, and even made her personal Omega, Rosie, who was here today watching her with scared eyes. She made Rosie to betray her. She even made her poison her food and make her infertile, and that made her think. Are these women looking at her like a cruel Luna who is not interested about their problems, about their struggle to reach the point where they will choose a rogue instead of their chosen Luna? And watching their scared eyes, she made her mind. Not this time, not in this life. She will set clear boundaries and establish her own authority because this time Lexi can't win. Not this time. So looking around, she said, It is nice that you thought to help this partly, Lexi. And Lexi's face fell on the floor. Why isn't she growling and dismissing everyone? But she composed herself, giving a fake smile. I was planning to hold a similar party too, and more than that, to make a tradition that once a month to gather together, because I realized that this pack wouldn't be where it is without the good work of all the Omegas that sustain us. And as soon as she said that, The Omega female's eyes filled with tears. "Luna, you are too kind to us." One of them wiped her tears. "I thought that no one saw our hard life, that no one appreciates what we are doing here daily." But Natalie took her hands between her hands to the horror of Lexi, who was boiling in her own blood, and giving a genuine and sincere smile, Natalie added, "I see you," and she places a hand on her chest, right where her heart is. "I see you daily, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. I see you cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids, and when you should rest. I see you going home and doing the same thing there for your families. I know how hard it is for you, and I will be forever grateful for having you here. Red Blood Pack is great because of you." And everyone was looking with admiration at her except Lexi. "I made a plan," Natalie said, even if the plan just appeared in her mind right now. "And I want every one of you who feels the pull to start attending school. Medical school, cooking school, nursery school, whatever you like, the pack will pay for your education because all of you are women with multiple talents, and I want you to do in this life what you like to do." And turning her face in Lexi's direction, she said, almost killing her, "And that goes for you, Lexi. I saw that you didn't attend school," and Lexi felt that Natalie was mocking her, while the rest of Omegas were enchanted by the fact that Luna was so kind with her husband's mate. "I saw that you lack education. I can teach you, or you could choose a school for that. Everything that works for you, I am fine with it." "She is the best Luna we could ever have," the women said, praising Natalie. "I know," Natalie said with teary and heavy eyes, "that my work as Alpha's wife could be seen as a tough one, and sometimes you may think that I am not able to see how hard it is for you. My work is hard too, and I am so tired sometimes, but I always see you, no matter how hard it is for me to keep in touch with everything." "But you are doing so much for us, Luna," the woman said. "You build schools for our pups and make this pack modern and always support Alpha. Our work is a piece of cake beside your struggles. You can count on us whenever you need us, and what Lexi started as an attempt to sabotage Natalie's authority turned into a rally supporting Natalie, and that made Lexi furious. But now you won't work so hard by yourself," Lexi says with a vicious voice, making everyone look at her. "It's not like you are alone anymore in your struggles as you surround yourself with people that are eating from your hand." And Natalie looked at her with attention, being sure that she would attack her or mock her in front of the Omegas out of jealousy. "What are you talking about, Lexi?" Natalie said, controlling her tone, while the women look in disbelief at Lexi. "Their Luna is a good woman, and this is how Lexi acts? Insinuating something? I saw that Evan Leonard's brother is very eager to support you," she said, laughing as if she was just joking when in fact she was insinuating Natalie's indiscretion in front of everyone. And that's it. Natalie felt that she would break her neck right there, but before she could react right from the entry, someone asked furious, "And who the hell do you think you are, you unworthy woman, to speak like that about the woman that offered you a home even if you represent a threat to her marriage? And most of all, who do you think you are to talk on my behalf?" And everyone became mute because the one who said that was no one else but Alexander, and his gaze was telling everyone the same thing. "Lexi is doomed." "I asked you something." Alex growled at her, walking in her direction and making Lexi poop in her pants. "Someone like you should kiss the dust under Luna Hawkins' feet because this was a saint comparing you, and yet you being just an Omega, you dare to talk behind you, Luna, and insist that she is cheating her husband? Did you see her doing that?" he asks, and Lexi takes a few steps back. I am sorry," she cried out, stammering in front of Alex, but he was ferocious. And it wasn't for acting, but he was really pissed off about her comments regarding Natalie. "Sorry?" And he laughed in her face, while the rest of the Omegas were shocked. "What good is it to be sorry when I know for sure that you will continue to be the same stupid being you just are?" And pointing his finger into Natalie's direction, he asks with a very commanding voice, "Do you know who this woman is?" Lexi is cursing him in her heart, but he is so powerful that she has no other chance but to beg him for forgiveness, or he will kill her right here. She just nods and starts to cry, trying to attract some sympathy, but it is too late for that. "She is your Luna," You stupid Omega. Alex growled, not giving a shit that someone could ask him why he is acting like he is the supreme leader. But beyond his growling, Natalie was shocked too by his sudden appearance. His commanding presence made her look at him almost perplexed because he was just as she wanted Adam to be. Powerful, commanding, strong, with an aura that would make anyone submit in front of him, yet he always was just a pathetic alpha who was leaving her to take care of the hard jobs in the pack. In her heart, Natalie felt overwhelmed that Alex defended her like that. At least someone is doing it. I asked you something, Omega. Alex commanded. Do you recognize her as your Luna? I am, Lexi said, bursting into a loud cry. Then why the hell are you questioning her and talking on my behalf when the fact is that you should just mind your own business? You are brave because you are the alpha's fated mate? Then act like one and learn about hierarchy. And now he laughs in her face. You are nobody, woman. And Lexi died, while the rest of the Omegas gasped. The man was right. Lexi really is nobody, and she really was rude with their Luna. Did your alpha mark you? He asked her. But Lexi didn't dare to answer that question because it was obvious why Alex was asking something like that. I am blind, and there is a mark on your neck that I am not able to see. You are a pathetic woman, and you speak because you are envious of nothing. I am sorry, Lexi cried out, having no idea how she was going to escape from Alex's wrath. You have no right to speak about me. Alex growled at her, making Lexi flinch. But right at that moment, Adam came in alarmed by Lexi's emotions, and seeing Alex, he stopped in his tracks. You are Evan Leonard's brother, he said, perplexed, wondering what the hell was Alex doing in his house. I am, and Alex looked with some killing eyes at Lexi. What the hell is going on here? Why are you growling in the middle of my pack house? Adam went to Lexi to search for her and calm her down, but seeing this scene, Alex's blood tension increased rapidly. Natalie was offended, and yet this stupid is searching for his mistress? That woman offended her Luna, and more than that, she talked on my behalf as if an Omega like her would have the right to judge the hand that feeds her. And Adam stared at Lexi. What the hell was wrong with her? But seeing her scared face and her puppy eyes, his wolf was impressed by her acting, and as if it was not something serious, he tried to applanate the situation. She had a hard life, Alexander. Please forgive her. She will never act this way, and I assure you that I am going to explain to her when she could talk and when she could keep her mouth closed. It is not her fault she had such a difficult background. Natalie just stared at him, and even if her plan was to divorce him, a pain in her heart as a knife that was stabbing her again and again, that kind of pain erupted. How many lives, how many deaths should she endure to be happy, she asked herself? Alex saw her broken gaze, and his heart was beating at the same pace with Natalie's. He needs to put this jerk on his place. And without carrying that, Adam could see that he was more than Evan's brother, he said in a very authoritative voice. Her past has nothing to do with common sense, and gives Lexi a disgusted gaze. If you claimed her, you should take responsibility on her behalf, because having a difficult background is the shittiest explanation I ever heard. She is just shameless, and you should educate her better. And that was the moment that Adam almost snapped. Who the hell is this man to come into his house and teach him how to rule his people and his woman? He clenched his fists, ready to put Alex down. But before he could start something that would make things worse, Natalie stepped between him and Alex and made them go apart. I believe that she learnt her lesson, Natalie said, and looking at her, she asked, Do you agree with me, Lexi? And if the bitch says no, she will let Alex humiliate her, but Lexi just nods as if that is all she knows how to do, and the cat ate her tongue. Now that we are fine and things were explained, why don't we calm down for a second? And turning her face to Alex, she asks him politely. Until Adam talks with Lexi and helps her recover, would you like to offer you a tour of our pack? Philip will join him, Adam said, but Natalie took the lead again, and before Adam could add something else said, No, he is our guest on behalf of Shadow Pack, and at least we could offer him an honorable tour. I am going to show him the surroundings. Adam's ego suddenly erupted. This man mocked his fated mate, and now he will take his wife on a ride? When the pigs fly and stepping in, he said, I am going to. and he left Lexi, whose heart was boiling, hating Natalie more and more. "You are going nowhere," Alex said to Adam, and that made him block again in his tracks in less than 5 minutes. "Luna Hawkins' presence is enough. You should talk with her," Alex said, pointing to Lexi, "because at the way she is looking at us, I believe that she already forgot what I just told her a few moments ago." He motioned to Natalie to open the way, and he just left with her, leaving Lexi and Adam behind. They walked side by side for moments without saying a word, and with every second spent together, Natalie was feeling overwhelmed by Alex's presence. It was like his manly, strong scent was making her emotional, as if having him around was making her lose her focus in a very pleasant way, and feeling that he may know the effect he has on her, she started to feel tense and embarrassed. "This is the training area," she said with a calm voice. That was only for appearance, because behind that voice was gathered all her strength not to be exposed in front of Alex. But as he showed him where the pack is training, what school she built, and everything she considered that would interest him, Alex was just disinterested. "I should show him my favorite place in this pack," she thought for herself, and she took him to the lake where she hid herself when Adam took Lexi home for the first time. But she had no idea that this was also the place where Alexander watched her secretly just a few weeks ago, scaring her. It was the place where he realized that his memories about the little girl that saved his life were real, and he was not dreaming. The place where he realized that the woman of his dreams is as real as he is. So feeling that this is a place where she could be more relaxed, he watched her intently and said, "Are you fine, Natalie?" And she turned her face in his direction, and looking in his beautiful blue eyes, she shrugged her shoulders. "Define fine," she said, laughing bitterly. "Among that stupid?" And he looked her in the eye. "Is something else? Well, a lot of things," she wanted to say. "You have no idea, Alexander Stepanek." But Natalie turned her face and looked at the lake as she leaned on the long grass. "I am tired. I am hurt. I am many things, Alexander." And she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. It is so good to be far from Adam, from Lexi. It's invigorating. But Alex knew that there was more. He felt a difference in Natalie since he stepped in the house. Something was different. Something was missing. So he asked her without sweetening or softening his question. "Where is your wolf?" Author's POV. "Natalie," Alexander called her again. "I asked you something. Where is your wolf? I can't feel her anymore." But Natalie just stares at him. How was it possible for him, a stranger, to know that Kelly was knocked out? She thought about it and realized that this was not something that could be noticed. At home, no one realized that Kelly is missing, not even Adam, and he was his husband. So how is it that someone like Alexander was able to realize that she was gone? "It's so beautiful here," Natalie whispered and sat on the grass by the lake's shore. "Did I tell you that this is my favorite place on earth?" she asked, trying to change the subject. "Every time I am upset, I come here. It is my happy place." And she closes her eyes and lifts her face so that the sun rays can caress and warm her skin. Alexander just watched her. Her strawberry blonde hair looked like a fire under the sun's light, and her face was glowing, making her look surreal. She was so beautiful, but yet Alexander knew that she was upset. She just said it. This is the place where she comes every time she is upset, so something must have happened. "I just want to know that you are fine, Natalie," he said with a soft voice. "I am not going to use the absence of your wolf to my advantage, but I know that she is gone, and something like this is not normal, but happens only when the human and the wolf are both in deep pain, and in the end, the wolf can't take it anymore." "Did that jerk hurt you?" he asked her, and his fingers were already gathering in a fist. "If Adam hurt her, this game ends here and he will kill the jerk." But Natalie opened her eyes and looked at Alex. "Please," Alex urged her. "If you trusted me with the divorce, you must know that I am 100% by your side. Just tell me what happened." But how to tell him? She didn't talk about this, not even with Judy. Judy had no idea that Kelly is missing. Could Alex already know her so well? She looked into his big blue eyes, and all she could read was the peace she could find in his gaze. No malice towards her. It was only his care. "I know that you will never harm me," she whispered and turned her gaze from him and watched the lake. "Someone else did it. That's why your wolf is missing? Alex asked, and his heart had a complex feeling seeing her like this. He would like to take her in his arms and kiss her. He would like to tell her that he is here and she could count on him. But this was not the right moment to start a confession. She's been missing for a few days. I tried to communicate with her. I feel her presence, but she can't talk. She cried, Alexander, Natalie said with a broken voice. She cried and mourned as if someone died. Something must have triggered that emotion, Alex said. Usually it's the bondmate, and Natalie looked at him again. You have all the answers, she whispered with a sad smile. Why are you so kind to me? She asked. We are partners in crime, Natalie. You can consider me your friend. Friends stick together. Alex said and used his strong aura to make Natalie feel safe in his presence, as if he would protect her. A few days ago, she said, realizing that she needs to prevail on details, or Alex would think that she is exaggerating. Alpha Banks showed up with his son and a pup at our door. He made a show there, insisting that my husband's fated mate is his daughter and he misses her. I had no idea he had a daughter, Alex said, and looked at Natalie perplexed. Well, he did it, and Adam believed him because this suits him like a glove. His Omega is not a rogue anymore, but Alpha Banks' daughter. The thing is that he claimed her, Alexander. He claimed her in front of me. He acted like I wasn't there, and Kelly was so hurt because of what he did. Yeah. Alex looked at her. She was upset. She wasn't joking. Do you still love him? He asked the question that tormented him the most. If she says yes, he is doomed. But Natalie shook her head. No, believe me that all I want to do with him has to do with my need for revenge. I don't love him, but he marked me and my wolf is still bonded with his coward wolf. For her, it is harder than it is for me. And looking in Alex's eyes, she said, perhaps Adam's betrayal had hurt Kelly deeply, so she had quietly secluded herself to heal. Alex cursed Adam in his mind. How to act so low? At least if he would have rejected her to let her free, but he chose to keep her in his pack and force her to watch his betrayal daily. Natalie was right. He is coward. He is so cowardly to the limit of becoming pathetic. Seeing him so focused, Natalie started to fear. What if she made a bad impression on him? And this is the ugly truth, she whispered, waiting for a reaction from Alex. He is not worthy, Natalie, Alex suddenly said. And listening to you talking about how he is acting, with every single new thing I find, I realize that you are right about divorcing him. And when he said that, he meant it. Natalie could feel that he was serious. So seeing me so weak didn't change your mind? She asked, trying to have a confirmation that he is still on her side. Never doubt me, Alex said using his alpha voice. No matter what happens, I am by your side, and nothing and no one could change my opinion about you. And just as he said that, he stretched his arm and he held Natalie's hand in his hand. The moment he touched her was like magic, and an electrifying current trespassed their body, making both of them startled. But as soon that current was off, Natalie groaned in pain as she felt a twinge in the mark of her neck. Oh, my goddess, she cried out, and her hands reached the marked area and held it tight because the pain was too much for her. It was like dropping boiled oil on her skin. What happened? Alex asked in panic and kneeled next to her, taking her hand from the mark. I have no idea, but it hurts so badly, she said, hardly refraining from crying. Do you trust me? Alex asked and looked at her. Of course I do. Poor Natalie whispered, and before she could end that sentence, she felt a soft blow of air on her neck. Alex was blowing air on her skin. He lifted her chin so that the mark was exposed right now, and his fingers caressed the area softly. He hates that mark so much. That is like living proof that he failed in the most important thing in his life, finding the love of his life. The mark is inflamed, he said. It shouldn't look this way. And before he could know, his fingers were tracing circles around it. He was mesmerized by the feeling Natalie was giving him until the point that he felt the pull to kiss that area. I need to, he told Natalie, but right when he was ready to kiss her mark, a loud growl echoed in the woods while a man's voice resounded in the woods. Don't touch her. I said, don't touch her. Philip growled from behind the trees and appeared visibly angered. He knew that Natalie left with her visitor to take a tour of Red Blood Pack, but since when does that imply physical interaction? Adam was pissed off with the way the things went out, and as soon Natalie left, something else happened that made Adam lose his temper. So Philip calmed him down and offered to search for Natalie and ask her to return to the pack house, but here she is with Alexander holding her hand in his hand. And more than that, he was ready to kiss her neck. So enraged, Philip pushed Alex away from Natalie. "Who the hell do you think you are to touch her like this, you fucking jerk?" Philip growled and grabbed Natalie, placing her behind him as if he was trying to protect her from Alex. "Philip, stop it," she said, grabbing his arm right when he was ready to jump over Alex. "What the hell is wrong with you? He did nothing." "Nothing?" Philip asked in disbelief. "He was touching you, woman," and his reaction shocked Natalie because couldn't fathom the reason behind his aggressive reaction. She was hurt and Alex was trying to help her. That was all. You, Philip said, stepping in Alex's direction. "You came in our pack and now you disrespect our Luna by forcing yourself on her? How dare you put your dirty hands on her?" And he grabbed Alex by his shirt. "Kill him," Kenji said. "Kill him or I am going to transform and do it by myself." Alex grabbed Philip's hand and one single move twisted his arm, making him scream in pain. It was just a simple move that was abnormal. Philip was a beta, and Alice was supposed to be just Evan Leonard's brother. "Who the fuck are you?" Philip asked, seeing that Alex's irritation was already palpable, but before he could ask something else, Alex grabbed him by his neck, strangling him and lifted him in the air. "Alex, let him go," Natalie asked in a commanding voice. "Let him go. He did nothing but to defend his Luna." "Let me ask you," Alex said through his gritted teeth. "You asked how do I dare to touch your Luna, but what I want to know is who do you think you are to control me?" And he held him by his throat while Philip's face started to become blue. He grabbed Alex's hands, trying to detach himself from his grip, but he was not a match for Alex, and he started to see that. "Alex, let him, please. He didn't mean it to offend you," Natalie pleaded, and placed her hands on Alex's arms, trying to make him look at her and leave Philip alone. As soon as she touched him, a sweet sensation ran through his body, and looking at her, he saw her so scared, and in the end, he pushed Philip away from him. "Never dare to touch me again," he told Philip, who was laying on the ground, holding his throat. "Who the fuck are you?" Philip asked, but Alex just ignored him. Natalie looked at Philip, and seeing him almost wounded, she was sorry for him, so she walked to him and offering him her hand, she helped him get on his feet. "Why are you here, Philip?" she asked him in a soft voice. She didn't agree with what Philip did, but Alex was too much. He could have revealed who he was in front of Philip, and the plan would have been destroyed. "Adam sent me," he said, and looked at Natalie, trying to avoid Alex's gaze. "After you left, a package came from you, and he was furious," Philip explained, and talked with a calm voice again. "A package?" And Natalie looked at him perplexed. "I didn't order anything. Are you sure it is for me?" And from her reaction, Philip knew that she was sincere. She wasn't lying. "Maybe you should return and see it with your own eyes," he suggested. "I believe that our tour ends here," she said to Alex. "I need to return to the pack house and see what the hell happened there." "We can do it again any time," Alex said, coming close to her, but avoiding touching her again in front of Philip. "There is no rush. There is plenty of time," and he smiled at her, annoying Philip. "Are you coming too, Philip?" she asked him, trying to relax the spirits. "Of course I am," he said and motioned to her to walk. No one talked back to the pack house, but as soon they arrived, Natalie's face fell on the floor. At the entrance of the pack house there was a plethora of gifts and flowers. "What the hell is this?" she asked, looking at Philip. "Don't tell me that my stupid husband spent the pack's money on gifts for that rogue." But before she could finish the sentence, Philip shook his head. "They are for you, Natalie. Everything you see here is for you." "But I don't understand," she whispered, and she lifted a card from a beautiful flower arrangement. "I'm thankful I got to spend the evening at the Alpha's party with a woman like you. Yours, Alpha Damian Rados." "What the fuck is this?" she asked, pointing to the card, and she lifted another card. "Like these flowers, I know that under the right conditions, our relationship will continue to flourish and blossom into something special. Yours truly, Alpha Brandon Sanders." "Are you kidding me?" Natalie asked and looked at all the flowers and gifts. There are more than 20 bouquets, all from different alphas, all unmated. And the gifts, let me tell you, are luxurious and beautiful. Of course, Adam freaked out and made a scene when they started to appear at his house. Philip, Natalie said, perplexed. I had no idea about this. I don't even understand why they send me all these presents. If you asked me, this is your dear husband's work. Alex laughed. You truly looked amazing at the party. That scoundrel was not lying. Alex said, pointing to a card that was complimenting Natalie's beauty. And your husband's action may have made the rest of the alpha think that soon they will have a chance with you. And his comment made Philip look at him with a pale face. She looked around at all the gifts and she realized that somehow Alex was right. The party was a success, and everything she hoped to achieve was in front of her eyes. She realized that every single gift she received today was a clear reflection of the favor she had gained at the recent alpha party. And that meant only one thing. This was a spectacular opportunity for her plans to advance and gain an advantage. So she smiled and touched a roses arrangement, and she almost forgot about Adam's anger, about his betrayal and all the shit that happened in the last period. She was happy because she could see beyond all this only one single thing. Her plan becoming real. Natalie smiled as if she just won the lottery, and looking at Philip, she said, I will continue my discussion with Alexander in my office, and she motioned him to follow her, having a lot of things in her mind. You will find me there if someone asks for my presents. What about all these gifts and flowers? Philip asked, pointing to the entry. They are for you. You can't just leave them there. Well, Philip, Natalie laughed. I didn't ask for them either, but you are right. And looking at all those expensive things, she said, ask the Omegas to take them to my room. But after she took just 2 steps, she turned around and added, tell them that they can keep the chocolate and whatever they like. And she motioned to Alexander to follow her. He was pissed off by the attention Natalie received from the alphas. There were so many gifts, and he saw who sent it. They were all young and unmated and damned rich, but he knew that this was a part of the master plan. Also, they would have been stupid not to be impressed by Natalie's beauty. She was the most beautiful woman at the party. So as soon the door closed behind him and Natalie, Kenji started to force himself on Alex to touch Natalie and hold her in his arms. It was something beyond his reason. It was a stubborn desire that was tormenting him, and he couldn't fight against it because he wanted the same thing. He wanted Natalie just for him. He watched Natalie as she walked to her window and looked outside. She was facing him with her back, and her slim silhouette was calling him again and again. Her long hair was arranged in a ponytail, and he could see her long and beautiful neck from where he was. Her neck was calling him, and his eyes were stuck on the area where he hoped that one day he would mark her. He looked at her, and approaching from behind, he stretched his arm and touched her mark with his fingers, caressing Adam's mark on her neck. The moment he touched her, she felt again that sweet sensation in her body, and her heart skipped a bit, and scared by her own reaction, Natalie turned around, but she found herself in Alex's arms. Your mark doesn't look well at all, he said, still looking at her neck. It hurts a little, she confessed and lifted her hand to touch the area, but Alex grabbed her hand in his hand and stopped her. She is leaning against her desk, and she is blocked between her desk and Alex's body, who is towering over her, but she is not scared of him. She likes the sensation he is giving her, feeling safe with him. I could help you with that, Alex said, pointing to her neck. In my pack, he said, and he tried to find his words. In my pack we have innate healing gifts. And he caressed her neck again, drawing invisible circles around her mark and making Natalie almost escape a moan. I have that gift too, he tells her, and he bends his head slightly, approaching her neck. Let me help you, he said in a soft and calm voice, and before Natalie could say something, his lips were on her neck, applying soft kisses over her inflamed mark. Alex, she said, and placed her hand on his chest in an attempt to push him, but she didn't do it in the end, and closed her eyes. Oh my goddess, Natalie said in her mind, what am I doing here? And again she had the instinct to resist and tell Alex to stop it, but the pleasurable sensations he stirred within her prevented her from pushing him away, and she simply melted in his arms. She moved her head a little bit so she could give him more access, and Alex didn't waste his time and his tongue lightly grazed her neck. "It's so good," she whispered and rested her temple on the side of his head. "The pain is starting to disappear." And Alex clenched his hand on her hips, pulling her closer so he could deepen his kiss. Her mere presence was making him lose his focus, and now having her in his arms, with her so willing to let him touch her, all this was igniting inside him the desire to do more. Natalie was shocked that she was accepting him to act like that. Adam was her first man in everything, and she didn't let another man touch her before, not even holding her hand. But with Alex, she was so relaxed that she wasn't able to understand what was happening with her. She wanted to resist, she wanted to push him away, but Alex was making her feel new things, something she never had with Adam, not even in their best times. So shocking, even herself, she moved her hand and started to caress Alex's chest, fisting his shirt and pulling him closer. He was giving her a treatment. That's what he said that he is doing. So she has no reason to feel guilty. He is her personal doctor, and she let all the sensations Alex sired inside her to surrender her. She simply submitted in front of that sweet pleasure. Alex smiled on her neck and even sucked a little bit from her skin, and Natalie lost the battle for good. She felt an urge inside her body to be with Alex, and she moved her hips a little bit so that now he was glued with his pelvis area, feeling him and becoming aroused. Her sensitive parts were wet, and before she could know it, she started to moan. It was a soft moan, as if she was still trying to resist, but for Alex it was enough to realize that she was acting this way because her feelings were exactly the same as his feelings. The room was filled with her scent and her arousal, and his heart started to beat faster and faster as if he was driven by an invisible force. He became enraptured by her scent and proximity. His self-control waned, and his yearnings extended beyond the boundaries of the healing session. "Mark her," Kenji said, and he started to force himself on Alex to take control and take Natalie. She was letting him do it. Kenji realized that right now, Natalie was not able to fight about her feelings. Kenji lets primal instinct and his flicker grow, and he pushed Alex even further to the point that elongated his claws. Not even his gesture made Natalie take back as she continued to moan in Alex's arms louder and louder. She felt the graze of Alex's claws against her skin, heightening the electrifying tension between them, and all she could do was to moan his name. "Alex! Mark her!" Kenji growled, and he was on the verge of collapse because even if Natalie and Alex were lost in their sensual game, Kenji was not, and he knows that Alex's time is counted, and right then he cursed Alex and the door opened. "Lucy, I'm home!" Judy yelled, laughing her heart out, but in the next second her breath stopped. Natalie was leaning against her desk, fisting Alex's chest while he was kissing and sucking her neck. Judy just stopped in her tracks, realizing that Natalie didn't even realize that she was there with several large gift boxes in her hands, so she slammed the door with her leg. She made a lot of noise doing that. "Of my goddess!" Natalie said and hid her face in Alex's crook of his neck. "Oh my goddess!" But Alex just lifted his face from her sweet neck, licking his lips and then wiping it with the tip of his fingers. He was calm, and he was just laughing, and turning around he faced Judy, that who was looking at him perplexed, realizing who was with Natalie. He just looked at the poor woman, and with an amused face he said, "Who's Lucy?" Natalie lifted her face and looked at Judy with a bushed face, and Judy realized that her good friend was embarrassed by what had just happened. Natalie didn't dare to look at Alexander, and she pushed his chest a little so she could make some space between them, because the need to let him ravage her was way too high. She placed her palm softly to his chest and pushed him a little, but her action elicited a disgruntled grunt from him. His hands were still holding her hips, and seeing that he was not moving, Natalie dared to look at him, but she was even more shocked watching him. His eyes briefly flickered with a golden hue, as if he was struggling to control his wolf. He was feeling the same way she was too, and if he wasn't able to control his wolfish instincts, "Oh my goddess," she said for herself. "What the hell have I done?" And her heart was beating faster and faster for finding herself in this situation, and also for enjoying this moment more than she should have needed it. You know, Judy said, trying to sweeten Natalie up and make her relax. You should lock the door next time. And she winked at Natalie, who had a little and died of shame. There will be a next time, I suppose, and she starts to laugh, while Natalie detaches herself completely from Alex and walks to Judy. Alexander, she said, trying to be confident and show any sign of weakness, and she motioned him to come closer. You already met Judy not a long time ago, at that splendid dinner, she said in a mockery voice, remembering how Alex humiliated Lexi that time. She is my best friend and my future beta. And then she motioned Judy to place the gift boxes on her desk. Judy, there is no need to explain to you who he is, Natalie said with a soft smile and told Alex. I told her about your real identity. I needed to know that she will be by my side and that I have a friend here. Are you nuts? Judy asks. I would support you no matter what, Nat, and you're giving me a chance to prove to everyone that I am able to be the beta female of this pack. I mean, I know that I am already one as Luna's beta, but being Alpha's beta would be a dream that came true. It's not easy, you know, Alex said. Ask Evan, he said, making Judy swallow. Matt, there will be a lot of problems and the beta position comes with a lot of shit. Are you sure you want this? Judy looked at him, trying to find if he was testing her determination, and seeing that he was serious, she said, That's what I want, Alpha Stepanek. I've dreamed all my life to prove to everyone that even if I am just a woman, I am able to fight. I am able to lead and train this pack in the same way Philip does. Don't get me wrong, he is a good guy, and what he does, he is doing it perfectly, but I know that I can do the same way or even better. You really are determined, Alex said, looking at her more relaxed. Hell I am, Judy said and laughed lightly. I do believe in gender equality among werewolves, but in this pack, no one is taking me seriously beside Natalie. Just look at her. She has been working as an alpha since she started to date Adam, and yet people look at her only as a Luna, and they don't realize that she is the one who is doing the hard work. She is better than that stupid alpha, but she is just his Luna because the world cannot look beyond stereotypes. I really hope that our plan could work, Judy said. It will, Alex said and looked at Natalie as he said that. Your Luna is outstanding and she is destined for greatness. Well, I am happy that you think that, Judy laughed. Well, I am more happy to see that she is not alone in this pack and she can count on you. Judy felt lighthearted when Alex said that and smiled as she said, I will leave you two alone. And right when she was ready to exit, she turned around and joked, And lock the door. Judy! Natalie growled at her, but she was laughing, and when she turned her face from the direction where Judy left, she saw Alex in front of her. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. So where were we? He asked, licking his lips and looking at her with visible lust, making Natalie's heart tremble. I am fine now, she said more in a whisper, hiding her blushed face. Shit! Why was he making her feel like that? So passionate and emotional when Alex was around her. Well, I am the one with healing gifts, so let me decide that in your account, he tells her and leans to kiss her neck again. She would really like to let him touch her again, but this was nor right, she thought. And bending a little, she escaped from his arms, leaving him with his arms stretched in the air. The mark is really fine, Alex, she tells him. See? And she points to her neck. The pain is not there anymore. She went to her chair, thinking that behind her office she would focus, but Alex followed her, and he pushed a little bit and sat on the corner of her desk, watching her. You said that in your pack, the healing gift is innated? Natalie asked, trying to make him look and think at something else, because it was clear for her that he was targeting her. Yes. Alex tried to explain. My pack, well, is special. He said, is stronger than most of the packs, and that's why the Council of Alphas take it into consideration when I ask something. We have more abilities in Shadow Pack than you can imagine. Then maybe we should discuss a potential cooperation between us, Natalie said, and gave him a soft smile. But even if he was trying to remain composed, she saw that golden shadow again in his eyes, proving that he was struggling. He grabbed her hand and pulled her from her chair, making her touch his chest. But this time Natalie reacted, and before he could grab her between his arms, she took a step back. Why is she so resistant, man? Kenji said, pissed off. Natalie's guardedness is annoying me." Seeing that he was watching her like a lion ready to grab his prey, she moved again, but this time Alex let her go. Her reactions left him somewhat uncomfortable. "You are right," he said in the end. "We should start a collaboration. What do you say if we will hold a meeting in ShadowPack to discuss this?" "In your pack?" Natalie asked, surprised, but before she could continue, the door opened and Adam stepped in. "What's going on?" he asked, looking at Natalie and then at Alex and measuring the distance between them. They were just talking, he said in his mind, and walked to Natalie. "We were just discussing," she said and looked at Alex with a meaningful gaze that escaped from Adam's eye. "About?" Adam asked back and arranged a strap from Natalie's hair and acted like he was a loving husband. "About the future collaboration between Red Blood Pack and Shadow Pack," she said and composed herself. "Alexander told me that the Shadow Pack medical system is one of the best in our world, and as you know, in the Red Blood Pack, we lack that. So I found his medical proposal from the Shadow Pack worth considering, and before she could finish, Adam pulled her in his arms and kissed her temple. "You never cease to amaze me, babe," he said, taking her by surprise, and pecked her lips before Natalie could push him. But if she would do that, Adam would become suspicious, so she let him have his game with her while Alex was watching them and was trying to control his rage. "We're a perfectly matched pair," Adam said and caressed her cheek while Natalie was trying not to puke. "Unconditionally, unforgettably, passionately, and all-encompassing. That's how I love you," Adam said, and right then Alex's fingers came in a fist and Natalie could hear them cracking. She looked behind Adam and she saw a different Alexander Stepanek from the one who was kissing her neck a few minutes ago. This Alexander was ready to kill someone. I mean, to kill Adam. Natalie's POV. "All right, I think that I am gonna puke. We're a perfectly matched pair." Adam said, "Unconditionally, unforgettably, passionately, and all-encompassing. That's how I love you." "You love me, my ass. What the hell is wrong with him? He ignores me and makes me feel like shit. Even Kelly is mourning right now because of him, and he has the guts and confesses in front of Alexander that I am some kind of love of his life? He must be kidding me." And right when I thought that thinking can't be more creepy, I just heard Alexander's fingers cracking, and most probably Adam heard it too, because there is a stupid grin on his face and he wraps his hands around me like a python. "Babe, why are you so tense?" he asks me, and tries to kiss me again, making a show of possessiveness in front of Alexander, and that got me. We've been together since forever, and before Lexi's appearance, he never acted like this. He saw men looking at me, talking with me, even alphas more strong than him, and yet he never cared. He trusted me and ignored those men, but now in front of Alex, he acts like a stupid kid that is worried that someone could get his favorite toy. That is all about. This jerk doesn't want to share me with anyone else, but I should share him with his fated mate. He doesn't love me, and from what I see, I doubt that he ever loved me for real. I was just the most wanted toy in the kindergarten, and he wanted to have me. He never loved me. Oh, Kelly, I get it now. I understand why you are so hurt, but you know what? I can't let these sorrowful feelings divert me from my plan. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, and when I am calm enough, I push Adam lightly and go back to my chair just to hear a soft growl from Alex. What is wrong with him, too? He doesn't even know me. We just met a few weeks ago, and he even mocked me at the beginning, and now he acts like I just became the attraction of his life. Goddess, men are impossible. Now, I say as I place my palms on my desk, and I spread my fingers on it, trying to calm down. I would have liked to punch this desk, but I can't do that. I was explaining you, Adam, before you started to act like a scoundrel. But yeah, I said that only in my mind. Alexander was telling me about a medical proposal from Shadow Pack. We should learn from their experience, and he was explaining to me that they are open to an internship learning plan for us. We need to find a solution so that their experience can help us. I agree that we need better medical services for our pack, but I don't have time for that. Adam said as if he was trying to dismiss Alex, but before I could explain him that I could take this task from him, Alex steps in and says, That's exactly why our Luna should be the one who should deal with this project. I saw her on TV and she is more open to social projects than you are. No offense, AdamHawkins, but you know that I am right. And I swear to you that if a simple look could kill Alex would be dead and buried right now. So that's why I consider that it would be perfect if she will visit our pack for a week and learn more from our experience. And now I am dead and buried. I even heard the priest's last speech. Such a thing is out of the question. Adam said, and I can see that he is furious. My wife is staying here with me. She will not leave the pack. You are acting like I would try to steal her from you. Alex mocks him, and I just peed in my pants. For goodness sake, what is he trying to do? To make Adam put me in a dungeon or under surveillance? What the hell is wrong with him? And why would you insist on taking her with you if that is not the case? How do I know that you are not one of those scoundrels that sent her flowers and gifts? Huh? Adam said with a pathetic attitude, as if he would care. I didn't, but I find your suggestion very attractive. Alex mocks him again, and if won't stop, Adam will find that he is not an average wolf, but the one and only Alexander Stepanek. Mark my words, Alexander Leonard, Adam says. My wife stays at home with me. And Alex just wraps his arms under his chest and asks, as he lifts an eyebrow, Are you sure? And I swear to you that I am feeling like at a tennis match and the referee just yelled, tie break. Of course I am sure. She is my wife, and she stays with me. Adam growls at him, almost losing his temper. It's funny you say that, Alex tells him, and I motion him to shut up, but he is so turned on that he doesn't even see me. He walks to the door, and before he exits, he tells Adam, I thought that your fated mate stays with you. Since I met you, that woman seems to be all that you care about. And that's it. Adam snaps and pushes Alex, but I step between them. Get the fuck out of my pack, he growls at Alex, and I can't take it anymore, and scream at both of them. Just stop it! And with a broken voice I repeat, both of you, just shut up! I feel like crying, and I feel my hands trembling. What the hell are those two trying to prove? Alex looks at me, and in his eyes all I can read is the concern. He watches me intently and with a calm voice tells me, We will talk later about this, and nodding his head he leaves. I don't want to see you with him again. Adam says as soon the door closes, but I am not in the mood to listen to him. He is a jerk and a cheater, and he came here and acted like he would care about me. Alex is right. Since Lexi showed up, I am just a shadow in his life. And I want you to shut up, Adam. Can you do that? I asked him back, and I saw him straightening his posture, as if my words annoyed him. I simply don't trust him with you. He's a jerk, and since I first met you, he looked like he had his own plan with you. Adam said, pissed off. You are funny, Adam, I say and push him away from me because he is trying to take me in his arms again. You should be a gag man. I am jealous, he suddenly says. And what the hell is with that plethora of flowers and gifts from those alphas? But he just looks at me, and I suppose that my face makes him understand that I will not answer that question. I am just scared not to lose you, he whispers in a more soft voice and tries to caress my face, but I turn my head. Well, Adam, bringing another woman in our house, fated mate or not, is not going to keep me either. I want to say, but that will start a new fight, so I just tell him, Your mate is waiting for you, just go please. But he places his head on my shoulder and kisses my neck, right on his mark, as if he is trying to prove me something. Don't be like that. She is just an innocent soul, and you should help her to learn more so she could help you. And I really feel that I am going to have a stroke. I lifted him from my chair and went to the door, opening it for him. Look, Adam, just go, I say without looking at him. It's not my business to teach your mate. She should struggle more if she really wants to be with you. And I motion him to leave. I slam the door behind him, and in the next second the despair grabbed me in her arms. Nat, why did you send him away? I heard Kelly for the first time in the last few days. Why? And her voice broke me. I collapsed on my knees and I started to cry. Why do you still want him, Kelly? I asked her back. Why, after everything he did to us? And I punch the floor with my fists, and I cry until there are no more tears in my eyes. The past, the hatred, the pain of being cheated, everything came in my mind, and wave after wave of painful memories kept me blocked on my knees. "This is the last time I cry because of you, AdamHawkins," I say, wiping away my tears. "This is the last time I allow you to hurt me." And with that thought, I return to my desk and open my agenda. The alphas took the first step. Now is time to take one by myself. I need to replace my cheater husband. Author's POV. Natalie Adams said as he returned to her office, tormented by their fight, but as soon he entered, he saw her on her sofa with her knees at her chest. She wasn't crying anymore, but you could see that she did cry, and seeing her like this made Adam feel remorse for what happened earlier. He never saw her so upset and sad, and he knew that her state was related to his actions in the last few weeks. He approached her and took a seat on the sofa, trying to put her in his lap, but Natalie moved further, refusing his touch. "Babe, look," he said. "I am sorry," and he grabbed her hand and this time really put her in his lap. He didn't touch her since Lexi came, and he realized that maybe this is why she is acting so distant, maybe she misses him. And encouraged by this thought, he placed a hand over her breast and placed his lips over his mark, trying to kiss her neck and arouse her as he did so many times. If she will have him, she will calm down, she will realize that nothing changed. But as soon as Adam tried to be intimate with her, Natalie looked at him and asked, "What are you doing, Adam?" And she pushed his hand from her body. He was taken aback for a second, but in the end he placed a hand over her beautiful face, caressing her cheek, and said in a soft voice, "I miss you, babe. Don't be so difficult. Let's make peace, please, and be the way we were." Nothing changed. Natalie just watched him, and his mere presence was making her sick. "Nothing changed?" she laughed. "Are you really serious, Adam? A lot of things have changed. My trust in you changed," and hearing her, Adam kissed her. "No, I am the same, believe me," he said and held her tight, kissing her again and again. "I promised you that you will be my Luna. I kept my word. You are my wife. You are my Luna." And he stopped for a second and took out from his pocket a black velvet box. "I mean it, Nat. I didn't change my mind." And he opened the box and took out a beautiful diamond ring and placed it on her finger. "Do you like it?" he asked, thinking that now she will have proof that things are all right between them. But Natalie just stared at the ring. It was beautiful indeed, but was that ring enough to rebuild her trust in him? Damn no. That gift is insignificant in front of the debt AdamHawkins has on his account. And she will collect every single debt from him until he will have nothing, just the way he left her in her past life, with nothing. So looking at the ring, she just keeps her mouth closed and gets up, moving away from him. "Natalie!" Adam called her and grabbed her again, pulling her at his chest and holding her face between his palms so she would look at him. "I love you," he said, but she was disgusted to hear that from his mouth. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. 1 Corinthians 13:4-7. What Adam offers her right now is far from that. It's just bullshit. You don't, she simply said, and images with them, being in love from the time when their relationship was enjoyable, came in her mind. But even those happy moments now were making her feel repulsive. Nothing related to Adam could make her feel good. "I am not going to let you go," Adam said and wrapped his hands around her waist and kissed his mark. But this time, sniffing her, trying to imprint in her the desire to be with him. She was marked, so she couldn't resist his touch. But as he was sniffing her, his heart stopped as he felt a soft trace of another man's scent, and he knew who that man was. But the question that arises in his mind was why the hell Alexander's scent was imprinted on his wife. And pushing her a little, but holding her by her arms, he asked, completely pissed off, "Who touched you?" Natalie stared at him. Should she ask him why he smells like Lexi? Wouldn't that be an even battle? But she pushed his arms from her, and looking at him defiantly, she told him, it was Alexander. And she could see how furious Adam became. "How could you?" he growled at her, but Natalie was not in the mood to take his tantrums. "He has healing powers, and my mark was inflamed. What was I supposed to do, to wait and suffer until the wound would pass by itself when I had the medicine in front of me?" and she just confronted him, making him even more angry. "That's bullshit, woman," Adam said, pointing his index finger at her. "You are just jealous, and you are using that scoundrel to make me angry. You are using that nobody to retaliate for my betrayal." "So you confess that you betrayed me, you motherfucker," Natalie growled at him, completely enraged. "If you are so jealous, you should stop cheating on me, because this mark hurts every time you touch your whore," Natalie said, and now she had a little and beat him, but Adam was at his limit too. "Don't you fucking dare to let him touch you again," he commanded her. "I was doing my duty as a Luna," she said. "I was being polite, while you were entertaining your stupid fated mate, and I was doing your job welcoming our guest. And what has that to do with that nobody touching what is mine?" Huh? So that's was all about? Was he just territorial? Natalie was ready to kill him, but in the next moment they were stopped from their fight by a knock on the door. And before they could answer, the door opened, and Lexi appeared in the doorframe. "Unbelievable!" Natalie growled and pushed Adam, leaving her office. "Did I come at the wrong moment?" Lexi said with a seductive voice and approached Adam, who was watching Natalie leaving him. How the hell did they come to this point? She was just the perfect submitted wife, and now she was fighting him every time. How the hell should she treat her to have peace with her? Since Lexi's appearance, Natalie seemed like a changed person, no longer obeying his commands. "Adam?" Lexi called him in a soft voice and made him realize that he didn't even realize that Lexi was still here. He looked at her, and she was so young and frail that he felt the need to protect her. He watched her as she came closer, wearing a short and tight skirt and a crop top, leaving her skin in view, and before he could realize, Lexi was in front of him. She watched him in the eye, and he was wondering what is going on, what is next. When she kneels and her hand reaches for the zipper of his pants, she just stops for a second, lifting her gaze and watching Adam. She doesn't utter a single word, but her eyes ask for permission to touch him more. "Can I fuck her?" Adam asked himself. Thinking at Natalie, he closed his eyes and there was nothing to think about. Hell, yes, she was his fated mate. In the end, he will do it anyway. How to resist the bondmate? He had given her time to adapt to his pack, but now it was time for him to take what rightfully belonged to him. Lexi opened his zipper and took out his cock, and Adam motioned to her to open her mouth. "Take it," he commanded her, and she just nodded with obedience, something Natalie didn't let him have. He grabbed her hair and pushed himself in her mouth until her lips kissed his balls, but she just took him. Without complaining, and moving his hips, he fucked her mouth until she left her breathless. "Bend over," he said again in a commanding voice, and pushed everything from Natalie's desk, making room for Lexi to lean over. He turned her around, making her face the cold desk, and looked at her ass in the air. If he fucks her, there is no turning back. But why not do it when his mate is so obedient and she is fawning in front of him? And without a second thought, he pushed himself in her, continuing what he started. But from her bedroom, Natalie's mark started to become inflamed again, and that horrible sting appeared. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath because she knew what was going on. Adam betrayed her completely. If until now it was just about touching his mate, kissing her, now he crossed the limit. She placed her fingers over her mark, and she could hear Kelly crying. Lexi's moans could be heard in the entire pack house. She didn't even have the dignity to hide what she was doing. So Natalie just closed her eyes, trying to departmentalize the pain to the back of her mind. And as the anger in her heart was starting to grow, she realized that she no longer felt the pain. She remembered what Alexander told her, that he wanted her to visit his pack, and that simple thought filled her heart as she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Tomorrow, Alex will come to take her from this horrible place. Natalie's POV. As soon as I woke up the next morning, I had a different vibe. What happened yesterday was like a bad dream. And you know what the main characteristic of dreams is? They are not real. They are like the wind. You feel their effect, but you don't see it. Just like that is faith too. I need to have faith that everything is just a bad dream, and now that I woke up, everything is back to normal. Adam broke our bond with his actions. Maybe I am still marked by him, but in my heart he is dead. So with this thought, I started to pack my things and prepare for the trip Alexander proposed. A week far from this shitty life is exactly what I need to recover. I prepared 2 suitcases, and it should be enough. I took them at the entry of the pack house and went to the kitchen to prepare a coffee. I am not in the mood to have my breakfast, and all I could hope is that Alexander would keep his word and send someone to take me to his pack. And when I was in my former pack, I was raising horses, and it was awesome. What the hell? I stop in my tracks and continue to listen. "Weren't you afraid?" one of my Omegas asked, and I recognized her as Rose, the one who took care of my room and mistreated me in my past life. Of course not. I loved them, and Alpha's son was kind to me and taught me how to take care of them and even ride them. What a former pack, for goodness sake. Didn't she say countless times that she doesn't remember anything from her past? That she is just a poor Omega lost from her family? And now she is an Alpha daughter, just like that, and she remembers about raising and riding horses in her former pack? I just stare at the kitchen's door, and the pull to enter and beat her until she starts to tell the truth is too big. But I calm myself, knowing that soon I should leave this pack, and I continue to listen. "It was very beautiful," she said, "but the Alpha was horrible. He made my life a living hell. All he wanted all day long was to rape me, even if he knew that I was in love with his son. And that got me. Who the hell is this Alpha? Could be? No way. She wouldn't be so perverted to use her own abuser to accomplish her plan of becoming Red Blood Pack Luna." "You had such a difficult life," a few Omegas said, "and I know what this bitch is doing. She tries to gather sympathy from her ordeal. But I am fine now," she said with a soft voice. "I am here, and I have you as my friends, and also I found my mate, and he is kind with me. And believe I can't stand it to her stupid voice anymore, no matter how much I want to hear what she has to say, so I push the kitchen door and step in calm and indifferent. "Luna," the Omegas said, and looking at me, they bow their heads in respect, and I see Lexi's face falling on the floor as she sees me. "Ladies," I say and walk to the coffee machine, ignoring Lexi's presence. "I hope that you will have a good day. If you need anything, just call me. Anytime," I say and press the button for a latte. "You are too kind, Luna," they said, and I see them leaving the kitchen one by one, leaving me alone with Lexi. I turn around and look at her, wrapping my arms under my chest, and I see her face showing her vicious heart, just I remember her from my past life. Well, at least she decided to drop the pretense. "Let's see what you have, Alexandria Banks." "Shock me." "I am so tired," she says, and I see her pushing me and taking my latte and starting to drink it. But I let her go because this is precious. It is the first time since I met her that she shows her true face directly. "You didn't tell me that Adam is so vigorous. I thought that he would break me with his force, and he's huge." And she looks at me and blinks. "You know what? Of course you know. How could you not?" And she sips from my latte. I watched her, and I can't stop myself wondering how it is possible for someone to be so low, to have no respect, not for those around them, but at least for her own person. I would better die before I would allow myself to act like Lexi does right now. "Do you know how I treat the sore I feel between my legs?" Lexi asks me and looks at me while she continues to sip from that latte. I turned around and started a new coffee, and I chose to ignore her. I know what she is looking for. She wants to provoke me, and using the fact that she spent her night with Adam to frame me as she did it so many times in the past. She is playing the mating card, knowing that his wolf will never be able to stay away from now on, after he tasted her. Oh my goddess. I can still feel him inside me. How am I going to survive this day? I can't even move my body? He exhausted me, she said, laughing at me and touching the area between her legs. "Please tell me. What should I do?" she asks me, laughing at me. "Well, you could just die," I say in my mind. "You will not provoke me today, bitch. I am so sick of you and your tactics, and I am not giving you the opportunity to play the victim card again. I am sick of you. I just hoped that I would have a nice day, but it seems that I just jumped from a nightmare to another." I take my coffee, and this time I am the one who sip it. It's damn interesting to watch this woman acting, knowing everything I know and she having no idea that I am 100 steps ahead of her. I see her frowning. Well, I am sure that she would have expected to grab her hair and beat her, but not today. Maybe at the end of our battle, when I'm going to make her kneel just the way she did with me in my past life, but until then I am the one who is mixing the playing cards. So tired of her stupidity, I take my coffee and walk to the door and put the coffee in the sink because I feel it bitter after being in Lexi's presence. I take 2 steps and suddenly I hear behind me a big bang. What the hell? I ask and turn around. She didn't. Fucking bitch. That's new. I look at Lexi, who faces me with her face full of blood. She is laughing like a stupid while the blood is covering her face. The bitch smashed her head against the table, breaking her nose and her forehead. Everywhere is blood. She gives me a devilish grin as if she just said, "Watch me." And she jumps through the kitchen's window, throws the glass, screaming in a desperate voice, "Please, help me. Somebody help me. Oh, goddess, give me strength. Why the hell did you send me back to this world?" I say, grabbing the bridge of my nose and waiting for what is coming, because believe me, I already saw this movie. I see the Omegas and the pack members running to her, and also I see Adam running like a madman and pulling her to his chest, kissing her face while she cries her heart out. "It hurts so much. Please, Adam, help me. Please." And she fists his shirt in her hands, holding him tight and acting like she is dying. "Who did it?" Adam growls, and I can feel his desperation. He is furious and enraged, ready to kill whoever touched his precious fated mate. Should I go away? Should I hide myself? I know Lexi's answer already. I did it, of course, even if I didn't even touch the bitch, but I must be the culprit. "I didn't want to," she said, crying at his chest and looking into his eyes. "And if it's my fault for disrespecting Luna, I shouldn't speak in front of her," she says, and I already see Adam changing his face. Oh no, he wasn't furious before, but now he is for sure. "What the fuck are you talking about, Lexi?" he asks, looking at her. "She was so upset, Adam," Lexi cried. "I didn't want to hurt her feelings, but the bond between us was too hard to ignore, and I just wanted you for myself, just for once." And whipping her tears, she said, "But I hurt her and disrespected her." "Natalie hurt you." Adam growled and clenched his fists. "It's only my fault. I am sure she didn't want to do it." And here he comes. In the next second, I heard him growling as if he was giving some signal to attack, and I saw in his eyes the pure hatred. It wasn't him, the one who was coming after me, but his wolf. He looked in the direction of the kitchen, as if he already knew that I was watching them, and with a furious gaze, he pointed his finger in my direction, saying through his clenched teeth, "You shouldn't have done that." Natalie's POV, and this is something I'm used to. Lexi framing me and Adam accusing me for hurting her. Everyone present is looking at me as if they are waiting to see a big fight. What should I do? Should I offer them the circus that they are expecting? Should I ban Lexi and beat her for good? No. I don't care about their opinion regarding me. This time I will let Lexi make herself show her true colors. In the past, I tried so much to explain to Adam, to my pack members, that I never did what she was accusing me. I fight, but this time I don't want to do that. There is a quote that says that lady does protest too much, methinks. Well, you stress myself about the truth when I already know that I will only help Lexi to gain sympathy doing it. She wants to frame me. She wants to accuse for something I didn't do. Let her be. You, Adam said and came in my direction, completely outraged. What the hell is in your stupid head to touch her? Yeah, Adam, continue please. Show me how much you hate me right now. That's the only thought I have. I just remain composed. I need to focus on my next move. This time I am winning this fight. I asked you something, woman? Adam growled and lifted his arm to hit me, but I see his fingers becoming a fist as if he is struggling to resist the urge to hit me. Alpha, one of our Omegas said, maybe we should calm down and focus on Lexi. She is hurt and she needs medical care. Her head is full of blood and the glass cut her skin badly. She seems seriously injured. And that remark made Adam turn his face from me and almost run to her. Shit, look what have you done, Natalie? He growled, pointing to Lexi's wounds. How could you? And he is lifting her chin so he could look at her wounds in detail. We need to go to the hospital now, he says and grabs her arm to pull her after him, but Lexi starts to cry and stops him. No, please, she says with a loud sob. I already upset Natalie, and she's wiping away her false tears. I don't want to cause more trouble for her. I can do it. I do it in the past so many times, as I am used to suffering in silence. I will just wait for my poor wolf to heal me. And she is sobbing again, attracting a lot of sympathy from the pack members. See? Adam suddenly asks me, and I can see how hard he is struggling to control his wolf, who simply wants to kill me right now. His eyes are red like blood, changing their colors. The anger burns in Adam's eyes, and everyone sees him. You hurt her, and she still tries to protect you, you vicious woman. And coming in front of me, leaving Lexi behind, he points to her and says, "Just look at what you have done. Your jealousy is beyond imagination, and I would have never expected from you to be so low. Just tell me why you hurt what is mine. Yours? Yours, you stupid jerk. And what about me?" I just stare at him, and without even blinking, I say in a calm voice, perfectly controlling my anger and my desire to cut his neck. "I didn't hurt her." "Don't deny it." Adam growls at me so loud that he scares everyone around. "You can ask me again and again, Adam, the same thing, and my answer will be the same. I didn't do it. If you want to know why your beloved mate looks the way she is, you need to answer her about that. She arranged her face the way you see it now, in a pathetic attempt to frame me. And I hear everyone gasping. She would never do that." Adam said, "But you, Natalie Hawkins, I know you and your ambitions. What the hell did she do to you, Adam? Are you drugged?" And before I could tell him that maybe he should put her under an alpha command to ask her the truth, Philip shows up and steps between us. "Adam," he said, almost placing me behind him, "I understand that seeing your fated mate hurt could make you furious, but keep your mind alert. Natalie is not capable of such malice." "He is right, Alpha," some of the Omegas said, and even a few other pack members. "Our Luna never hurt anyone. Her ambition was only to make us more proper and safe. It was never about her. She never fights for her ambition, but for us." Beta Philip is right. And if this remark made Adam block in his track, Lexi was boiling in her own blood. Thinking about it, Philip said, and looked at Lexi as he said that, "I just remembered that a month ago I asked the warriors to install surveillance in the pack house. With all the rogues' attacks, I thought that this would help us. Why don't we review them and see what really happened in the kitchen? If Natalie says that she didn't do it, this could determine if she is guilty or not and solve the entire mystery around Lexi's wounds." "What the hell? What cameras is he talking about? Is he trying to help me reveal Lexi's true face?" And before I could enter his game, I saw Lexi's face becoming completely pale. No, there is no need for that," she cried out, and you could see that she grew apprehensive. "I insist," Philip said, and motioned to us to follow him, but Lexi clung tightly to Adam. "No, it's my fault," she said, crying hard. "It was just an accident, and I exaggerated. Natalie didn't hurt me. I fell and hit my head on the table, and lifting myself, I got dizzy and fell through the window, but she is not guilty for my wounds." I just stare at her. Damn it! How could she lie so shamelessly like this? Adam would kill her if she would confess that she hurt herself deliberately. Adam just looks at me, and I can see that he is as pale as she is. "Take that, motherfucker. I told you that I didn't touch her, and yet you humiliated me in front of the pack again. As if what you did last night was not enough." "What the hell are you telling me, Lexi?" he asks her, but still using a calm voice and the tone he used to me. I promise that I will never do something like that, and I will be careful with my words. I will obey Luna Natalie in the future." And she starts to cry again, as if she is under some kind of abuse right now. "Just go to your room," Adam tells her, a little bit disappointed, and then looking at me, he says more in a whisper, "Let's continue this in my office." But I just stare at him. No sorry? No remorse for the way he acted against me? Just follow me? "Please," he says, and looks at me. I chose to follow him because I see that he doesn't want to be under our pack members' eyes anymore, because they are judging him with their gazes for the way they tried to hurt me. He must know that Philip's story about the surveillance was fabricated. We both know that there is no camera in our house. He did it to reveal Lexi's intentions, to save my reputation in front of Red Blood Pack. Adam just walks like a mute, and he doesn't even dare to look at me. We enter the pack house, and when we are in his office, he turns around and looks at me. Where is your voice now, Adam Hawkins? I ask myself. Where is the power you used to accuse me? But I don't say that. I just look at him and see that he acts like he tries to find his words. I ask. I don't understand why Lexi would suddenly go berserk and hurt herself, and he looks at me. She said she fell, he tells me, but I am not letting him go this time. She didn't, Adam. I was there, and she hurt herself intentionally. She just hit her head and laughed at me and then jumped out of the window. Her actions have nothing to do with me, I say, and I am not leaving him the chance to contradict me. No, he whispered, it's because of me. And he comes close to me and places his hands in his trousers pockets. Look, I am sorry for sleeping with her. I know that made her confused and she raised against you, trying to win me for her. I am really sorry. Well, Adam, I am sorry too, I tell him. I really thought that I could trust you, that you will keep your word, but what you did is unforgivable. And he tries to pull me close to him, but I take a step back. I struggled, Natalie, he said. Well, let me doubt that. 5 minutes after I left, that whore was moaning Willshe. He pushed me to do it. I fought with him, but I lost my control. And this should make me feel better. I am not interested in your excuses, Adam. I say and try to leave, but he grabs my hand in his hand and says, I will work harder, I promise you. I will try to repair everything I destroyed. Give me a chance to prove to you that I am still the same Adam who loves you deeply. Oh my goddess, that's new. New life, new challenges, I suppose. And how are you going to do that, Adam? I ask him. Not that I would be interested in what he wants to say, but I feel like laughing right now, even if I am boiling. Let's go on a vacation together, a second honeymoon, he whispered, and the jerk was serious. I think you forgot, Adam, but we didn't have the first honeymoon either because you were busy with the pack. And turning my back to him, I say, this time I am the one who is busy. I need to go to ShadowPack for business, and I take a step away from him. No, I object, he tells me, using his alpha command on me, a command that doesn't work on his Luna. You are not going to that Alexander's pack. They are waiting for me, I say and look at him in disbelief. Who thinks this asshole thinks he is? I will call their alpha and decline the invitation, Natalie. Listen to me. You are not going there, he said, pissed off. And right at that moment the door opens, and in the doorframe a more pissed-off Alexander shows up. Are you kidding me? Goddess, please, give me strength. Author's POV. Alexander roared, making the entire office tremble. And why can't she visit ShadowPack? He asked in a demanding voice, but Adam just stared at him for a second, shocked by his force and power. Since he left the Red Blood Pack yesterday, all he did was to think of Natalie. His inner desire for her erupted during their little encounter, and if until yesterday he was only assuming that his interest for her may be related with a fated mate bond, yesterday he had the confirmation. Kissing her neck and touching her, holding her in his arms, made Kenji claim her as his fated mate. It was her. This is why she looked for her for so many years. This is why he was fascinated by that little girl who saved him when he was 10. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, you could say, because he was the alpha of the strongest pack in the world. But he suffered until he became the alpha. His mother was killed when he was at the age of 6, and marrying another woman, his father stripped him of his rights as his heir. He became a target, and even if he was just a little kid, his mind was agile, so he played the card of the weak son, taking Wolfsbane so no one could consider him a threat. He was 10 when his stepmother tried to kill him for the first time, and that was the moment when his sweet angel, a girl with strawberry blonde red hair and blue eyes, appeared out of nowhere and saved him. He instantly fell in love with her. He longed to find Natalie. In her past life, he discovered her being killed when he finally found her, but in this life he found her at the right time, even if he had no idea about that. He knew since he was 10 that the little angel he met may be his fated mate. He just felt it, and he searched for her everywhere. It was just a hunch at the beginning, but yesterday when he had her in his arms, Kenji lost control. If Judy wouldn't have appeared, he would have marked her for sure, starting a war with the Red Blood Pack. So he had been restless last night, eager to see Natalie. At the beginning, after his fight with Adam, he took in the consideration to send Evan to bring Natalie, or another warrior. But that would have meant to stay away from her for a few more hours, and he simply couldn't. He wanted his mate in his arms again. Even Evan teased him before he left that Alex got the hots for a she-wolf, but he doesn't care. Is not a she-wolf. Is his fated mate who he got the hots for, and there is nothing wrong with that. And now coming to Red Blood Pack, he could hear Adam commanding Natalie not to leave. "I asked you something," Alex interrogated Adam. "Why can't Natalie visit Shadowpack?" "We have personal matters to solve, and right now I consider it unnecessary for her to leave her home." And looking straight into Alex's eyes, he added, "And that's not your problem. This is between me and my wife." Alex looked at him and laughed. "Well, AdamHawkins, you have a lot of shit to solve, and this story about personal matters has nothing to do with the plan to take Natalie to visit Shadowpack." And Natalie's heart stopped when Alex said directly, "All your personal matters have a real common denominator, your fated mate. Do you want to solve your personal matters with your wife? Solve those with your fated mate first, and maybe Natalie will be in the mood to listen to your shit." "She stays here," Adam growled. "No, she will give herself a vacation while you put that rogue in her place, and meanwhile your Luna could do what she knows to do better, make business in your place." Adam wants to put Alex down, but he can't confront him, not even in a debate, because Alex knocks him down and says, "We will discuss the future cooperation between our packs, seeking alliances for the Red Blood Pack. But I suppose that you lose your sense of judgment if you are not capable of seeing that this is good for your pack." And Adam was just perplexed. He can't even find his words as Alex knocked him down. Alex grabs Natalie's hand, and before Adam could stop her, he pulls Heir after him and pushes her in his car and commands his driver. "Go!" "Alex, my suitcases," she said, looking behind and seeing Adam running out of the pack house, shouting after her to come back to him. "They are already in my trunk. I asked my driver to take them while I came after you." But Natalie was just looking behind at Adam's face as he was running after the car, yelling to return. "What happened?" Alex asked, and his heart tightened. "Did you change your mind? Do you want to go back?" And he stared at her a little bit panicked. "What? No," she tells him, and it was enough, just a simple gaze in her eyes, and he knew she saw sincere. "Is that just that? I can't understand his reactions," she said and looked ahead. In her last life, after Adam found Lexi, he was so desperate and obsessed with her that he did anything to avoid Natalie. But now he makes such a big fuss because she was going on a one-week business trip. And as she was thinking about everything that was not making sense about Adam's attitude, Judy mind-linked her. "Nat, I heard what happened," she said. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. Judy?" she said and looked at Alex, who was watching her intensely. "Judy," Natalie said, because she couldn't focus while Alex's presence was making her feel hot again. "Please be cautious around Lexi and continue investigating her origins. What she did today is beyond imagination. She is dangerous. Don't worry, Nat. I am keeping an eye on that bitch," Judy said and closed the mind link. The atmosphere in the car was tense. It was like they were in a race, and Alex commanded his driver to choose another road, fearing that Adam would follow them and try to stop him from taking Natalie. In addition, not only Natalie was feeling hot because of Alex's presence, but he was strongly drawn to Natalie's scent. He couldn't focus because his mind was asking only one thing, to take her in his arms. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and realizing that there is a short route who could take him to Shadowpack, he commanded suddenly, "Turn around and take the first entry on the right side." And as soon as he said that, the car was really speeding. The driver took a sharp turn, and before Natalie knew it, she was thrown into Alex's arms. Her hands were around Alex's neck, his arms around her waist, and their noses were almost touching, and in Alex's mind there was only one thought. "Thank you, goddess!" Alex looked at Natalie, and his eyes started to glow. She in his arms looking into his eyes, and their lips were so close that he could kiss her. She was staring at him, and he could feel that she was affected by his presence too. But what made him lose his focus was her wonderful scent that was making him feel dizzy. She was so close to him that he could feel her, as if her sweet rose scent could be tasted. And he couldn't stop himself from asking himself how it would be the taste of her lips, her flavor in his hands, her flavor in his entire system. If he would be with her, in her, if they would simply be one body, how they will melt together. He said nothing. Either Natalie. They just looked into each other's eyes and kept their breaths. Natalie's face was blushed and her eyes were shining too at the mere presence of Alexander. He caressed her face with the pit of his fingers and arranged her hair, pushing it back so that he could inspect her mark. He looked into her eyes, because he was expecting from her to push him away, to ask him take a step back, but she didn't. She wasn't able to breathe around him, because she was just as affected as he was. He started to lower his gaze and he looked at her lips, and the way they were parted a little, as if she was trying to say something. He waited there and thought that again she would say to stop, not to go further, but she said nothing. His gaze fell on her beautiful and long neck, and his fingers followed his gaze, staring to caress her skin. Her heart was racing, and she was shocked too by her own reaction. Why does she feel so good? How is it possible for her to melt in his arms and not to run and tell him to stay away from her? It's like all she needs is to be held by him. The way Alex was looking at her made her feel like a delicious meal, because it was clearly that he was craving for her, and when his fingers started to run down to her top button of her shirt, her heart stopped. He caressed her collarbone and she could swear that she felt soft tingles. This shouldn't have happened, but yet he makes her feel in a way she never imagined that another man other than Adam could do it. He looked directly into her eyes as if he was asking for permission to open her button, and she found herself approving it. "What is happening with me?" she asked herself, as she closed her eyes trying to prolong this moment, but in the next second she conveyed her with for their relationship to remain professional. Why is he doing this, she asked herself. He is the greatest Alexander Stepanek, the biggest alpha in the world. Everyone fears him and knows that he could have any woman in his arms. Why is he so interested in her? And thinking about this, a sudden thought appeared in her mind, making her heart tormented. Maybe is just like Adam. What if all he wants is to make her his bedmate? What if he is helping her only to force himself on her? What if everything she thought she knows about him is just another illusion? Just the way her life with Adam was too? "You eat a bag of salt with a man, and you still don't know him," says an old quote. She barely knows Alex. What if she trusted him for nothing? And she was lost in her thoughts, to the point that Alex sensed her inner struggle. He acknowledged her allure to him, the panic in her eyes, the sadness, the fear that he was playing her too. Knowing that you are being lied is worse than being hurt by the truth. The truth could make you angry, could make you cry. But being lied, that hurts more than anything because it destroys the faith in people, steals something from you, it destroys you trust. He grabbed her hand in his hand and placed it on his chest right where his heart is. "I am not playing," he said, and lifted her chin too, so that she could look into his eyes as he is expressing his feelings. "I know what you think, Natalie, but hear me out," he said seriously. "I want you." And hearing him, she looked at him in shock. Why? She simply asked him, and she couldn't utter another word. She was not able to process his statement. "I know what you are thinking," Alex said. "Maybe you think that I am fooling around, trying to use you because right now you are one of the most attractive and interesting she-wolves in our world. After the annual Alphas party, everyone wants you. But I am serious, Natalie," Alex said. "I am married, Alex," Natalie said, with a calm voice. "And you think I don't know that, Natalie? I know that, and I hate it," Alex tells her. "But that is not going to want you less. I still want you even if you are bound to Hawkins by marriage." And he holds her hand between his chest and his palm. "I still want you. Believe me that I understand where you stay regarding what I am asking you to do, but give me a chance to prove you how much I want to be with you. Don't push me away, Natalie," he tells her in a soft voice. "You are Alexander Stepanek," Natalie says. "Do you have any idea about how many women would jump directly into your arms? And you want me? A married woman, furious and frustrated? A wonderful woman that makes my heart beat faster and faster since I met her." And he caresses her face, making her even more confused. "Is not first time I hear this, Alex. Is not the first time someone asks me to trust him. Right now the only person I trust is me," she tells him, and he smiles at her. "I know that, but I really want to give me that chance I asked for. Don't push me away. I promise you that my motives for wanting you are serious, and when the time will come, you will understand everything. But now is hard to explain myself." "I don't know, Alex," and her eyes were closed, trying to hide how much his words affects her. She wants someone to love her, but how to trust another man? And what about her revenge? "We will have this week," Alex says. "In ShadowPack, you will have time to observe me just the way I am. Please don't say no before you have the chance to know me. All I ask you is to give us, not me, give us a chance to connect during your stay in ShadowPack." Natalie just looked at him. He is damned handsome, and he wants her, even if she is not able to understand him. She stares at him and has no idea what to tell him. Her mind is screaming at her not to trust another man again, while her heart screams to let him be with her. She watched him, admiring his every single gesture. "Goddess, what should I do?" she whispered in her mind. "I can't do it," she said for herself, but right when she was ready to refuse him, Kelly appeared. It was just a glimpse of her presence, but she was here, and she say with a pleading voice, "Please, don't push him away, let him stay." Hearing Kelly, even it was more like a whisper, Natalie's face enlightened, and that did not escape from Alex's keen gaze. He saw a little glow in her eyes, something he missed in the last few days, and he realized that that must be only because Kelly showed up. "You are smiling," he said, while caressing her cheek with his fingers, leaving behind those sweet tingles. "I am happy," she told him, and there was no intention to push him away, but only an excitement that Alex could clearly see. "It's about my wolf," she said, and she realized that she was more than happy to share this with him, and not only because he was the only one who sensed Kelly's absence, but because he was giving her a good vibe. He is one of those good vibes that makes her soul vibrate, and she realized that this is why she wanted to push him away. She is happy around him, and she can't rely on a man who will never be her. She was here, Alex, and as she said that, she relaxed in his lap. "It was just for a second, but at least I know that she didn't leave me." "It's because her wolf wants us too," Kenji told him. "I tried to reach her. I tried to explain to her that if she would let me, I could be more than AdamHawkins ever was. It was our bond who called her man." "You need to pursue her, Kenji. Prove yourself in front of our mate, and don't lose hope that in the end she will choose us." And Natalie leaves from his lap and sits back to her place, continuing to smile. "Did she say something?" Alex asks, and his question makes her turn her face in his direction. "And how would you know that?" Natalie asks him, and she is watching him intently. How is it that this man knows her so well? It's like it's enough to watch her and know what it is in her mind and in her heart. "I already told you, Natalie, I want to be with you and I want to heal you. And not only your inflamed mark, but your mind and your soul and your wolf too. Let me show you how perfect we could work together. Stay with me." And at his sentence, Natalie's heart stopped. "That's what Kelly said too," she whispered, and her heart was skipping a beat just looking at Alex. "You asked me how I knew that your wolf was missing. You see, Natalie, every time I was around you, I felt her, because it is not only you that I want both of you. My wolf wants her too. We want the whole package. You and Kelly, me and Kenji. We could work together," he tells her. "I firmly believe that Kelly can return, fully return, not just for a second like she did a few moments ago. She can become a permanent presence in your life again. And you know what?" He asks and kisses her forehead, and she is not scared anymore and lets him do it. "What, Alex?" she asks him in a soft voice, but she is calm and she really wants to know what he has to say. "When Kelly comes back, she will allow you to be with me. She will let us live together for a lifetime. And you know what?" he asks, lifting an eyebrow and placing her hand again over his heart. "She will choose me. She will forget about anything that made her sad. You and me, Natalie, for a lifetime. This is my goal." And as he said that, the car stopped. "Alpha, we are here," the driver said. Alex opened the door and went to Natalie's side and opened the door for her, offering her his hand to help her exit. She was a little bit overwhelmed as Adam never did that for her, and she placed her hand in his hand. "Welcome to ShadowPack, Natalie," he told her, and made a large move with his arms pointing to everything that was around them. "This is my humble pack." "Humble?" Natalie asked, and she was shocked about everything she was looking at. She heard about ShadowPack, about how big and prosperous it was, but Alexander Stepanek was not a social butterfly, so she never had the chance to see his pack. "I never saw something so majestic, Alex," she said, aware of having no idea where to look first. She thought that Red Blood Pack was doing well, and they were doing better and better, especially since she became their Luna. But ShadowPack was from another planet, from another story. The buildings, the utilities, and the gardens. The school she fought so hard in her pack to be modern here was luxurious, and those little pups, you could say that they were studying at Oxford, not in a normal pack school. The pack's hospital was at least 10 times bigger than that from Red Blood Pack, and she could only imagine what hard work was behind all this grandeur she was admiring. "Everyone looks so happy here," she whispered and looked at Alex. "The kids, the Omegas, your warriors, how can they be calm?" And she really wanted to know what Alex's secret was. "They trust me, Natalie, and they know that I would do anything for them. I am not claiming that everything is perfect. All the time there is something that can be done better, but I am surrounded by people I trust, and I can only hope that nothing will change that." "It's so beautiful here," Natalie whispered and looked at the most impressive building in the pack. The Pack House. It was a castle, for goodness sake. 775 rooms. These include 4 offices, the Alpha's suite, the Beta's apartment, 52 apartments and guest bedrooms, 188 staff bedrooms, 92 offices for the most important people in the pack, Gamma, doctors, main cook, school directors, etc., and 78 bathrooms. In measurements, the building is 108 meters long across the front, 120 meters deep, including the central garden, which is exclusive for the Alpha's family, and 24 meters high. And as she was admiring the place from behind, Evan shows up and laughing says, "A penny for your thoughts." "Evan!" Natalie said and turned around. "Nice to see you make it," he said and took her suitcases from the trunk. "Well, believe me, Evan, I am happy to be here. This place is amazing." And she looks at Alex. "Thank you for giving me this chance, Alex. If you like it, you can move here," he joked with her, and before she could scold him, people started to come around. They were warriors, and most of them came after Evan, but seeing Natalie and Alex, they just smiled and bowed their heads in a sign of respect. "Natalie," Alex said. "You already know Evan, my beta." "This is Kendrick," he said. "My Gamma and the best warrior in our pack. Behind him is Sandra, the best female warrior, and Kendrick's wife and fated mate. Dennis, my chef cook, Dante's out doctor, and the rest of them I will let you meet tonight because you will have the chance to do it." "We are glad to finally meet you," Kendrick said. "Alex's Gamma. We've heard a lot about you, and we're honored to finally have a chance to see you face to face. You talk as if I am some kind of celebrity, when the fact is that I am just Natalie Hawkins. I am not special." "Are you kidding me?" Sandra said, laughing. "Let us decide that." And looking at Alex, she said, "If you want, I can show her the room the servants prepared for her while you talk with Evan and Kendrick. They wanted to inform you about something urgent." And looking at Evan, Alex frowned. "Is urgent, man," Evan said. "She is not mocking you. Shitty life. He just arrived with her in his pack, and what happened? Urgent matters appear out of nowhere. Will you be upset if I let you with Sandra for a few minutes?" Alex asks her with a soft voice and pushes the hair behind her ears, taking the opportunity to caress her face with the tip of his fingers. "No, of course, no," she said. "I don't want to keep you from your job." "Show her her room, Sandra," Alex said. And as soon he said that 2 Omegas came and took the suitcase from Evan while Sandra walked away with Natalie. "We were expecting you, Luna," the Omegas said, making Natalie blink a few times. "Luna? You?" But she realized that most probably they knew she was Luna Hawkins, and her heart became still. She was thinking too much. They took Natalie to the 3rd floor of the northern wing of the pack house. This was the wing where Alex, Evan, and Kendrick were having their apartments and suites. On the 3rd floor was Alex's suite. 7 bedrooms, a huge living room, 8 bathrooms, and a beautiful kitchen. But the most splendid part was the balcony, from where you could see the entire beauty of ShadowPack. On the same floor was Evan's apartment, 5 bedrooms, a little smaller, and Kendrick's apartment. Natalie was shocked that she was led to Alex's apartment. She knew it was him because she could feel his scent everywhere. Sandra and the Omegas took her in a spacious and opulent main bedroom that has a graphic wallpapered ceiling, statement lighting, and a dramatic antique French gilded floor mirror leaning casually against the wall for outfit selfies. She never saw something so opulent, and also she couldn't stop herself from asking herself why there was that huge mirror in the room, occupying a quarter from the wall she was leaning on. Everything was in white and a light grayscale, with soft golden tones. The room was airy and warm, and she just smiled. "Thank you," she said, turning and looking at the women that led her here. "It was our pleasure, Luna," and smiling at Natalie said, "In that closet you will find everything you need while you stay with us. Alpha asked us to take good care of you." And right when Natalie thought that they will leave, one of them said, "When you are ready, just call us to help you prepare for the red party." And Natalie's mind went blank. Red party, what the hell was that? "Sandra," Natalie asks, a little bit confused, "what's all about this red party?" But Sandra laughed. "Nothing you should be afraid of, just our preferate party in this pack." And winking at her, she took the Omegas with her and left. Red party? Natalie asked herself. She never heard about that, Alexander's POV. "What happened?" I ask Evan. If he fooled around to make me leave, Natalie, I would break his legs. I know he likes her, but she is mine. I saw his sour attitude when it comes to Natalie, and he is teasing me about becoming a puppet for a woman, but I saw the way he was looking at her at the annual Alphas party. He would love to be in my place. "Shit happened. What do you think?" he asked me back, making me look at him perplexed. Well, if he is just pissed off, there is no need to kick his ass here, so I mind-link him and say, "My office now, Evan." "You don't need to growl at me," he said, opening the door for me. "I know that you want to be with your master, but this is important," and he motioned me to enter my own office. "Leave the crap, man, because I am not in the mood." I say this because Kenji is pressing me to go after Natalie. You were already gone in the morning when Kendrick came with news from our border's watch points. Something is happening near our pack and attracted my attention because this is not normal. We already know that the rogues migrated in the area and installed their camps here. I tell him, but his gaze tells me that there is more. You don't need to prepare me, Evan, for the news. Actually, I'm in a hurry, so talk, because until now I don't see the urgency. What about rogues at our borders while other packs are engaging in joint training with foxes and bears near Shadow Pack's proximity? And I hear Kenji cursing. First of all, foxes and bears, that is not happening. It's absurd they hate each other to death. But what they both hate even more is us, the werewolves. So what the hell are you telling me? I ask Evan, and look at him as if he just said the most stupid thing in the world. That's the urgency, man. Evan says, and I see that he is not fooling. He really is serious. They allied, and even if I have no idea what they are looking for, they are doing it despite the deep-rooted enmity between them. Maintaining the civility between our worlds was always a challenge, but they are doing it now, on our backs, and I have a bad intuition about that. Evan tells me with a worried face. You are right. Damn it. What are they trying to do here? Every single one of them has no chance against us. I get it with the foxes and bears. We are natural enemies, but I don't understand the other pack you're talking about. I say, they know how strong we are. Are they aiming to harness the power of foxes and bears to gain a share of the resources of the Shadow Pack? That's what I thought. They are planning an attack on us and is imminent, Evan says. Our spies returned? I ask him. I am not stupid. I am always cautious when it comes to the safety of my pack. So we already planted spies within other packs, waiting for them to reveal themselves if they are planning an attack. No, but we are in touch with them. As soon as someone tries something against us, they will let us know. Good, because this is all I can say for the moment. Ask the warriors to be careful and protect the border. And I start to walk to the door. Should we postpone the party? Evan asks, and that makes me stop. For the moment, we have no idea what is going on until we have a complete image of what is going on. Nothing changes, I tell him. So we will have the red party. He tells me with a grin on his face. We will, and I exit the office, but not before to command him. Continue with the preparation for the party. Natalie's POV. So, do you like it? Sandra asks me, pointing to the beautiful bedroom they placed me in. Yes, I never imagined that a bedroom could look so beautifully arranged. I say, thank you for letting me stay here. The Alpha asked us to give this room to you and prepare it, one of the Omegas said. He never let anyone use this room, and that remark made me stare at her. I hope that is not haunted, I say in a joke, because she made it look like Alex made an effort for me, and I don't want for someone to make a bad impression. What? The Omegas laughed. No, Luna Natalie, it was his late mother's bedroom, and that knocked out me. Let me show you what you have here, Sandra said and opened the huge wardrobe for me. Holy crap, I say, and I stretch my arm to touch the beautiful dresses that are filling the wardrobe. They are all white and extraordinarily beautiful, and I could swear that a few of them are wedding dresses. This is a wedding gown, I say, pointing to a wonderful gown. The dress is the epitome of vintage romance and modernity and is something that I would choose for my wedding for sure. I never wore a wedding dress as I married legally with Adam, and we only had the Alpha and Luna ceremony at the same time. He said that there is no need for a real wedding. Everyone in his pack knew how much he loves me. But if I had a wedding, I would have chosen this dress. The ultra-feminine A-line silhouette gown features a flattering sweetheart neckline, beautiful exposed boning in the bodice, and lovely detachable lace cap sleeves. 3D encrusted floral detailing gives the wedding gown high fashion flair, while the sequin tulle adds dimension and texture to the couture design. The subtle yet stunning fabric-covered buttons on the back of the dress lead to a long, luxurious train that flourishes with floral beauty all the way down to the hem. I assure you it is not, Sandra says, smiling at me. You can take at least as royal gown, but not a wedding one. That would be more spectacular. More spectacular? Is she kidding me? Those dresses are suitable for various occasions, but not for a wedding for sure, even the Omegas assured me. They must be mocking me. Why the hell would Alex put a wedding dress in my wardrobe? Pardon me, not one, but at least 10 wedding dresses, and the rest of them are not far either. And before I could ask what the hell is going on, I hear the door opening, and the reason for my tormented heart appears in the frame door. You can go, he says, and motions to Sandra and the servants to leave me. I have her now, and his voice is calm but demanding at the same time, so the women just exit. See you later, Luna Natalie, they said, and closed the door. So do you like it? He asks me and points to the dresses, and now I realize that I'm holding that spectacular dress in my arms, and I don't know how to answer his question. I just block in my tracks because no matter what those women said, I know what I am holding in my arms. I must be like an open book for Alex right now, because he just smiles at me, and I see him coming to me. He took the dress from my arms and placed it back in the wardrobe. I like that dress too, he says as he looks at me again, and my heart just skips a beat as I feel his hand on my back. He placed an arm around my waist and pulled me into his arms. I like the feeling, but at the same time, I'm not comfortable at all with everything that happens. I just block for a second, and I can't stop myself from asking in my mind, what the hell am I doing here? But he must know. He must surely know how tormented my heart is right now, because he just leaves my waist and asks me in a calm voice, what do you say if I offer you a tour of my pack? A tour? It's like a déjà vu, isn't it? Alexander's POV. What happened? I ask Evan. If he fooled around to make me leave Natalie, I would break his legs. I know he likes her, but she is mine. I saw his sour attitude when it comes to Natalie, and he is teasing me about becoming a puppet for a woman, but I saw the way he was looking at her at the annual Alphas party. He would love to be in my place. Shit happened. What do you think? He asked me back, making me look at him perplexed. Well, if he is just pissed off, there is no need to kick his ass here, so I mind-link him and say, My office now, Evan. You don't need to growl at me, he said, opening the door for me. I know that you want to be with your master, but this is important, and he motioned me to enter my own office. Leave the crap, man, because I am not in the mood. I say this because Kenji is pressing me to go after Natalie. You were already gone in the morning when Kendrick came with news from our border's watch points. Something is happening near our pack and attracted my attention because this is not normal. We already know that the rogues migrated in the area and installed their camps here. I tell him, but his gaze tells me that there is more. You don't need to prepare me, Evan, for the news. Actually, I'm in a hurry, so talk, because until now I don't see the urgency. What about rogues at our borders while other packs are engaging in joint training with foxes and bears near Shadow Pack's proximity? And I hear Kenji cursing. First of all, foxes and bears, that is not happening. It's absurd they hate each other to death. But what they both hate even more is us, the werewolves. So what the hell are you telling me? I ask Evan, and look at him as if he just said the most stupid thing in the world. That's the urgency, man. Evan says, and I see that he is not fooling. He really is serious. They allied, and even if I have no idea what they are looking for, they are doing it despite the deep-rooted enmity between them. Maintaining the civility between our worlds was always a challenge, but they are doing it now, on our backs, and I have a bad intuition about that. Evan tells me with a worried face. You are right. Damn it. What are they trying to do here? Every single one of them has no chance against us. I get it with the foxes and bears. We are natural enemies, but I don't understand the other pack you're talking about. I say, they know how strong we are. Are they aiming to harness the power of foxes and bears to gain a share of the resources of the Shadow Pack? That's what I thought. They are planning an attack on us and is imminent, Evan says. Are spies returned? I ask him. I am not stupid. I am always cautious when it comes to the safety of my pack. So we already planted spies within other packs, waiting for them to reveal themselves if they are planning an attack. No, but we are in touch with them. As soon as someone tries something against us, they will let us know. Good, because this is all I can say for the moment. Ask the warriors to be careful and protect the border. And I start to walk to the door. Should we postpone the party? Evan asks, and that makes me stop. For the moment, we have no idea what is going on until we have a complete image of what is going on. Nothing changes, I tell him. So we will have the red party. He tells me with a grin on his face. We will, and I exit the office, but not before to command him. Continue with the preparation for the party. Natalie's POV. So, do you like it? Sandra asks me, pointing to the beautiful bedroom they placed me in. Yes, I never imagined that a bedroom could look so beautifully arranged. I say, thank you for letting me stay here. The Alpha asked us to give this room to you and prepare it, one of the Omegas said. He never let anyone use this room, and that remark made me stare at her. I hope that is not haunted, I say in a joke, because she made it look like Alex made an effort for me, and I don't want for someone to make a bad impression. What? The Omegas laughed. No, Luna Natalie, it was his late mother's bedroom, and that knocked out me. Let me show you what you have here, Sandra said and opened the huge wardrobe for me. Holy crap! I say, and I stretch my arm to touch the beautiful dresses that are filling the wardrobe. They are all white and extraordinarily beautiful, and I could swear that a few of them are wedding dresses. This is a wedding gown, I say, pointing to a wonderful gown. The dress is the epitome of vintage romance and modernity and is something that I would choose for my wedding for sure. I never wore a wedding dress as I married legally with Adam, and we only had the Alpha and Luna ceremony at the same time. He said that there is no need for a real wedding. Everyone in his pack knew how much he loves me. But if I had a wedding, I would have chosen this dress. The ultra-feminine A-line silhouette gown features a flattering sweetheart neckline, beautiful exposed boning in the bodice, and lovely detachable lace cap sleeves. 3D encrusted floral detailing gives the wedding gown high fashion flair, while the sequin tulle adds dimension and texture to the couture design. The subtle yet stunning fabric-covered buttons on the back of the dress lead to a long, luxurious train that flourishes with floral beauty all the way down to the hem. I assure you it is not, Sandra says, smiling at me. You can take at least as royal gown, but not a wedding one. That would be more spectacular. More spectacular? Is she kidding me? Those dresses are suitable for various occasions, but not for a wedding for sure, even the Omegas assured me. They must be mocking me. Why the hell would Alex put a wedding dress in my wardrobe? Pardon me, not one, but at least 10 wedding dresses, and the rest of them are not far either. And before I could ask what the hell is going on, I hear the door opening, and the reason for my tormented heart appears in the frame door. "You can go," he says, and motions to Sandra and the servants to leave me. I have her now, and his voice is calm but demanding at the same time, so the women just exit. "See you later, Luna Natalie," they said, and closed the door. "So do you like it?" he asks me and points to the dresses, and now I realize that I'm holding that spectacular dress in my arms, and I don't know how to answer his question. I just block in my tracks because no matter what those women said, I know what I am holding in my arms. I must be like an open book for Alex right now, because he just smiles at me, and I see him coming to me. He took the dress from my arms and placed it back in the wardrobe. "I like that dress too," he says as he looks at me again, and my heart just skips a beat as I feel his hand on my back. He placed an arm around my waist and pulled me into his arms. I like the feeling, but at the same time, I'm not comfortable at all with everything that happens. I just block for a second, and I can't stop myself from asking in my mind, what the hell am I doing here? But he must know. He must surely know how tormented my heart is right now, because he just leaves my waist and asks me in a calm voice, "What do you say if I offer you a tour of my pack?" A tour? It's like a déjà vu, isn't it? Author's POV. Natalie walked by Alex's side and said nothing as a lot of thoughts were running through her mind, confusing her. Every time she was close to Alex, she was feeling so good to the point she was starting to feel guilty about that. She was still married to Adam. Even if he was a cheater, he was still her husband. The revenge was never about finding another man to rely on, or about cheating Adam to annoy him. She is not that kind of woman, and she is furious with herself for being attracted to Alex. Alex showed her his apartment and the third floor, which ends with a huge balcony from where you can see everything in front of the pack house, and Natalie was impressed, and she couldn't stop herself from wondering what kind of pack Shadow Pack is and how hard-working must everyone be. She saw the kitchens and the dining areas. Is not one like she has in Red Blood Pack, where only the Alpha's family and the top-ranked werewolves can serve their meals. Here are at least 4 other kitchens and dinings for the warriors, for Omegas, and they have their own cooks. Having a chef cook is not a privilege only for the storms and powerful ones. The Shadow Pack is different, and she likes this. Equity and equality, Alex said. That is what leads us here. I want to believe that even the most insignificant Omega is happy to be here. We try to keep everything in balance. Our Omegas have their own houses, Natalie. I saw the way other packs treat them, and I hate it. Alex says and points to the Alpha's private garden. That's the only place that is only for me. That's my apartment. The rest of the pack is designed to serve everyone's needs. I feel like I am visiting a luxury residential complex. Natalie joked with him and continued to walk until they reached in front of 2 massive wooden doors. "What's here?" she asks Alex, and she can't refrain herself from touching the beautiful doors. "Here?" Alex asks, laughing and thinking that Natalie would not be impressed by this room, but he opens the door in front of her, and her heart stops in the next second, and smiling like she just saw the most impressive thing in the world, she screams, "Are you kidding me?" And she looks at him as she stands in front of a Christmas tree. "You have a library in your pack house?" And her eyes are glowing in happiness, making her so irresistible in front of Alex. He never saw her this way. She is always serious and stressed, but yet still beautiful. But that happiness in her eyes is something he hopes to see for the rest of his life. "May I?" she asked for permission, making Alex laugh. "Of course you can enter," he says, and Natalie runs inside the library, making a pirouette with her arms stretched. "I thought that your pack house is splendid, but this, Alex, this just made this place the most beautiful thing I ever saw." The library is on the southern wing of the pack house and has an entire wall of glass and half of its ceiling making the place full of light, serene and green. The library is a nature-loving bookworm's home that has the perfect mix of human imagination across the pages and Mother Nature's own creation thriving in the courtyard. Wooden shelves are around the walls, and in front of that glass wall is placed a comfy sofa, light, bright, and filled with brilliance. This wonderful glass wall study features academic book stacks all the way up into the sloping roof line, and Natalie feels like she is in heaven. "Can I borrow a few books while I am here?" she asks, and looks at the titles from his library, amazed by the diversity of the books. Anything you like it, and Alex's heart is full. Tell her! Stupid! Kenji almost screams at her. No, she will think that I am doing it on purpose to seduce her. Alex tells Kenji, who scolds him in his heart for being a coward. But this is our favorite place in the house too. Just tell her. Kenji starts again. He ignores Kenji and grabs Natalie's hand. Let's go, he tells her. I want to show you something even more beautiful. And she looks at the book, but he assures her. We will take it to your room when we return. Where are you taking me? Natalie asks, and she feels that there is no air in the room because everything smells like Alex. And she almost feels dizzy, but Alex takes her out of the pack house and points to Little Meadow. You showed me your favorite place in your pack, that beautiful lake. Now it is my turn to show you something that I hope that you will enjoy as much as I do. And in 5 minutes they are leaving the meadow behind, and in front of them opens a big river with a little waterfall. This is so beautiful. Natalie whispers and leaves Alex behind as she walks to a cliff area and leans on them. Can we stay here? She asks him, and he just nods. Alex is not able to utter not even a word because she looks like Leonardo's painting. Perfect. We could watch the sunset if you want, Alex said and took a seat next to her. Alex, Natalie whispered. I need to divorce, I need to leave everything behind, and she turns her face at him, watching him in the eye. I feel so free here. For the first time in my life, after so many years, I feel free. I need to divorce, but what if I do not succeed with my plan? You will, Alex said in a soft voice and pushed her hair away from her beautiful face. As long as you apply to the Werewolf Council, the divorce would be approved swiftly. I will support you in my word weights, Natalie, you have me. But as soon as he said that, he shocked her by saying, In return, I want something from you. Shit, she thought for herself. I was sure that he wants to make me his bedmate. And her heart becomes sad. What do you need from me? She asks with a trembled voice. I need you to trust me and let me help you to regain your wolf. Can you do that? And she couldn't process his question, which took her by surprise. She didn't understand why Alexander would want to do that. I will think about it, she said, and her mood dropped. She can't let him come so close. She will never let a man to bed her, not even to succeed in her plan, and with a ruined mood she looked sadly at Alex and asked, Can we go back? I need to be alone. Natalie's POV. Back in her room, Natalie was leaning in bed and she was tormented by her own actions towards Alex. Why did she decline his offer to help her retrieve Kelly? This is something she wants with all her what? She wants to see Kelly happy again and back in her life. The absence of Kelly turned her mood upside down, so why the hell did she refuse him without even asking him how he intended to help her? And this question made her become even more confused. Is it because she has feelings for him? He is perfect, she admits that. He is strong, handsome, and protective of her, and she likes to have him around. She likes the attention he is giving her. Oh my goddess, she whispered. I have feelings for Alexander Stepanix. Is this why I refused him? But before she could scold herself for the way she feels about Alex, her phone suddenly rang. How's my favorite bitch? Judy asks immediately, making Natalie laugh hearing her voice. Enjoying the peace, Judy, Natalie said softly. I bet that you are surrounded by hotties. I know only Alexander and Evan from Shadowpack, and they are just top models, woman. I wouldn't speak about peace in your place. Judy mocks her. Well, Judy, I didn't come here to observe the males from Shadowpack, but for business, Natalie says, but her mind is full of Alex. You are not funny, Nat, Judy laughs. I know a certain person in that pack that fought with our scoundrel Alpha and stole his Luna. That's more than business, you know? I bet that he likes you. And hearing Judy, Natalie's heart stopped. What's all about this topic? It's like Judy knows what is in her mind right now. Stop joking about this, Judy. But Natalie said that in a soft voice without scolding her this time. People could hear you and think that you are serious. Well, that's their problem. I hope that when you finish with your business of yours, you will start the serious part of your visit. Judy said, laughing hard and confusing Natalie. Which is? What is more serious then? But she doesn't finish because Judy teases her. You stole Alexander Stepanix's heart. Maybe you two will become lovers. Judy Bowen, Natalie said, and her face was completely blushed. Stop blabbering and tell me why you called me. All right, Judy laughed. I had no idea that you are so uptight. Judy, Natalie said, almost growling at her. Why did you call me? I called because I am pissed off, Nat, with what is happening in our pack right now, and I can't stand to watch it anymore. Natalie's heart becomes agitated, and she gets out of her bed and walks to the window. What the hell are you talking about, Judy? Your scoundrel husband acts like that rogue did nothing. She framed you, Natalie. She framed the Luna of his pack, his wife, and yet he didn't punish her, but he is all lovey-dovey with her. Even our pack members are disappointed with his attitude. That's all? Natalie asks Judy, and she is calm. This is not surprising at all. It would have been a surprise to punish her, but not to ignore her after everything she has done. If that's all? And Judy has a little bit and transforms. Natalie Hawkins, what is wrong with you? Just calm down, will you? And Natalie sighs. I can't. I want to kill that whore. Judy says, but you can't do that, so I beg you, calm down. He is not doing anything that I wasn't already expecting. Please, Judy, don't act reckless. And Judy cursed Adam and Lexi in her mind. Only because you asked me, she says in a soft voice. You are my only friend, Judy. Believe me that I have everything under control. Just take care of you, please. Natalie said with a lot of care and love in her voice. I will. After hanging up, Natalie wasn't in the mood to do anything else but go to sleep. It was still early, but she didn't want to have to deal with daily worries or her tormented heart, so she just went to bed. But as Natalie gradually drifted into slumber, her mind started to recreate images from her past life. Little by little, she woke up in the middle of a nightmare. No, she cried out. Take me out from here. She was looking at Judy, dying in front of her, being framed by Lexi. In her past life, Lexi knew that Judy was Natalie's only support, so to make Natalie weak, she framed Judy, and she ended up being killed. Maybe because she just talked with Judy and she was worried, the dream became even more dramatic. As Natalie was holding Judy's dead body in her arms, Lexi appeared in front of her holding her belly and accusing her for killing her baby. Right when Natalie was ready to tell them that she wasn't guilty, that she didn't touch Lexi, Adam appeared and stabbed her in her heart. He gave his sword to Lexi and she stabbed Natalie again and again while she was laughing her heart out. Natalie was sweating and crying in her dream, but she had no idea that she was doing it for real. Stop! She screamed out loud. Stop it! I didn't do it! Please don't kill me! And she was trembling as if she was having a seizure, but the dream was too intense. Hearing her screaming, Alex rushed into her room. He pushed the door, and her tormented image made him feel sick and scared at the same time. His mate was suffering while he was sleeping soundly. He jumped directly into her bed and lifted her, placing her in his lap. Princess, please open your eyes, he said, caressing her pale face, but she continued to cry. Her fingers were fisting his shirt, and she wasn't able to escape from her nightmare. Natalie, he called her name, I've got you. You are safe. Open your eyes, and as soon he called her, she woke up screaming. She stared into his beautiful blue eyes, and she realized that it was only a bad dream. She just watched his scared gaze and watched him as he said, I've got you. You are safe. Natalie's POV. As soon as I opened my eyes, I felt a huge loss as I realized that somewhere during the night, Alex left my bed and left me alone. We didn't do anything that should make me feel ashamed. Maybe if Adam wouldn't have called, I would have ended sleeping with him. But last night, we just slept in each other's arms. That was all. We talked a lot, and when the sun was ready to show up, I went to sleep. But what is all this fuss? I lifted the bedsheet and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. And as soon as I was dressed and exited my room, I realized that this was more than a fuss around. Hey, I called for an Omega. What is going on? Why is everyone in a huge rush? Tonight is the red party, Luna Natalie, she told me, and my face must be like an open book because she just smiled at me and stopping for a second said, It is our biggest party. We all waited for the red party and Alpha asked us to take care that everything be perfectly done. And she just left, carrying some flowers in her arms. I looked for Alex, but he was nowhere to be seen. All day long, it is like he just evaporated himself. What the hell is going on? He will not just ignore me after what happened last night. We kissed and made out. He can't act like he's nothing. Did you see Alpha Alexander? I asked an Omega, but she just shook her head and left. Natalie, someone called me and I recognized Sandra, that Gamma's wife. I was looking for you all day, she says and runs in my direction. But you know what? If that scoundrel ignored me all day long, I'm not going to ask about him anymore. What would his people think about me, that I'm some kind of desperate woman? I was taking a walk and admired this beautiful pack. I lied and smiled at her. The red party is in 1 hour and you are visiting the pack? Come with me now, she says and motions to me to follow her. Where are you taking me? I asked, seeing that she is taking me back to the pack house to my bedroom. We have a dress code, Sandra says and takes out from my closet a beautiful red satin dress. Where did this dress come from? It wasn't there in the morning. The red party, I say, pointing to that damn sexy dress. It is midi length with thin straps, and I am more than sure it will show my curves perfectly. It is beautiful, I say and caress the material. I would have never brought this before Lexi's appearance. It is beautiful, but too sexy for my taste. But now being sexy helped me to gain help from other alphas. Let me help you, Sandra said, and before I could say something, she pushed me in a bed and started to work at my hair and at my face, applying makeup. You are so beautiful, she said. You don't even need makeup to be perfect. But with this, you should attend Miss Universe, you know? And I must be blushed already because she starts to laugh. That's very flattering, Sandra, I tell her. Thank you. And now I am the one that smiles, for everything. Well, I am glad that I could help you. And she places her makeup brushed on the table and starts to walk to the door. See you at the party in the backyard in 1 hour, and she's out before I could ask more about this party. I took the dress and looking in the mirror, my heart stopped. Is that me? Sandra arranged my hair so beautifully. She curled my long hair and added a few braids on the left side of my head. She didn't exaggerate with the makeup, but she used some gray tones to contour my blue eyes, making me look so mysterious. Everything works perfectly with my dress, and when the time came, I stepped into the backyard garden, where everyone was almost gathered. I feel that I am exuding both elegance and sensuality right now, and everyone looks at me. Kelly, I call my wolf. That I would give anything to have her back as a permanent presence. I miss her. Kelly, are you there? I asked, but nothing came. Not even a week. Yes, she is out again, and I don't get it. Why? Was it because of Adam's betrayal or the painful memories from my past life? I simply don't understand her, but all I can do is to wait for her. Kelly, I would have loved to have you with me tonight, I say in a whisper. I love you and I miss you. You have me, no matter what happens. And you know what? And this time I am serious. Take your time. If you need to be alone to forgive and forget, take your time. I will wait for you. And saying that, I started to look around. What the hell is going on here? Is this a party or something more? All around people are wearing red attire, even men, and that's odd. This dress code is taken to the extreme. I look around and try to find the person that occupied my mind all day. And here he is, surrounded by some warriors that are explaining something to him. He wears black jeans, trousers, and a red shirt, with the last 2 buttons opened, letting everyone see the skin from his chest. There I slept last night on his strong chest, but for an unknown reason he seems to ignore me. I couldn't wait to see him, and yet he is distant. We kissed. Why is he acting like he doesn't know me? Is that the whore? I heard someone gossiping behind me, but I ignored that voice, because I had no idea what she was talking about. Yeah, she is Luna of the Red Blood Pack. She must be a nymphomaniac because she has her alpha at home, but she is messing with Evan Leonard and Alpha Stepanek too. Another one said, and that got me. They are talking about me? What a bitch, the first one said again. What's so good about her anyway? Both Evan and Alexander look like they are waving their tails to be with her. I would have never acted so low like she did. Her intentions with them can't be good ones. And now I snap and look at them. Did you see me fooling around with your beta or with your alpha? And I am fuming right now. No, but why would they have taken you here if this wasn't true? One of the women asked. You are with them. That's bullshit, I say in a commanding voice. I am here with only one purpose, and now I am pissed off. My purpose for attending the gathering is to elevate the status of female wolves within the werewolf community and secure greater benefits for them." "You are lying!" They growled at me, and now I want to cut their faces, but before I could do it, Evan growled from behind, and I saw the women losing their colors. "Get the fuck out of here," he said in a commanding voice. "How dare you to torment our guest?" and pointing to the pack house said, "Disappear or I will let Alexander know what you just said." And turning in my direction, he said sweet and soft, "I got this. I will protect you." Natalie's POV. What the hell is wrong with these people? I look at those stupid that accused me of playing games with Evan and Alexander. "Don't mind them," Evan says, making me realize that he is still right behind me, and that made me turn around. "I am not playing games," I say more in a whisper as if I am trying to prove myself, but who am I trying to lie? I kissed Alexander last night. I even slept in his arms. Maybe I am not playing with Evan, but my conscience is not clear because of Alex. And where the hell is he? Why did he ignore me all day? "Natalie," Evan asks me with a lot of concern, "are you all right?" "Huh?" I asked back and looked at him perplexed. "I asked you if you are all right. If those stupid made you feel offended, I will send them to prison," but I motioned him to shut up. "No," I say, and right then I see Alex looking in my direction. "Just tell them never to show again in front of me, because next time I'm going to rip their heads." And he just nods and leaves me alone, seeing that I am not in a mood to talk. I looked again in the direction where Alex was a few seconds again, just to see him looking at me too. But what to see? As soon our eyes met, he turned his gaze from me, ignoring me, just as if he is trying to avoid me. And the moment he did that, I felt a pain in my heart. Not even when Adam brought that stupid maid of his in my house, I didn't feel so hurt. I feel my eyes becoming watery, and I would have given anything to have Kelly with me right now. To give me strength? But it's just me. The human Natalie. "It's all right, Natalie," I say, closing my eyes and avoiding looking in his direction again. "He is just a jerk like all the men you met in this life. He just fooled you. You don't need to suffer because of him." I repeated this again and again in my mind until I calmed down. I need to uphold my dignity. I will not let Alexander Stepanek destroy the last straw of dignity that remained in my soul. No matter how deeply this hurts, I will make it. I will survive this day, and tomorrow I will return to my pack. I don't need this alpha shit. So opening my eyes, I forced a smile, and looking around, I started to talk with the guests. They are all pack members. And it seems that I am the only real guest, but even those bitches ruined my mood. The rest of the pack seems nice and glad to have me here. I can sense Alex's gaze upon me, but I am not going to look for him anymore. No, I am not his puppet to play with me. Why the hell did he kiss me last night when it is more than clear that he doesn't want me? "So," a young warrior asked me, smiling at me, "how many hours per day do you train in the Red Blood Pack? I mean, your warriors, not you, Luna Natalie," he said, scratching his head, as if he just said something inappropriate. "Well, you said nothing wrong," I tell him, and I can see that right now, more than six warriors are around us, listening to our conversation. I am the one that trains with them. My husband hates everything that involves. How the hell to explain myself? I can't just tell them that Adam is a stinky alpha acting like a sloth when it comes to pack's duties. My husband is involved in the active defense of our borders, and the rest comes to me. So about what you just asked me, we are training 4 hours per day, and they look at me a little bit perplexed. We are training 8 hours per day in Shadow Moon Pack, another warrior said. Shit, that's why they look like gods descended from heaven? And my pack scolds me for forcing them to train for 4 hours, I say laughing. Before me, they were training for only 1 hour in the morning, and I can see the way they look at me. I steal a gaze, and Alexander is fixing me with his eyes, but I try to focus on what I am doing. He ignored me very well. I will show him that I don't care either, and that I am just doing fine by myself. Gathering all the courage, I look at the warriors that are telling me about their training and their fights, and without blinking, I ask something that I would have never asked before. You look so big! Damn it, what the hell am I doing? And I see them smiling at me and blowing their own horn, acting like some peacocks. Well, your warriors would look the same way if they chose to train like us. the warrior from before said. "Don't do it, Natalie," I say to myself, but my mouth spoke before thinking, and I found myself asking, "Can I touch your muscles?" "Shit, shit, shit! Please touch them," they said, and I saw them rolling their sleeves' cuffs and unlimbering his muscles for me to touch them. I placed my hands on his muscular arm, and damn it, the man is strong. I am bigger. Another warrior said, "See," he says, making me laugh as I am still touching that impressive arm. "I can see that," I say, and laughing at him, I continue, "I will put my warriors to work harder." "Do you want to touch mine too?" a warrior's ask. But before I could refuse him, I heard a loud growl behind me, and two strong arms pulled me away from my robust warrior. "Get the hell out of here," Alex commanded them, and I realized that he used his alpha command on those poor guys. "So Alpha Stepanek," I say, trying to control myself. "You are rude. I was just talking about trainings," I tell him, but Alex turns me around and looking straight into my eyes says, "That doesn't need physical interaction." Is he kidding me? "Pardon me?" I ask back, and now I am pissed off. The jerk ignored me all day, and how he acts like he is jealous and possessive? Well, he can go and unfuck himself, because he needs to do that for sure. "Why were you touching that warrior?" he asks me, and I can see his eyes changing their color, showing me that he is trying to control himself. But I am fighting the urge to beat him for hurting me and squinting my eyes at him. I pointed my finger in his direction and asked him back. "If you are so bothered by my actions, you should have behaved differently and done your duty as a host." I almost growled at him. I would have expected for him to put me in a corner and send me to hell, but he just looked into my eyes with a hurt gaze and more in a whisper, and with a calm voice he said, "I had my reasons to avoid you, Natalie." "Reasons?" I ask him back. "You kissed me last night, for goodness sake," I say, lifting my arms in the air. "What reason would you have to avoid me today, huh?" And now I am furious. "You are just like my stupid husband, and you are playing around." And I try to walk away from him. But I must have pressed the wrong button, because in the next second I felt his hand around my arms, and he pulled me into his arms. He looked into my eyes, and I can swear that he is trying to control his wolf, as his eyes are completely golden right now. "It is not about you, Natalie," he says. "It is about my inability to control my desire for you." And I see him leaning in my direction. Is he going to kiss me in front of his entire pack? And why I am not pushing him away, but right before he could do it, my head started to hurt as I heard a piercing scream. And it is not only me who hears that. Everyone looks around in panic. It's a rogue attack. Alexander's POV. I have no idea how long I stood looking at Natalie, but in the morning when I woke up tightly embracing her in my arms, I knew that this is something that I want to do until the end of my life. My entire being, my reason, everything I have and I am was clashing with me to claim her right there, right at that moment. And that's what I want too. A life with my mate, with Natalie. I've been longing for her since I was 10, for goodness sake. I lived without her for so long that I wonder how the hell I survived after I lost her trace years ago. I was only a kid, but I knew it since I was 10, that she is mine. I have no idea how I did that, but she was the force that made me move forward. Her memory was what made me fight for my life. I knew that having her would be enough to be happy. And now here she is. In my arms, sleeping soundly. We kissed last night, we kissed and held each other, and I was so close to losing my control over Kenji. If I claim her now, if I mark her, I will destroy everything. She is not ready, I know that. She is still AdamHawkins' mate and Luna. I will start a war, and I didn't promise her a war but a life without Hawkins. I could kill that jerk anytime, and I would do it only thinking of Natalie's tears, but she would never understand why I did it. Our bond, she can't feel it right now. So yeah. No matter how much I love her, no matter how much I want to be with her, I need to control myself. I place her on her pillow, caressing her beautiful face with my fingers, and she is smiling in her dream. She is so beautiful. How to cheat her? How to hurt her? AdamHawkins. For every single tear she shed, I will make him pay. She lost her wolf because of the pain that jerk provoked her. Do you know what that means? Can you understand how great the pain must be to make her lose her connection with her wolf? I feel like dying just thinking about it. I peck her lips, and she pouts her lips even in her sleep. I will never let you go, Natalie. I whisper and peck her lips again, in a slow move so I could prolong the moment. Then claim her, idiot. Kenji forces himself on me. Leave the crap and mark her. What the hell are you waiting for? She is not ready, Kenji. I whisper and lean back, because if I kiss her again, I lose my control and do exactly what Kenji asked me to do. She is, Kenji says, almost growling at me. We are losing precious time with our mate. Last night she was ready for us, but you let her go. You didn't explain anything to her. What explanation is that? You saved me when I was 10, he growls at me. She needs to find out that we are mates. And she needs to figure that out by herself, I growl back at Kenji. She doesn't feel the bond, Kenji. She will never believe us. And I ran away from her bedroom. You are a coward, Kenji says, pissed off. That's what you are, but I ignore him and transform into my wolf form. I start to run in the woods to calm myself, without allowing him to take control. I need to avoid her tonight at any price. I made up my mind. The red party is not just a party, but it is something that involves finding mates, choosing mates. Mating is not an orgy if that is what you think, but having her here tonight, the need to have her will consume me, so I need to avoid her. Goddess, give me strength. And I thought that I was able to control myself until she showed up, wearing that simple red dress with spaghetti straps that showed every curve. Goddess, I think that I saw her nipples through that material. What the hell was in my mind to send her that dress? I'm probably some kind of masochist for doing that. So as soon her gaze met mine, I looked to someone else. I saw her searching for me, but I chose to ignore her, and when I saw her face becoming sad, I felt that my heart was torn to pieces. Go to mate, idiot! Kenji cursed me, but I remained steadfast in my decision to ignore her. She is suffering, you jerk, he said, and started to fight with me. Shit, I am losing my control here. War. I suddenly hear someone saying, and turning around I see some she-wolves from my pack offending Natalie. Evan, I say, trying not to look in Natalie's direction. Put those stupid in the dungeons. And before I could look at Natalie, Evan was already there. And shit, I said that I am not going to look at her. She caught me looking at her. What the hell is wrong with me? Kenji, I command my wolf using all my power. Back off. You will pay for this, he says and gives me full control, and I turn around and start to talk with an old member of my pack, while I keep my ears open to hear Natalie. Is she crying? No, I am not going to turn around and look at her again, even if I can feel her pain. How is it possible to feel like this if she can't feel our bond? If I didn't claim her? But before I could think of something else, I felt a change in her mood. She is furious, so I look in her direction only to see her talking with my warriors. If they try something on her, I will kill them. You can touch it, one of them said, and I felt Kenji pushing me to rip that warrior's head. You are strong, she laughed, and another one was showing her his muscles. You can touch mine too, and I lost my focus for good. I push everyone in my way, and before she could say something else, or she said, but I am not able to hear anything at this moment, I growl at my warriors and say, Get the hell out of here. And mind-linking them, I continue, Touch her and you are all dead. Am I clear? She is mine. And see them taking a step back and looking at me, and then at her in horror, most probably realizing that she is my mate. I grabbed her arms and pulled her to follow me. I can't let anyone see me losing my control, so I lead her beneath an oak tree. Let me go, you scoundrel, she said, pushing my hand away from her. Kiss her, Kenji commands me. Why the hell did you touch that warrior? I ask her and pull her in my arms again. Because you avoided her, stupid, Kenji says, hearing her questioning me about my hot and cold behavior. Look, I had my reasons, I told her. You are just like Adam, playing with my heart. What? I am not. I am more than you can imagine, Natalie. Shit. I don't give a shit if she will kill me, but I am telling her right now that she is my mate. I can't lose her, and let her think that this is a game. Is not about not wanting you, Natalie. I say, well, not right with these words, but you know the idea already. It is about wanting you too much, about me not being able to control you. And before she could react, I lean over her. Not giving a shit that some of my pack members are watching us, I lean and kiss her. She was so shocked that I didn't even realize what I did, but I continued to kiss her passionately, channeling all my emotions and desires in this kiss, and right when I thought that she would kiss me back, I heard a piercing scream that made my heart freeze. We are under attack. Rogues. Author's POV. Alpha, we are under attack! Kendrick ran to Alex and Natalie with a few warriors following him, trying to defend them. How the hell did something like this happen? He asked, seeing that Evan was running in their direction too. I have no idea, but they took advantage of the fact that we were holding the red party and we were unfocused, Kendrick said. It is the first time they had the guts to act like this. He also added, and he was confused. What should we do? Evan asked, and right now the rogues were in the pack for good. Group yourself, Alex said. No matter what happens, we need to defend the pack. No one must die. We will fight until death if it is needed, but our pack members must be saved by these filthy rogues. And turning around, he sees two rogues jumping in Natalie's direction. Watch out, he shouts and grabs one of the rogues, but his head giving him a knee in his abdomen, while Evan grabs the other one because Natalie was taken by surprise. Alex fought valiantly, so did Kendrick and his warriors, and Evan too, but Natalie was not inferior to them, because as soon as she came into her senses, she jumped in the fight. Back off, Natalie, Alex said, scared that he could lose her. Back off, are you kidding me, Alexander Stepanek? Natalie asked as she grabbed a rogue and stuck her teeth in his neck. I can fight. See your own business, she said, and punched another rogue that was trying to put her down, but Alex said, terrified. Don't you get it, woman? I can't fight with you here. And he was so serious that made Natalie stop for a second. I need to know that you are fine. I need to know you are safe or I will lose today because with you here, I can't focus. Just listen to me and hide in the pack house with the rest of the women and children. Natalie just watched him and she saw how scared he was. He was serious. He was fearing that he could lose her. But what if she loses him? Evan, suddenly Alex commanded, take her to the pack house. Yes, man. Evan nodded and stepped out to fulfill his duty and protect Natalie. Protect her with the cost of your life, do you hear me? Alex said, shocking Natalie for good. I can't lose her. Natalie watched Alex as he motioned her to leave and hide, but her heart was heavy. She is a Luna. She is not any Luna, but a Luna who trains and can fight. And what if Alex will need her? What if he will be hurt? Natalie, Evan said and grabbed her arm. We need to go now. Everywhere there was only screaming and crying, and she looked around and felt that she was losing her mind. The pain she felt was like her own pack was suffering right now. She saw women running into the pack house with their children in their arms, and what horrified her was the fact that the rogues started to follow them. Get in the house right now, Natalie! Evan was scared by the way the fight was escalating, and right when Natalie was ready to finally listen from behind, a woman cried out. No, she yelled. Leave my baby alone. Natalie looked behind her and she saw a young mother. She must be an Omega because she was weak and she was holding a little toddler in her arms while a rogue was hitting her to take the child from his mother. I can't just stay and watch, Evan. Natalie whispered as she clenched her fist. I am sorry. Trust me, I can fight. And before Evan could stop her, she jumped in the air and hit the rogue, killing him in one move. Evan was shocked. Damn it, he thought. The woman was really a fighter. Natalie lifted the poor woman from the ground and placing the kid in her arms commanded her, I will take you in the pack house. Now you are safe. She looked for Evan, but he was not here anymore, and she saw him fighting with a group of rogues to cover the inexperienced fighters. He saw Natalie entering the pack house and motioned to her to hide as he continued to fight too. You are safe now, Natalie said to the poor woman who wasn't able to stop her crying. Do you know where the safe place is? And the Omega just nodded. Show me, Natalie said in a soft voice, trying to calm the woman, but as soon as they arrived in the hall, a rogue wolf appeared from nowhere. Hide now, Natalie screamed and pushed the Omega and the child from the rogue's way. Now, she commanded her, seeing that the poor woman was in shock. Now, or you are dead. And hearing Natalie, the woman started to run. What the hell, Natalie? Evan said, coming in the house as he put down a rogue that was following him. I thought that you were at the safe place already. And let that woman die? Natalie wanted to ask, but right then a rogue bursted into the hall, so triggering a clash between the rogue and Evan. Natalie wanted to help Evan, but before she could do anything, another rogue wolf burst through a window, posing a threat to those inside. "Kelly!" Natalie screamed. "Stupid wolf, show up or we are dead!" She looked around and realized that she was tired, and the rogue who just came through the window was more ferocious than the others. "You're so dead, Kelly," Natalie scolded her in her heart. She looked around as she saw the rogue coming in her direction, and she wielded a chair as a makeshift weapon to fend off the approaching rogue. "Do you think that you can hurt me with that piece of wood?" The rogue laughed at her. "If you don't shut your mouth, I will kill you," Natalie said, and as soon as she did it, a wave of power surged through her veins, making her feel stronger. "Kelly?" she whispered to Heir Wolf, even if no answer came, but her eyes were shining for the first time in the last weeks. "Did you lose your focus, stupid rogue?" Natalie growled at the rogue, but as soon as she did that, the rogue pinned her to the ground. "I never killed a Luna," the rogue said. "This will be so funny." And he tried to stick his claws in her shoulder. "Natalie!" Evan yelled, and he was completely panicked as he was not able to help her because he was fighting with two rogues at the same time for his own life. Natalie's eyes gleamed with determination as she counterattacked the rogue who had pinned her to the ground. "And you will never kill a Luna today?" she said, and grabbed the rogue hand, holding it in the air, and she punched him in the nose with air-free hand, rolling with him, and now she was the one who was pinning him to the ground. "Stupid bitch!" The rogue growled and pushed her over him, but Natalie was over the moon as she felt that unexpected burst of strength. "Bitch is your mother!" She screwed the rogue who ran in her direction with one single purpose, to kill her. But Natalie was not afraid. That strength, she had meant one single thing. Kelly was reawakening. Natalie grabbed the rogue and punched him in his face again and again, even as she was just in human form and wasn't able to transform. She hit him so hard to the point that, looking into his eyes, she saw something so unexpected. The rogue was fearing. It is said that you can smell fear, and that was exactly she was experimenting right now. But she was just human, and he was a rogue, so gathering his force, he pushed Natalie and made her fall to the ground. "Man!" Evan mind-linked Alexander. "Help us. We are attacked by rogues. Natalie, shit!" And another rogue shows up, making Evan go apart from the place where Natalie was fighting. The rogue transformed, and that was the moment when Natalie had no idea if she will succeed anymore in resisting him. He clenched his fangs and growled at her. "Pathetic woman," he said. "Did you thought that you can win over me?" And running in her direction, he grabbed her arm between his fangs, biting her hard. "Holy shit," she cried out in a terrible pain, but she didn't give up, and she punched the wolf in his right eye, making him blind for a few seconds, enough for her to escape from his grip. Natalie was full of blood. Her blood, the rogue's blood, and she was furious too. It was the first time when she was experiencing a rogue fight, and right now, when she needed Kelly, she chose to hide. The rogue turned around, and without even thinking, he jumped over Natalie. In his opinion, she was a weak target at this moment, but before he could touch her, Natalie heard a voice she missed so much. "Kill him, Nat." It was Kelly. She came back. You can't even imagine the happiness Natalie felt hearing her voice. Her wolf was still alive. And the euphoria was acting like an adrenaline boost, because ignoring the pain, Natalie jumped on the back of the rogue and started to hit him in the head. Punch after punch, as if that was all she knew, until the rogue collapsed on Natalie, catching her under his weight. She was struggling to escape from there, while the rogue was starting to recover, when out of nowhere a huge gray wolf suddenly appeared and pushed the rogue away from Natalie. He grabbed him with his fangs from his back paws and, rotating him in the air, sent him flying away from her. "Watch out," she said, seeing two other rogues trying to hurt the gray wolf, and she saw him fighting again, looking from time to time at her as if he was checking her. She lifted from the ground, and seeing that the gray wolf was fighting, she grabbed one of the rogues and, with the help of Kelly, tore him in pieces. She was injured, but her determination was unbroken, and when all the rogues were dead, she realized that Kelly was nowhere to be seen again. She was alone again. "Oh, Kelly," she whispered for herself, and she wanted to help the gray wolf. "Thank you," She looked around, and before she could thank to the gray wolf, Evan came in a rush and held her between his arms, scared by the fact that she was injured. "You should have listened to me, Natalie. Why the hell did you fight?" And seeing her torn shoulder, he started to panic. Bruises, scratches, open wounds. She was a wreck. But what a fight! Evan was shocked by her force in a fight, and she didn't even transformed. She did it in human form. "I am fine," she said, but her voice was betraying her. She was in a great pain. "Fine?" Evan said, "You are injured and full of blood." And he didn't even know what to do, but before he could help her, Alexander growled from behind. "What the hell did you do?" he asked Evan. He was full of blood, but he was not hurt at all. "Asked you a simple thing to protect Natalie, and what did you do?" And he pushed Evan away from Natalie. "Did I ask you to help the warriors?" And punched Evan in his face, making him stumble. "Alex, let him go," Natalie said, and tried to place herself between them to protect Evan from Alex's wrath. "It was my decision to fight. He tried to stop me." "He failed to protect you," Alex growled. "What as I would have lose you?" And only the thought that something like this could have happened made him even more furious. "I am fine," Natalie whispered, placing her hands on his chest, and her simple touch made him calm down a little, but not enough to stop him from scolding Evan through their mind link. "They are all dead," Kendrick said as he entered the pack house. "Shit, Natalie," he whispered. "How the hell did you get those injuries?" And hearing him, Alex felt that his brain will explode. "That's it," he said, and pulled Natalie to his chest. "I need to look at your wounds and treat them." "But I am fine," she insisted. "One more fine, and I am taking you to the hospital. Just follow me if you don't want to see me making a scene here," he told her, and lifting her in his arms in bridal style, he motions to Evan to open the door for him. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, a little bit taken aback, but she couldn't hide the fact that his touch was making her feel better. "To my office," Alex said, and as soon they were there, he placed her on his sofa and commanded Evan, "Bring me some disinfectants and bandages, this looks like shit." And holding Natalie's hands between his hands, he asked her, "Why didn't you listen to me, Natalie? If I would have lost you," and his gaze on her was like an open book. "I'm sorry for making you worried, Alex, but this is who I am. I am not a passive Luna. When I need to fight, I fight," she says. "I'm not a coward to hide in front of the danger." "This shouldn't have happened, man," Evan says. "How the hell put them to attack us? No normal rogue in his head would try to attack the Shadow Pack." "Those were no rogue," Natalie said, and she looked at Alex. "Have rogues on dungeons in Red Blood Pack, and they smell like rotten eggs. Those I fought today had a unique scent." "She is right, man," Evan says, a little bit shocked that he didn't notice that. "Because of their severed bond with their packs, they are carrying a unique burnt scent. But those we fought today had faint undertone of sandalwood and sage, as if they were trying to hide their real scent." "There is only one reason for doing something like that," Alex said, and he starts to clean Natalie's wound. "They might not be rogues," Natalie concludes, and her remark makes Alex look straight into her eyes. "Your observation makes sense," Alex said. "No rogue would be foolish enough to attack the strongest pack in the world unless he has a death wish." Evan continues, but Alex was still furious with Evan, and looking at him, he asks, "Why are you still here? Didn't you do enough today? Just get out, Evan, or I will beat you." "I already told you." Evan starts to defend himself. "Just go and investigate the attack if you want to make yourself useful, because here you are making me pissed off." And Alex cursed him in his mind. He could have lost Natalie today, and Evan was helping the young warriors instead of protecting his Luna. "I said go," Alex said, using his alpha command, and Evan just took off from there before Alex could kill him. Being alone with Natalie, Alex closed his eyes and inhaled her scent, but her scent was mixed with all the blood from the rogues she fought with, so he lifted her in his arms and carried to his bedroom. "My room is," she wanted to say, but seeing him so worried, she swallowed her words. All the memories from last night started to appear in her mind. The kiss, that perfect kiss she never experienced with Adam, was filling her mind, and when Alex placed her on her feet and placed his arms around her waist, the proximity sparked the emotions between them. He looked at her wounded shoulder, at her arms, and you could see in his gaze how worried he was for her well-being. "Let me help you," Alex whispered. Help her? Last time he helped her with her inflamed mark, she had a little and let him claim her. She almost lost her mind, but yet she liked that moment so much. She looked him into his eyes and she could hear her own heartbeats at this moment. The atmosphere was so tense, but she wanted Alex to touch her again, to take care of her, and even she was sure that this is not right at all, she found herself nodding. "Please, help me." "What the hell is wrong with you?" Natalie growled at Alex as soon as she stormed into his bedroom wearing only that wet towel around her body and her panties. A lot of questions are running through her mind right now, and she is both furious and curious, but most of all, she wants answers. Every single time Alex is around, Kelly shows up. It's like he is an alarm for Kelly. If Alex is around, she is calm, happy. She doesn't care about Adam anymore, and when she is alone, her wolf simply disappears, as if the past is breaking her under his weight. How is that happening? What does Kelly have to do with Alexander Stepanek? And why the hell did her injuries heal so quickly when Alexan was close to her? She remembers the day when Adam cheated on her with Lexi, and her mark was inflamed and was hurting like hell. Alex was there and kissed and caressed her mark until the point that she forgot about that pain. He is not a healer, otherwise he would have stayed and helped the wounded members of his pack. A healer will never be able to ignore the pain of those around him. Then what the hell is going on? He kissed her, held her at his chest and caressed her body, and then he just ran away. He made Kelly surface again, and this time she seems that she is ready to stay, and she is asking for his presence. Kelly needs answers too. "I asked you something." Natalie growls at Alex, who was facing her with his back, while he was taking another pair of boxers to wear it. "Alexander," she called him, and seeing that he avoids her, she walks to him and places her arms around him, hugging him from behind. She would have never acted like this with another man. But again, why does this feel so right? She kisses his shoulder, but Alex detaches himself from her arms and, struggling between primal desire and self-control, he pushes her away and walks to his balcony. "Are you fucking kidding me, Alexander Stepanek?" Natalie asked, furious. "Did you bring me here to mock me? To humiliate me? Why are you acting like this? Why are you warming me up just to ignore me after that?" And almost breaking in tears, she says, trying to compose herself, "I don't deserve this shit. I had enough. I had shit for 10 lives. You know what? I am leaving back." And she pushes Alex, but he grabs her arm and stops her. "Just leave me alone if you're going to play me again. I can't do this anymore." And she tried to release her arms from his grip. "All I want is to be loved." And she calms down, but hearing her words, Alex lifts her in his arms and pins her to the closest wall. "And do you think I don't love you?" And he is so alarmed and he shocks her. "I do fucking love you, Natalie Hawkins. I am pushing you away because I am not able to control myself." And his words made Natalie's heart stop. "What?" And she can't even breathe alone. "I want to claim you, woman. That's why I left. I want to claim you as mine. I want to fuck you and mark you and keep you in my life forever." And he kisses her with a lot of passion. "All I want is you." Natalie just stares at him and motions to him to let her go. But she whispers as Alex lets her on her own feet. "I am already marked. I am not divorced. This will be here forever. I mean, until our bond will be completely damaged. I can't." And she touches Adam's mark, but she can't feel it. Her fingers started to touch the area where Adam marked her, and she is shocked to realize that the mark is gone. "Alex," she almost screams, "my mark is gone." And she looks at him in horror. "What?" And he pulls her back into his arms, and exposing her neck, he touches her skin. The mark simply disappeared as if it was never there. "This is abnormal," Alex tells her. "I never heard of something like this." And he just stares at her while Kenji forces himself on Alex even harder, but Alex still controls him. "Natalie," he asks, looking straight into her eyes, "what was the significance of your past mark?" But before she could answer that question, Kelly almost took control, and Natalie's eyes started to glow, emitting her aura and her scent. "Natalie!" Kelly screamed, "Is him! I feel it now!" And she is so enthusiastic that Natalie almost got scared. "What are you talking about, Kelly?" And Natalie is perplexed. Kelly was gone for weeks only to come back now and put a show? Alex. And Kelly made Natalie look straight into Alex's eyes. Alex is our fated mate. I feel it now, Natalie. Now that our Mark is gone, I feel it too. She just stares at him and her heart simply stops beating. He is just watching her, having no idea what is going on, but before he could ask her if she is all right, Natalie pulls him in her arms and kisses him passionately. Alex doesn't lose a second and lifts her in his arms, and walking with her in his bed, he places her on her back. "It was you," Natalie whispered. "All this time you knew it, didn't you?" And Alex is taken aback. "Knew what?" But Natalie doesn't lose any second and kisses him back. "You are my mate," Natalie utters. Alex stops for a second, and having her wearing only her panties at this moment, he kneels in front of her and grabbing her panties, he rips them in one move. With her Mark gone, and with her recognizing him as her fated mate, he doesn't have a reason to hold his desires. "You are feeling it, isn't it?" he asked her, and he started to caress her body with his hands. "Every tingle, every touch makes me more addicted to you." "Yes," she said, almost moaning. "I feel it too." And she easily puts her head back. Author's POV. In the morning, Natalie was just staring at Alex's beautiful face. Was he awake all night long? She just realized that he was watching her in silence, and his fingers were playing with her long hair. As corny as it looks, it seems that he was living a dream come true. He was analyzing her face as if he was trying to immortalize the moment, and seeing him looking at her this way made Natalie's heart skip a beat. She found her mate, her fated mate. "Morning, babe," Alex said in a whisper and pulled her over him, kissing her slowly. She was so beautiful, and now being marked, the pull he was feeling towards her was even more powerful. She was made to give him pleasure. Just last night he lost himself in her again and again, to the point that he was afraid to go to sleep after she went into a deep slumber. He was afraid that this was only a beautiful dream. "Morning, mate," Natalie whispered and kissed him back. "Mate." And Alex smiled at her while she placed her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeats. "How is that you recognized me as your fated mate last night?" he asked her, and his fingers started to caress her naked back, making her shiver in his arms. "It was Kelly," she answers him and sits on her bottom, taking a seat near Alex, but he pulls her in his lap. "Kelly?" he asks in awareness. He knew that she was around every time he was in the area, but recognizing him as her mate was a huge step. "It was all so sudden that for a moment I thought that I was not hearing well when she started to yell in my mind that you are her mate," Natalie explained. But thinking about it, it made sense, and she looked straight into Alex's eyes. "You fought for me, because it was more than a business deal. You fought for me, Alex. You supported me. Every time you were around, you were making me feel things I shouldn't have felt. And my wounds healed so quickly when you were close. Hearing Kelly calling you her mate was the most normal thing for me." "Goddess." Alex laughed and pecked her lips. "I can't believe that you are mine now." And he realized that now, being mates, Kelly will fully return. As soon Adam will be out of her life for good, she will be Kelly from before. "Why didn't you tell me, Alex?" Natalie asks him as she leans back a little so she could watch him. "You knew that we were mates, and yet you played with me for so long." "I wasn't playing," Alex tells her. "But would you have believed me if I had told you earlier?" And he stares at her, trying to make himself understood. She must know that he wanted her from the first second he met her. "You were still marked, and even though you were furious with your scoundrel Alpha, you couldn't feel our bond. I still don't understand how your mark disappeared and you became free from your mated bond with your husband. But I can only be grateful for that," he tells her. "I wanted and I knew that our connection had to evolve naturally, that you need to know me first to trust me." "I saw you before, you know," he said. "What do you mean?" Natalie asks and looks into his beautiful blue eyes, and she feels that she will lose herself in his clear blue eyes. "You were at the lake, at that lake where you took me when you offered me a tour of your pack." "But I don't remember," Natalie said, shocked and trying to remember, but Alex just kissed her and pulled her by his chest. "I was hiding behind the trees and stalking you like a scoundrel, because I saw that you were marked. You felt my presence and you ran away, and at that moment I had no idea who you were." "Was it you that day?" and Natalie couldn't believe it. It was the day she resurrected, and Adam brought Lexi in the pack house. "You were crying," Alex tells her. "I wanted so much to comfort you, to hold you, but you ran, and then your husband's beta showed up and I needed to hide." That day, and Natalie's eyes filled with tears. "Tell me," Alex whispers. "You will think that I am out of my mind if I tell you," Natalie says. "How to tell him the truth? You are my mate, Natalie. I love you and I trust you." Alex confessed and kissed her little and delicate hands. "That day it was the most tragic day of my entire existence," she says. "It was the day I was reborn, and hearing her look at her with attention. Adam and his fated mate killed me before. And now she is watching him in his eyes, but his eyes are full of rage and tears too. I had no idea why I was sent back into this world, but I landed again in the middle of the same story where my husband was betraying me. They killed my family in my past life. Even Judy was exiled and died because of that stupid rogue. She framed me. She poisoned me. She took my Luna position." Alex wiped away her tears, but new ones showed up as if Natalie wasn't able to stop them. "Now you know why I asked you for help. Everything they did to me led me to divorce, and it was my journey to becoming an alpha in this life. I couldn't let them win again. No one should bear such pain," Alex said, and his heart was bleeding. In his mind, him and Kenji were making hundreds of plans to kill Adam and Lexi for putting Natalie in this situation. "Do you trust me?" Natalie asks and stares at him. This is a science fiction story. But before she could add another word, Alex kissed her. "Of course that I trust you. You being with me and recognizing me as your mate is a science fiction story. And you know what? From now on, you don't need to be scared anymore. From now on, you have me." And Alex held her tightly, providing the comfort and support she needed. Natalie's emotions surfaced, and she busted herself in tears. It was something she couldn't control anymore. She was vulnerable, and she was fine with that because she knew that the one who was with her would never use that against her. He was her fated mate. She could finally release the pain she carried with her for so long. "Babe," Alex whispered, kissing her face and wiping away her tears. "What do you say if we stay here today?" "Don't you have work to do?" she asked him after she calmed down. "No," and he smiled at him. "Evan can do it in my place," and his hands started to travel again over her body, making her aroused. "All I want for today is to be with you, in you, and listen to your story." And he slipped inside Natalie and started to move slowly, giving her time to adjust to his size. He will heal her body and her soul. This is a promise. Natalie and Alexander spent the day together, making love, discussing their experiences, what had happened to Natalie, and planning their next steps. And in the evening, when Alexander was called for an urgent matter, she returned to her room, which was just next to Alex's, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She is Alexander's mate, and reflecting during her current situation, she realized something else. She wasn't weak or helpless. She was the mate of the most powerful alpha. She just smiled, and looking around, she saw her phone on the bedside table, and his screen lit up as if he had received a message after the message. She checked her phone, discovering missed calls from Adam that she chose to ignore. However, there was a message from Judy. "Nat, I am sorry. I failed. They've got me." Adam's POV. "Babe, let me help you with the stress," Lexi says, and I feel her arms starting to wrap around my body, but I am not in the mood. Actually, it's been 3 days since I am not in the mood because all I am thinking about is the pain I feel in my chest. As if it wasn't enough that jerk from Shadowpack took her with him, but now I am sure that what I feel is because my wife, Natalie, my Luna, is mating with someone else. My wolf is telling me again and again that this will solve all our problems and that now we can be with Lexi if Natalie found someone else. But you know what? I don't give a shit on that. I want her. Oh my goddess, what have I done? I love her. She is mine. I marked her and I made her my Luna because she is simply outstanding. She is beautiful, smart and powerful, something that I know realize that Lexi will never be, and the only reason I am attracted to her is that bond mate. I am so stupid. How could I be so weak? "Babe." Lexi tries again to approach me, but I push her away from me. "I want to be alone, Lexi," I say, trying not to hurt her feelings. "This is my shit. It's not her fault for the way I am feeling. But, babe, she starts and I can't stand it anymore and runs out of the pack house, transforming in the air. I need to be alone. I need to think about everything that happened. I can't lose Natalie. I know that now. It is only my fault for making her leave this pack. Since Lexi came, I gave her only problems and forced her to accept my cheating. Why? Why did I lose my fight with my wolf? Why did I hurt her feelings? But you know what? It doesn't matter. Now that she is with someone else, we will be even. She is still my wife. I just need to make her come back and I will change. I will handle my situation with Lexi differently, the way I should have handled it from the beginning, because in my heart there is room for only one woman, and that woman is my wife. I promised her paradise, and what did I give her in return? A shitty life. I understand now. I know how wrong I was. She tried to tell me again and again to push Lexi, but I let my walls down, and now I am in the middle of this amorous triangle. Goddess, please, I can't lose her. I will be a better man for her, I promise. No one can be better than me for her, I marked her. I am her mate. But thinking about it, a strange thought kills my mind. It must be Alexander, Evan Leonard's brother she is with. He was always after her, defying me and acting like he was some kind of alpha male. Shit! He really is good-looking, but he is a nobody. She will not choose someone like him instead of me, no matter how stupid I was. He is not better than me. I am offering her the Luna position. What is he going to offer her? But I want my mate, my wolf says, pissing me off. We choose a mate, you stupid jerk. And it was Natalie, and you agreed that she is ours, and we will never change our mind and heart, and now you forced me to claim my fated mate in front of my true Luna? I say, growling at him as I run through the woods trying to calm down. But we love Lexi, he starts again. And we also love Natalie. I almost scream as I say that, because now I realized how stupid I was. I hurt my Luna for a woman who was offering me something that Natalie will never be able to offer me, because that is not in her nature. She is my equal. She will never be as submissive as Lexi is. I have this BSDM problem, and deep in my heart, I like being a dominator. But with Natalie I can't, because she is as strong as I am. Lexi offered me this fantasy, but you know what? Is not enough. I get it now. My feelings for Lexi are shallow. It's only about physical attraction, or with Natalie is more. She is my everything. But, my wolf says, but nothing, Jared. I growl at him. Do you remember what we promised her? We said that our hearts will never change, that our love for her will never fade, that she will be ours forever. Shit, my wolf whispers. Yeah, shit. Do you get it now? I ask him. We need to take her back, man. We need to show her again that she is our Luna, that we are sorry. And I hear him howling. But Alexander took her with him to his pack, Jared says. And that's what scares me, man. I say in my heart is at a race. I am afraid that he will keep her away from me. I am afraid that she will never come back to me and never forgive me for my stupidity. You know what? Jared whispers. Just let go back home and think about what we need to do. We need to impress her deeply when she returns, pamper her, and offer her attention. We never did it before, because we were always busy, but now I get it. You are right. She is our Luna. Our true Luna. Maybe we should hold a party in her honor when she returns, or have our honeymoon that we delayed for too many times, or maybe we should offer her a baby. And only thinking of making her pregnant with my pup is making me happy. That's what I'm going to do. I need to forget about Lexi. I need to focus on my true Luna. So calming down, I start to walk back to the pack house, but as soon as I reach it, I see Lexi waiting for me in the front of the pack house. Babe, I was worried for you, she says and tries to hold me, but I motion to her to stay away from me. Her presence is still affecting me, is consuming me, and it affects Jared too. But now I will control myself. This is not love what I feel for her. It is a weakness, and I am not weak. I am the alpha of red blood pack, and I am able to control my fucking hormones. Look, Lexi, I say, and look directly into her eyes. I am sorry, I just need to make my Luna come back to me. It was a mistake to hurt her feelings, and I see Lexi becoming white. I get it, she says in a whisper. I will never be able to be like her, but I could try, you know, she says. We are fated mates, we are stronger together. It's too late for that, Lexi. My true Luna is Natalie. I marked her. It doesn't matter that we are mates anymore. She wears my mark. I tell her and try to leave, but Lexi shocks me when she says, "You know, you were so good to me and helped me when I was in need. Let me help you to bring her back." And that got me. "I doubt that something that will be related to you will bring my wife back. Let it go, Lexi," I say. But what I am thinking about is not related to me, but to that friend of hers. Judy Bowen, I believe that is her name. And now I am pissed off. "What the hell are you implying, woman?" I ask her. "I am not going to try to approach her friend to make her jealous. It's not about that, babe," she says, and that babe kills my brain. "Stop calling me babe, Lexi," I say, but I motion to her to continue to talk. "We should use Judy to bring her back. We should frame her and put her in danger. I don't know, maybe in prison? Natalie will never let her best friend suffer, and she will return in no time to save her." What the hell is she talking about it? "Lexi, I am not going to hurt someone innocent for nothing. What do you mean to frame her? Are you nuts? Judy is honest and loyal, and she did nothing wrong." Lexi just watches me, and I swear to you that right now I have no idea who is standing in front of me. She has the ability to make scheming and framing people, and I just remember the episode from the kitchen when she tried to frame my Luna. This woman is more complex than I thought. Special times ask for special actions, my alpha. Lexi tells me with calmness, "Do you want your Luna back or not? Because if you are nor agreeing with my plan, that means that you love." But I cut her. "Tell me about your plan." Natalie's POV. Shit. It's been 2 days since I am trying to reach Judy, and she is not answering me. After that message, my mind went blank. What was she talking about when she said that they caught her? Was she talking about finding out about our plan to put Adam down, or something else happened? Why the hell is she not answering my calls? Adam should never dare to raise one finger against her. But he will. He did in the past. She had been framed by Lexi and caught up in a spy case due to her defense of me. She had eventually been exiled to the borderlands and died in conflict, becoming one of my most painful memories. I can't let history repeat. So I take my luggage and run out of Alex's bedroom. He was dealing with those foxes and bears attacks, and new leads appeared about the last rogue attack, so I need to use this moment to leave, because otherwise he will never let me leave him. I don't want to leave him, but I can't let Judy die again because of me. Her blood will be on my hands again. "Ask Alex for help," Kelly whispers. "There must be something different to be done. We don't need to run away like this. And to put him in danger because of us?" I ask her. "This is my fight, Kelly. I can't risk his safety. I will save Judy, and after that we will come back to our mate. Promise me," she commands me. "Promise me that we will come back to him." I promise, and I am already in the hall, and right when I was ready to exit the pack house, I heard Evan behind me. "Where the hell are you going?" Oh, my goddess, another drama. I turn around and I can breathe normally because Alex is not with him. At least he is alone. "Look, Evan, something happened in the red blood pack and I need to go back. I will solve the problem and then I will return. If I'll still be alive, but I say that part for myself. Then wait for Alex to accompany you, but I shake my head. There is no time for that, and he has a lot of problems here. This is my fight and I need to take it. I say and step in the door direction. "What the hell is so important so you could leave like this, Natalie?" he asks me, and from his gaze I know that he was not expecting an answer from me, so I shock him by saying, "It's about Judy. Do you remember her? Your fated mate. She is in danger because of me. Adam caught her helping me for sure, and I believe that she is in danger." I see him looking at me, and his eyes are changing their colors as if he is fighting with his wolf. "You said once that she will be your beta. It is our duty to defend our Alpha and Luna and die if it is necessary. So she is not doing anything wrong. You will just ruin her sacrifice." And I simply can't believe that he said such nonsense. Pissed off, I pushed him away and exited the pack house. "I can't believe that you said something like that, Evan," I say, completely disappointed. "She is my best friend. She is like my sister, and I don't give a shit on what a beta should do. I want her alive. If she suffers something because of me, I am not going to be able to live normally again. Do you hear me?" And I take out my phone and try to call for a taxi, but he places his hand over mine and stops me. "Shit, Alex will kill me, but I can't let you go there alone." and he motions to me to follow him. I will take you there, but you better take care to return here or I am a dead man. Do you hear me? And I almost jumped and kissed him. Thank you, Evan, I say and jump in his car. Just take me there as fast as you can. He doesn't say anything, but he drives in silence and I can see that he is stressed too. I know that you may think that I am making a mistake, I say, but he mocks me immediately. Oh, so you still have some brain in that head of yours. I know that he is pissed off. If this goes wrong, Alex will kill him. He beat him up for not protecting me during the rogue attack. Returning without me will end badly, and I already know that I am not coming back to Alex. Adam will never let me go. It's like a déjà vu. He will kill me as soon as he sees me. Judy, I say in a whisper. She is the most wonderful person I know. And he is not looking at me, but he continues to drive. I am not trying to make him accept her. I respect his decision, even if I don't understand his reasons. But Judy is just the way I said. Wonderful. She always kept my back and protected me. She was the only one who ever said to me not to marry Adam, that a fated mate could appear, but I did it anyway. She never told me, I told you, but she tried to help me when I was in need, and Adam started to betray our bond. She just did what a normal friend should do, Evan says, as if it was nothing. You know that's not true, Evan. True friendship is something so rare. She put herself in danger to help me with my plan. You have no idea how much she suffered for me in the past. I am not going to explain this to you now, because I know that no matter what I say, you will never look at Judy the way I do. She deserves a chance to be saved or Adam will kill her. And now I see him looking at me. How can you be so sure? He asks me. Well, I can't tell him about my past life, so I say it in another way. Is not the first time he tries to hurt her to take revenge on me, and before I could add something else, Evan parks his car in front of the Red Blood Pack house. I open the door and start to run on the front stairs, and I see the guards opening the doors for me as if they were waiting for me. Natalie, they greeted me, and even bowed in front of me. What the hell is happening? Where is my husband? I asked, but I was not waiting for their answer and walked directly to his office. I just hope that I will not interrupt a hot encounter with his whore. I open the door without knocking, and I am surprised to see him alone. He looks at me, and I can see that he is happy, but in the next second, he hides his emotions. You are back, he simply says, and he gets on his feet and tries to hug me, but I slap his hand and ask him enraged, Where is Judy? So you found out about her betrayal, he says, and wraps his arms around my body. My long hair is free, and he can't see that I am not wearing his mark anymore. What betrayal, Adam? She will never do such a thing. Take me to see her. But she did it, he says, and now I am more than sure that she was framed. Judy was working with members of another pack, preparing to attack our own pack. This is bullshit, I growl at him. This is the truth, and I have witnesses. I just stare at him. I was right, that bitch framed her again, and I am going to lose her. Listen to me, Adam, I say, almost collapsing. Judy will never do that. I don't care that you have witnesses. She didn't do what you said she did. Yeah? And he lifted an eyebrow and continued. Then let's see that with your own eyes. And he motioned to me to follow him. He took me to the dungeons, and my heart stops when I see Judy behind the bars. But what shocks me is that Lexi and an unfamiliar werewolf are with her. Stay away from her. I growl, using all my Luna's force, and push Lexi from Judy's proximity. Open the doors, I commanded that werewolf that I have never seen before, but the man just stood there. No, not until she receives the punishment, he says, ignoring my command. What are you talking about? I growled again. She betrayed you. She deserves to die. Author's POV. Natalie just stared at the man who accused Judy of betrayal, and flash memories from her past life surfaced, and her heart stopped. She saw this man before. It was the same man who accused Judy before, the man Lexi was working with. This is bullshit, she said, pointing her finger into that man's direction, and then looking at Adam said, And who the hell is this man, Adam? What is he doing in our pack? I was gone with business for a few days, and in my absence everything went crazy here. In this case, you should have never left, babe, he says, looking at her, and making her block in her tracks. Babe? Why is he acting like he is not interested in Judy's betrayal? "Let her go, Adam," she insists, but Adam shook his head. No, she needs to learn her lesson, and he motions to Natalie to come close to him. Natalie just watches him and her heart is full with hatred. So he is working with Lexi to frame Judy. Otherwise, Adam wouldn't be so calm if Judy would have really betrayed the pack. She would have been dead before she could reach her. And realizing this, Natalie's heart is in pain as every single memory with Judy makes her recall the torment she endured because of this unfamiliar man, Lexi and Adam. "Babe, just come here," Adam says and tries to make Natalie to be cooperative, but she simply ignores him. Natalie's focus was solely on the situation before her. She slaps Adam's hands before he could catch her and pull her in his arms and stood in front of that man who claimed that Judy was guilty. She just watched him intently without even blinking, and she was like an open book. It was a mixture of anger and determination in her expression that made Lexi and that man fear for a second. She truly was a strong woman, and now she was a strong woman with a purpose. She was resolved to protect Judy at all costs. "Open those dungeon's doors now!" She commanded the man, but he looked at Adam and said nothing. It was a strange situation as Adam didn't see this coming, and he thought that Natalie will simply beg him to forgive Judy, and she will be submissive in front of him in an attempt to save her friend. Lexi instead, she already knew that Natalie would make a scene, and that was what she was looking for in reality. She knew that this would deepen the split between Natalie and Adam. She was hoping that Adam would get angry, and with this plan, she would kill both Judy and Natalie. But what to see? Natalie was stronger than she thought she was, so seeing how her plans were going down, she took the lead and said, "You should see beyond your friendship with this woman, Luna Natalie." And Natalie felt that she was implying that she was not able to focus on the real problem and to distinguish between friendship and Luna's duties. "I saw her with my own eyes when she was trying to steal one of your bracelets, the one you wore at the Alpha's annual party, the one with diamonds, and with every single word she utters, Lexi attracts even more hatred from Natalie's side. I told Adam about what I saw, and we decided to search in her room for that bracelet, but nothing could have prepared us for what we found there." "You found nothing, stupid bitch," Judy growled. "This is a setup. How dare you talk with me like that?" Lexi growled back, and looking at Natalie, she said, "We found proof of her betrayal, letters and photos with our strategic points in our pack. She was sharing information about the Red Blood Pack with members of another pack to aid in an attack." "That proves nothing," Natalie said, but before she could put Lexi in her place, the bitch said, "Philip could explain that I am not lying," and Natalie's eyes squinted. So this time she went further. He captured the man she was working with at the border, and he confessed everything. He was awaiting a signal from Judy to initiate the attack. And that was the moment Natalie couldn't take it anymore, and with a lot of rage she asked, "And let me guess, that man is this man who is staying in front of me, and for the information he gave you, Adam decided to let him free?" "Exactly," Lexi said, wrapping her arms under her almost non-existent chest. "Do you think that I am stupid?" Natalie snaps out, making Lexi block in her tracks. 1. She couldn't steal that bracelet because I took it with me to the Shadow Pack. That's a bracelet that I wear every time I attend an official visit. It's an heirloom, so tell me, Alexandria Banks, what the hell did you see? Because what you just said is a big lie. Lexi starts to blabber. Secondly, she didn't talk with anyone because it was me who told her to talk with other PAC's members, but not to betray this PAC, but to find more things about the rogues attacks that we encountered lately, and more of that about your fucking past, because since you came here, this PAC stinks like shit. And Lexi's face became pale. Evan Adam was looking at her in shock because he never saw her so outraged. "And in third place, you are a fucking Omega!" And that was the moment Lexi died. A rogue and an Omega with no status in this pack. The simple fact that you are fucking my stupid husband doesn't give you the authority to interfere in matters involving higher-ranking wolves. Judy is your superior. She is my beta female, so what authority do you have to work against her? And Lexi is not able to utter not even a single word. "Babe, you shouldn't be so tough with Lexi. She just tried to help." Adam tried to explain, seeing that this is not going the way he thought. "Pardon me?" Natalie asks and looks into his direction. "I don't care what her so-called intention is, because I already know what she is looking for. She framed me before, and now she tries to frame my closest people in an attempt to hurt me and steal my Luna position. This is all about it. But you know what, Adam? That is going to happen over my dead body." Seeing that she is not cooperative, Adam got angered too and tried to force Natalie to submit, he said. "I know what I saw, and we have this man as a witness. She will be banned, and she will become a rogue. I don't want to see her again in my pack." "Just try it. Adam and I swear to you that you will regret this day for the rest of your life." "Are you threatening me, your alpha, your husband, and your mate for this woman?" he asks her, completely shocked. "I am willing even to kill you if that is necessary, but you will not ban an innocent woman because of your whore's setups." "You will submit to me," Adam growled, losing his temper and forgetting why he was framing Judy. He opens the dungeons and drags Judy out of there, pushing her out of the door. "Don't touch her!" Natalie growled back and elongated her claws, ready to attack Natalie, while Lexi and the man who were assisting were in shock. Natalie was ready to fight with Adam for Judy's sake. She was defying her alpha? "Take your hands out of Judy," she commanded Adam with all her force, making him look at her in shock. But he composed in the next second. He pushed Judy in her knees, still holding her arm tight to the point of cracking her bones, and said, "I, Alpha AdamHawkins, ban you, Judd." Natalie jumped in the air to put Adam down, but before she could reach him, she stopped because the entire room echoed with a thunderous growl. "Touch her, and you are dead." Author's POV. "Take your hands on my mate," Evan growled. Since Natalie left his car, he waited for her to return, thinking that this would not take too much time, but then he realized that maybe she would need his help. In the end, she is his Luna now. He loves her, and he hoped that the things between her and Alexander will not evaluate, but it did, and even if he is hurt, he knows and understands that she is not a match for him anymore. He will never go against Alexander no matter what happens. First is his duty, and then comes his personal needs. So he entered the pack house, and the entire place was filled with Judy's scent. He felt that sweet scent that tormented him the day he first met her at that dinner. And Xander started to yell in his mind, "Mate! Find her now! He is not here to find his mate, for goodness sake! He is here for Natalie!" But with every step he makes, he feels that something is not right, and his heart starts to ache. "Our mates suffer, you idiot," Xander says. "And you are here trying to figure it out what to do?" He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath and realized that where Judy is, Natalie is too for sure. So following that sweet scent, he found himself entering the dungeon. But nothing could have prepared him for the scene he met. Natalie was almost transformed, ready to attack AdamHawkins, and Judy was on her knees in front of Adam, who was pushing her and almost ripping her arm. He could see the bruises and the blood on her face. Did someone beat her? What the hell is wrong with these people? How to hurt a woman? And before he could realize what he was doing, while Xander almost took the control over him, he growled how loud that the entire dungeon vibrated. "I said take your hands from my mate!" Adam turned around, and seeing Evan, he blocked for a moment. Did Alexander come to take Natalie with him again? But looking around, he saw that he was alone. "I don't care if this woman is your mate or not. She betrayed us, and I need to ban her out of my pack. There is zero tolerance for those who work against their leaders." Hearing him, Evan stepped in and motioned to Adam to release Judy, who almost collapsed when Adam released her arms. She was so weak right now because Lexi injected her with wolfsbane to make her weak. She couldn't even talk for herself at this moment, and seeing her like this, so different and vulnerable from the last time Evan talked with her, his heart ached again. "There is no need to ban her and make her suffer even more than you already did. I will take her with me in my pack because she is my mate and you will never need to deal with her." Evan says, shocking everyone, but most of all shocking Judy. "No, she has information about this pack and I am not going to allow her." Adam starts, but Natalie puts him in a corner. "Allow her to do what, Adam?" She growls at him. "You know that she is a setup, but you insist on hurting her. You must already know that touching Judy will hurt me. If this is what you want, I am here at your disposal. Hurt me, but let her go." "What the hell are you talking about?" Adam said while Evan asked her too. "Are you nuts? What the hell are you doing? Let Judy go and we will talk later about what happened here," Natalie tells Adam, because she must make Judy leave with her mate, knowing that if Judy remained in the red blood pack, she would face more danger. She can't risk her safety again. "What are you telling me?" Adam says, starting to calm down as if he just realized something. "If I let her go, will you stay here with me?" Evan motions to her to say no, while Judy, unable to speak, shakes her head. "Please don't do it, Nat," she says. "I can take care of myself even if he bans me." But Natalie ignores her. She knew since she chose to return here that she had to make a sacrifice. She couldn't bear for Judy to die because of her in this life. Despite needing Judy's support and assistance, Judy's safety was a priority. "Let her go and I will stay," Natalie said. "No," Judy whispered, trying to gather herself. "I am not leaving you here with these monsters," and her remark made Adam growl. "Are you stupid?" Adam growled at her, making her startle. "She is my Luna. I love her." And just when Judy was ready to say another word, Natalie just motioned to her to comply. "I will be fine, Judy," she said through their mind link. "But first I need to know that you are safe. Just go with Evan." And she said that using her Luna command, giving Judy no chance but to obey. "Take her with you," Natalie commanded Evan. "But Evan," she added, making him stop in his tracks. "Take care of her or I am killing you. Do you hear me? I don't want to find out that she suffers something in Shadowpack or because of you," she said, implying the fact that he doesn't really want Judy as his mate. It's a mystery why he claimed her as his mate in front of Adam, when just a few weeks ago he said that he doesn't want her as his mate. "She will be safe with me," Evan simply says, and walks to Judy and lifts her in his arms from the floor, taking her to his car, while Judy couldn't stop herself from crying. With Judy and Evan gone, Natalie turned around and looked at the man who claimed to work with Judy to attack the pack. She said, "Put him in a dungeon." And Lexi looked at her in horror, and so did Adam. "Why are you looking at me like this?" she asks, knowing too well that she caught them lying. He said that he was expecting orders from Judy. Let's see who he works for. And without giving them any chance to do otherwise, she commanded the guards that were in the dungeon's area to put him behind the bars. "You asked for my friend's death," Natalie said, and she saw that the man was looking with scared eyes at Lexi and Adam. "Well, that turns against you right now. You know that old quote, 'Whosoever diggeth a pit shall fall therein,'" and with a ferocious gaze she commanded the warriors, "Prepare the hanging for him. Tomorrow I will execute him." "No," suddenly the man shouts, seeing that Lexi and Adam don't say a word. And what to say? To confess that they framed Judy? "I lied about her," he confessed. "I falsely accused your friend." And that's it. That was the proof Natalie needed. "Who paid you to do it?" It was Lee. But before he could say Lexi's name, Adam commanded, "Just let him stay in the dungeons," and using his alpha command, he commands to Lexi, "Leave us alone and don't disturb us anymore." Her plan almost made him lose Natalie for good, and the only good was that she was back. He never expected for her to fight like that for Judy. "How to let her go, Adam?" Natalie asks, pissed off. "And how the hell to let that rogue, because I know he is a rogue, unpunished after he tried to frame a member of our pack." But Adam pulls her in his arms and lifts her in bridal style, and even if Natalie tries to escape, he holds her tight. "Stay still, woman," he tells her, "or I am going to kiss you right here." And the thought of him kissing her horrified her to her core. He walks to her in his bedroom, where he spent all his nights with Lexi since he took her to Red Blood Pack, and he places Natalie in his bed, looking at her with lust. How could he cheat her and stay away from her for so many weeks? But right when he was ready to kiss her, Natalie slips from his hug, and taking a few steps away from him, she looks right into his eyes and asks, "Say it, Adam." And she points her index finger into his direction. "This was your plan to make me come back home." She had no doubt that was his scheming. He looks at her, and he knows that she already figured it out. He almost wants to laugh. She is so damned smart, and he is so lucky to have her as his Luna. Someone as smart as she is a blessing. So he looked at her and said, as if it was the most normal thing, "I admit, I did it." "You," Scoundrel, Natalie said through her clenched teeth, but Adam was adamant as he said, I did it because I missed you. Author's POV. Why the hell did you leave me just like that? Adam asks Natalie, seeing that she doesn't want to come back to bed. If you shouldn't have left, I wouldn't have been forced to act this way. So you are implying that this is my fault? Natalie asks him in disbelief. What a guts on this guy. He acted like a jerk for almost 2 months and now he plays the card of the innocent and the victim? That was a planned meeting, Natalie said. It was good for the Red Blood Pack to attend that visit and learn from the way Shadow Pack is led by its high-rank wolves. What I saw is just a dream for Red Blood Pack, she tells him and wants to exit his bedroom. Where the hell are you going? Adam asks, seeing that she really wants to leave. She was gone for 3 days and didn't even bother to call him back, and now when she is back, she is ignoring him? Where the hell do you think that I am going? Natalie asks without looking at him, back to my bedroom, and hearing her, Adam jumps out of his bed and holds her between his arms. No, your place is here, with me. This is our room, babe, you don't need to sleep alone, and he leans in her direction to kiss her, but again, Natalie beds a little and slips away from her hug. Let me go, Adam, she says when he grabs her arm. Let you go? And now Adam is really pissed off. You were eager to be with that fucking Alexander, but you reject me. Have you been with him? He asks, trying to control his anger. Are you kidding me, Adam? And Natalie has a little and slaps him. You don't have the right to ask me that? You, more than anyone else, have lost your right to hold me accountable. You are the one who cheated and made me feel like shit. And I know that now. Adam tells her, but he let her go, seeing how furious she is. I love you. I made my mind. I want you and only you. And Natalie looks at him as if he just has 3 heads. I know how wrong I was, he says with pleading eyes, but I love you and I want to start again. Just tell me what you want and I will give it to you. I want to leave me alone, Natalie says with calm. Can you do that? But that was not what Adam was expecting, so he started again. And let you be with that Alexander? Holy goddess, Natalie exclaimed. Leave me alone. No, he is after you. I saw how shameless he was. He didn't even care that I was present when he was making sweet eyes to you. He wants to take you away from me, and I am not going to let him do it. Do you hear me, Natalie? You are my wife, my mate, my true Luna. And 3 days ago I wasn't? She asks, and she realized that he must have felt the moment when their bond deteriorated and Alex marked her. That alarmed him and made him panic, but she doesn't give a shit on his feelings anymore. In her past life, this didn't happen. She has no idea how to react in front of this challenge, but she will not let him touch her again. I am here, Natalie. I am back, he says, but Natalie ignores him and she is looking at her nails. I just want you to know that you don't need to seek comfort in that Alexander. You can come to me when you need to be loved. Wow, can I? Natalie asks him, and she can't believe that this is real, that Adam is acting like this with her. This shouldn't have happened. Yeah. And she sees him coming in her direction again and tries to hug her while he pouts his lips to kiss her. But she pushes him away from her. I said, don't touch me. Go and kiss your fated mate. And she was ready to slap him, but then Adam said something unexpected. I changed. I swear to you. Just give me a chance, please. A chance to do what, Adam? And she can't stand it anymore. This was a mistake from the beginning. I should have left the moment you took that Omega in our house. No, and he almost begs. I know how wrong I was, and I want to repair our relationship. I want to prove to you how much I care about you. You were never there for me, Adam, Natalie said. Now let me go. I need to rest. Your stupid show exhausted me. Just listen to me, babe, Adam says and grabs her hand in his hand again. I promise that I will support you from now on. I promise that I'm going to promote your project. That one involves the rights of the Omegas and female werewolves. And she just stares at him and she would like to strangle him right now. She asked him for months to help her with that project, and he said that it is stupid, that women should know their place in the society and let the men do business. She wanted to do it anyway. With or without his help, it was a part of her big plan of revenge. Natalie planned to start with marginalized communities to garner more support and pave the way for her Alpha campaign. Even in Red Blood Pack, she offered the Omegas or free time with the families and made them love her. Seeing that she was thinking, Adam thought that she was impressed by his comment, and in a moment of distraction he pulled her in his arms and kissed her. But Natalie sealed her lips, and furious she rejected him. "Let me go!" She almost growled at him, while she was fighting with him to release her. "No, just give me a kiss at least. I won't let you go until you kiss me." She needed to find a way to escape from him. She called Kelly, but Kelly was gone again. She was present when Alex was around, but when Adam showed up, she disappeared again. "Oh my goddess," she chose to say, knowing that she needs to fool him to make him release her, and tears appeared in her eyes. "What happened?" Adam asks and looks at her in horror. "Is she hurt? Is she in some kind of pain? My stomach!" Natalie whispered and bent a little, holding her arms wrapped around her abdomen. "I believe that I have an ulcer or something like that. It hurts too much." And Adam looked at her in panic. She never had stomach issues. What the hell was going on? But before he could elucidate the mystery of sudden stomach pain, Natalie took the opportunity and ran to her room. She would never betray Alexander. Aiden can go and fuck himself. "That was close," she said, closing the door behind her and thanking all the gods in heaven and earth for escaping from Adam. But as soon as she breathed more easily, she heard a noise coming from her balcony. She turned around and her heart stopped. She saw a pitch black, like a shadow. It was a stranger's silhouette on the balcony. "What are you?" she asked, trying to hide her panic. Without Kelly, she can't fight a werewolf. The man stepped out of the darkness, and Natalie's heart stopped. "We met again," he said, watching her intently, and she was in shock. How the hell is that he in her room when she put him in a dungeon? Natalie's POV. "Holy fucking shit! 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 Shit!" This is the man who framed Judy and said that he was waiting for her command to attack the Red Blood Pack. I put him in a dungeon, so how the hell is that he is in front of me right now? He can't just escape from prison. We might not be as big and powerful as Shadow Pack. That impressed me deeply. But our warriors aren't so stupid to let a prisoner out just like that. Why are you looking at me so perplexed? The man asks me and starts to walk in my direction. Shit, what am I going to do? Kelly? I call my wolf, hoping that she will surface just the way she did it when I was attacked in Alex's pack, but my wolf is just mute. What a good moment you found to black out, Kelly. What a good moment. I am not going to eat you, the man says, and I just stare at him. I can't let him see how vulnerable I am right now. There is no trace of Kelly, and now looking closely at the man who is in front of me, I realize that he is not as unfamiliar as I initially thought. I know him. In my past life, he worked with Lexi. He was her pawn and made all her games. What was his name? Shit, just try to remember Natalie. This is important. Joseph, no. James? Is not that either. Jared? No, his name was Jared? Jarrell, that is. His name was Gerald Chris. This jerk helped Lexi to execute her plans and escape from danger. I remember everything now, but I didn't meet him face to face until it was not too late for me to change everything. So why the hell is he in front of me? This new life came with too many unknown facts. Adam changing his heart and claiming that he loves me instead of Lexi, Jarrell showing up in my room, and most of all, Alexander being my fated mate. It's damn confusing. I don't understand anything. But enough with this blabbering. I need to remain composed and win this fight mentally, and in a fight side by side, I would have no chance at this moment. Why are you here? I ask, taking him by surprise. That jerk. I am not scared of you. But the scoundrel just smiles at me, as if my remark amused him, and he chooses to keep his mouth close. I asked you something, I say, and I see him taking out his hands from his pocket, and the moment he did that, a scent came from his direction. Holy crap! How is it that I didn't notice this before? He is not a rogue. At least he is not a rogue. A normal one. She is a fucking alpha. No normal pack in this world would send his alpha on a dangerous mission, so my question is, how is he here? And what is he looking for? And most of all, what is his relationship with Lexi? I just stare at him, and he stares at me as if he knows that I know about him, about his real nature. But the jerk just smirks his face at me. Look, I am not going to put you back in prison, but I need to know what you are doing here and who let you free. I am not really expecting him to answer me, but the thing is that I need to understand what the hell is going on. Is he here to kill me, to provoke me, or what? Did Lexi send him to kill me? Is she so desperate that she is becoming more and more shameless? You are something else that I was expecting for you to be, he says in the end, looking at me intently and taking a step in my direction as if he is analyzing me. This is who I am, I simply say. I am not going to try to look like someone I am not. So answer my question. Why are you here? At least have the dignity and say what you want to say and stop acting like a coward hiding in the shadow. But my words amused him because he started to laugh. I like you more and more, Natalie Hawkins, and you know what? Rarely a woman impresses me so much. What the hell is he talking about? Is he confessing something that I am not able to understand? I came here with a plan, but after I met you, I know that I need to change the rules of the game. And before I could ask him what the hell he was talking about, I saw him jumping from my balcony. Jarrell Chris is only a fake name. So who the hell is he? He is an alpha for sure. I want to run after him, but right at that moment I see the door opening and Philip shows up with a concerned face. Who was here? He asks and looks around. And seeing the doors from the balcony opened, he walks to it and sniffs the air. He is gone, I say, not trying to hide the fact that someone was here. His scent is everywhere. Did he touch you? Philip asks, scared, and I can see that he is concerned for my safety. No, Philip. And I walk to my bed, jumping on it and sitting in a lotus position while Philip comes in front of me after he closes the doors. He just showed up here. I have no idea what he wanted and why he came here. I am safe, so let it be. And I looked into his eyes when I said that. If he makes a fuss with this incident, Adam will put me under protection and I will be a prisoner in my own pack. I need to report this, Natalie. Someone entered your room and you could have been wounded or, for goodness sake, killed. But again, I look at him and almost beg him. Please, do not report this encounter according to the pack's protocols. He is already gone, and I have no idea who he was because he is not a simple rogue or a simple werewolf. You will make things difficult for me if Adam finds out, and he is already pissed off with me. Philip just looks at me, and I can see that there are a lot of emotions and questions in his mind. He was always like this. The man with a strong sense of duty, ready to protect his Alpha and his Luna, no matter what. You know, I say, looking into his eyes, I wanted to talk with you privately. And I was expecting for him to tell me that he will come tomorrow in my office, but surprisingly, he motions to me to continue. I am listening. You were a witness of what happened during the last weeks between me and Adam. If he defends Adam, I am doomed, but he just listens and says nothing in Adam's defense. Well, this is a premiere. He hurt me deeply, and I am not going to stay and watch him as he is destroying me. I am a proud woman, Philip. I can't let him humiliate me, husband or not, chosen mate or not. You know, things between us might come to an end soon. And now is now. I wanted to ask you, if such a moment comes, will you be on my side? Will Philip continue to be my friend? He was by my side. In this life and in my past life, he was the one who kept Adam from hurting me even more than he did it. If I will divorce, will Philip continue to help me? Philip, I ask more in a whisper. I know what I am asking him. But Philip just stares at me. He found himself in a dilemma, author's POV. On her journey to Shadowpack, Judy didn't utter a window, and warm tears were running all over her face. Her large blue eyes were watery, and her soft heart was broker. Natalie sacrificed herself for her. That's what she did. She chose to save her and stay with Adam, even if being with Alexander was the best chance she had to escape from her husband. Hey, calm down, will you? Evan said because seeing her so destroyed made him summarize a lot of emotions he was not used to feeling. In the end, it seems that the bondmate affects him. Now that he realized that Natalie will never be with him, his wolf was pressing him to accept Judy. Man, do something, or she will faint from so much crying, Xander said, scared. It was his stupid half, his human, that was stopping him from comforting Judy. Evan looked at her, and for the first time in his life, he felt in his heart. He felt powerless. Evan Leonard, one of the most powerful betas in the world, and if you ask me, He was more powerful than many alphas. He was powerless in front of this woman who was crying her heart out. And having no idea how to deal with women's emotions, he was even more confused because he cared about Judy's tears. And with that, the anxiety took place inside his mind. He was constantly at the edge, thinking what is going to happen next. He felt unsettled as he was not really sure what's next. Will she stop, or will she cry until she gets sick? He told her right in her face that he wanted to reject her, that he didn't want her, but he risked everything and took her with him. Seeing her in prison and weakened by wolfsbane enraged him to the point that he was ready to start a war if Natalie wouldn't have stopped him. "Look, Judy," he whispered, and he felt an irresistible force pulling him towards her. "Everything will be all right. Natalie is strong and she can work with that jerk," and he avoided looking at her because he couldn't deal with her in this state. "She will not," Judy whispered and wiped away her tears. "You have no idea how dangerous the red blood pack is right now. She told me about that woman that claims to be Adam's mate, but I was careless and believed that an Omega can't be so shameless. Every time I met her, I overpowered her, but she showed her true colors when she framed me. I never saw this coming." And he continued to look out of the window, avoiding Evan's gaze. "Can you take me back?" she asked. "I need to know that she is fine, that that jerk didn't do anything bad to her." "She is fine, Judy, and it was her request to take you with me." Evan says and looks at her, and hearing him saying that Judy turned her face in his direction and her heart was in pain. "There is no need to put yourself out of your comfort zone for me. I can live like a rogue, but first, I need to be sure that she is fine." Out of his comfort zone for her? What the hell is she talking about? Evan asked himself, but Xander put him in a corner in the next second. "This is all your fault. She thinks that she is disturbing us." And he starts to fight with Evan to take control. But the thing is that beyond that anxiety, there is something else that appeared in Evan's heart. The stress that he will never be able to make it up for the way he treated Judy. Her attitude made him feel like a disorienting, unwelcome presence in his relationship with her. At the same time, he felt hopeless to resolve the mess he made when he tried to reject her. However, he knows that with a depth of compassion and intentional efforts towards growth, he can start to experience the best of both himself and Judy. Now she was experiencing some kind of trauma. She needs time to calm down, so he just let her be. "Please take me back," Judy suddenly said in a commanding voice. "You must know, Judy, that I am not going to do that." And Judy cursed him in her heart. Why was he acting like he cares when he doesn't want her? Why is he interfering in her friendship with Natalie? She is nothing to Evan, so he has no right to force her to come with him. Furious, she tried to open the car's door from her side, but as if Evan anticipated her move, he blocked the door. "How dare you?" Judy screamed and more tears appeared in her eyes. "If she suffers something, it will be your fault. Her blood will be on your hands. She is not going to die and suffer anything." That's what Evan said to himself. He watched Natalie for a long time and already knew that she would not provoke Adam in vain. "Will you listen to me, woman?" Evan asks as he parks his car in front of Shadowpack's pack house. "Do I really need to tell you about your best friend?" And grabbed her chin, forcing Judy to look into his eyes. Natalie will never put herself in danger. She is the most capable woman I have ever met in my life. She has the capacity to stay safe. Believe me, and she will manipulate that jerk of AdamHawkins the way she wants. So stop crying and yelling. She will be fine. "You don't know that," Judy whispered, as she calmed down a little because as soon he touched her, the tingles started to run on her skin, making her wolf calm down too. "But I am," Evan insisted. "I promise that I will do everything in my power to keep her safe." And he unlocked the car's doors. He exited the car to open the door for Judy, but before he could touch the door's knobs, a loud growl came from behind. "Where the hell is my mate?" Alex asked, and grabbing Evan by his neck, lifted him in the air, pushing him into the hood of the car. "I gave you a simple job, to protect my mate, and yet again and again you are failing at doing it." And outraged, he punched Evan directly into his face. "It was his decision, man," Evan said, trying to avoid another punch. "Her friend was in danger, and I couldn't stop her from leaving the pack. And I don't care." Alex growled and punched him again. "You should have mind-linked me and tell me," and lifts his arm in the air to punch him again, but horrified by the scene in front of her, Judy jumps out of the car and begs Alex, "Please don't hurt him. Beat me. It is not his fault. It's only my fault for making Natalie take my place." And that statement made Alex block. "Why is she here?" he asks Evan. "I didn't give you the permission to bring anyone from another pack here, and why should I care about your opinion?" he asks and wants to beat Evan again. "Because if you do any harm to Evan, Natalie will never forgive you." And she said that with half of her voice, thinking that Alex will expel her from Shadowpack and she will really become a rogue. Natalie's effort will be in vain. "She tried to protect me. I tried to stop her. Evan tried to stop her, but she was vehement." And placing herself between Alex and Evan said, "Punish me, but let him go. This is all my fault." And it wasn't that Alex wouldn't want to beat her, but he realized that she was right. Natalie was just the way Judy described her. She was that type of friend who would put herself in danger just to save her dear ones. "Just pray yourself that she will not suffer anything, because otherwise both of you are dead." And he turned around and left, cursing everyone. Why didn't she tell him about leaving? He would have come with her. Now there is only one thing he can do. To continue with their initial plan, he went directly to his bedroom, but as soon as he entered there, he felt damn lonely. It was the place where they made love and marked each other, and the entire room was smelling like Natalie. He closed his eyes, trying to calm down, and in the end, he took his phone and called Natalie. He will ask her by himself what the hell was in her mind to leave like that. He just needed to know that she was fine. He called her, but no one answered, and right when he thought that something happened, he heard a male voice from the other side of the line. "Why are you calling my wife?" Adam asked with a satisfied voice. "Give her the phone," Alex simply asked. Not giving a shit on Adam. "I need to talk with her." "Well, she can't answer your call," Adam said. "She had fallen asleep after we made an intense love. You know how it is with lovers being on a long distance. When they return to each other's arms, they can't go apart at all." And laughing at Alex, Adam said, "She just fainted from so much cock." Author's POV. But while Adam was making Alexander have a brain stroke, meanwhile in Natalie's room, Philip was put in face of a decision. "Will you be on my side?" Natalie asked him again, seeing that he spaced out. "Really divorcing him?" he asked in the end, but contrary to what Natalie was expecting, he was not furious, but relieved. "You know," he said, and took a place on the edge of her bed, something a beta would never do, but he did it anyway. "Adam never deserved you." "What do you mean?" Natalie asked more in a whisper, because she was in a dilemma too. Was he trying to fool her, or was he sincere? "I have known you since forever. We grew up together, and I saw you, Natalie." Philip said and smiled at her with sadness. "It was your kindness and your good heart that brought you to this point." "Are you implying that this is my fault?" Natalie asked, and if this is what he just told her, the discussion ends here. "No, you are everything a Luna should be. You are beautiful, smart, you have that power in you to move the mountains if you want to, but most of all, you have a good heart. Otherwise, Natalie, you wouldn't have stayed with someone like Adam for so long." And she would like to say something, but Philip motions to her to listen. "He never saw the great potential you have. He is lazy and let you lead our pack while all he cared about was his ego. He never cared about our pack members, not even about me. But you did it, Natalie. You encouraged me even before he made me his beta. When I thought that I was not good enough, you talked with me and helped me improve myself, reach my dreams. And now he really is relieved. I believe that is the best you can do, leaving him." "Are you serious?" Natalie asks in disbelief. "I never was more serious, Natalie. Everything I am today is because of your hard work. You even trained with me to help me improve myself." When my mate died, and saying that his eyes filled with tears, Philip found his mate, who sacrificed her life in a war, and it was Natalie who helped him through the grief of losing his mate. "You helped me again. You held my hand and told me that I will survive, that I will be fine." "I never thought that I did something special, Philip." Natalie tells him, "You are my friend. It is normal for me to be close to you when you need me." "You see?" Philip asks with a sad smile. Here you are wrong. Adam never asked me how I feel. 2 days after I lost Dana, he asked me to train the warriors, but you covered me and trained them in my place again and again until I recovered. Because we are friends, Natalie insisted. I don't feel that I did something special. I loved you, Natalie, Philip suddenly said, leaving Natalie without words. She didn't see that coming. Before Dana, I loved you with everything I had. I was waking up in the morning just to see you. I knew that you were with Adam, but I loved you anyway, hoping that at some moment you will see me. You will choose me. I didn't know. Natalie whispers, and she is not able to articulate a single word. Philip was in love with her? And you met Dana, she found the strength to say, just to lose her a year later. And watching her in her eyes, Philip confessed, but you must know, Natalie, that my heart didn't change about you. I still love you. Philip, Natalie asked, and her heart was in pain. This was an unrequited love. She doesn't want to break his heart. She really cares about Philip. In this life and in her past life, he was one of those few persons who stood on her side until the last moment. I still want you, Natalie, Philip says, looking into her eyes. I am willing to be with you in any capacity. I am Adam's beta because of you, but I consider myself you beta. I don't care that you are married to Adam. If you divorce him, between you two, I will choose you again and again. And Natalie just died. No matter what you choose, if you embark on a new life, even if it means secretly being your lover. Holy crap! She never looked at him with the same emotions he was confessing to her. Philip was a very handsome man, maybe even more handsome than Adam from another person's point of view, but Natalie always saw him as a friend. Philip, and this time Natalie came close to him and took a seat by his side. I never knew that you felt this way. You never told me, because you were with Adam, but I never stopped hoping that one day you will see me. I wish you would have told me, Natalie says. Would you have chosen me? He asks, but from her face he already knows the answer. No, she simply said without giving him the chance to have vain hopes. I would have made myself clear and never let you suffer because of me for so many years. I always saw you as my friend, Philip. I still see you as my friend, and I still want you in my life by my side if you want to follow me. You are too kind to fool around me, Philip said with sad eyes. It's not about kindness, Philip, but about being sincere. I will never pursue a romantic relationship between us only to get your help. This is not me. I love you as my friend. I cherish your help and the way you supported me, but we will not going to happen. Philip looks to the ground and says nothing. I am sorry, Natalie says. I am so sorry for ruining your plans. Well, Philip said and got on his feet. I am sorry too. I was serious. I loved you almost all my life. Only my fated mate made me forget about my feelings for you for a short period, but I will not lie. I am sorry that you see me only like a friend. Philip. Natalie tried to comfort him. No, I am a big boy, Natalie, he said with disappointment. I can't take a rejection. I respect your decision, and I want you to know that my feelings are the same. I still love you. I still support you, and I am still the beta of Red Blood Pack, and with that, he bowed a little and left her alone. What the hell was that? Natalie asked and leaned on her back, throwing herself on the soft mattresses. Did Philip just confess his feelings for me? Everything that happened exhausted her. The fight with Adam and Lexi, that Jarrell's visit, seeing Judy wounded, leaving Alex. She misses him so much. So she looked for her phone, but looking around she realized that her phone was nowhere to be found. That scoundrel! She cried out, realized that Adam stole her phone, and she stomped out of her room, and without knocking she entered his room directly. Give me my phone! She commanded him. Why? Adam asked, pissed off. Because I said so, Natalie growled back at him. Why? To call your secret lover? And before she could react, he pinned her against the wall, and playing a power game, he said using his alpha's voice. You are mine! Natalie's POV. Before I could react, my scoundrel husband was already pinning me against the wall and could easily see how furious he was. His eyes were glowing, and he was sniffing my hair as if he was trying to imprint my scent into his nostrils. What the hell is wrong with him? He can't act like he is in heat suddenly after he ignored me for weeks, and all I can say is, thank you, moon goddess, for that. If he would have loved me, I would have been confused, and I would have abandoned my plans of revenge. but he did everything I was expecting from him to do. Until now, when he suddenly seems to forget about Lexi and remember that he marked me and made me his Luna. But you know what? I don't care. He betrayed me in the past, he did it again and again, and the fact that he wants me now doesn't change anything. What I don't get is why does he act with so much possessiveness over me? Not even when we were on good terms, he didn't seem to care about other alphas making sweet eyes to me. But now, possessiveness had spiraled out of control, which could jeopardize my upcoming plans. I simply can't let him ruin everything just because he realized that his dick's will was stronger than his brain's will. I look at him as he is touching me, and he puts on a show of power, but I already know the truth. It doesn't matter anymore. Our bond is terminated. All I need to do is to divorce him and take the pack for him. But you know what? He may be an alpha, but I am also a Luna, a strong one, so I'm not going to let myself be intimidated by this stupid. So using all my human force, I push him away from me, shocking him. "Let me go," I say, trying to calm my nerves. "Why?" he asks, pissed off. "To leave me again so you could visit that man's pack? That no one with no rank and no job in Shadow Pack?" Oh my goodness, this stupid has no idea that Alex is the alpha of Shadow Pack. He still thinks that is Evan's brother, but I'm not going to reveal that to him. I like that feeling that it gives me the element of surprise. And why not call him, huh? I ask back and look at him as if calling Alex is the most normal thing. Because he clearly is after you, and I am not sharing you with another man. Adam says, pointing his finger in my direction, "You are mine." "Don't say it, Adam." "Are you sure? If I am yours, whose mate is Lexi?" I see him clenching his fists. "I need to call Alexander so I could finish what I started before you framed Judy to make me return. What Shadow Pack implemented must be transferred here too. I saw everything I had in my mind already working there. So I need to return so I can learn from Shadow Pack." "What the hell is so good about that pack?" Adam asks, belittling the strongest pack in the world. "A lot of things, actually," I tell him. "Do you want to count on my fingers? Do you want a short or a long list?" I mock him in return. "You only say that because that jerk impressed you." Adam starts again, and hearing him, the cheater of the year, talking like this about Alex makes me want to punch him directly into his face. 1, yes, he impressed me because he acted like a gentleman. Secondly, my intention is to continue collaborating with Alexander on the legislation related to women and Omega rights. I knew it. Alexander, and again Alexander. He growls in my face and tries to grab me, but I take a step back. He was the one you cheated on me with? And that's it. I cheated on him? He has the guts to accuse me of cheating when he fucked that whore in my house, in my bed for more than a month? You fucking jerk. I say, looking at him with hatred, but most probably seeing my enraged gaze and realizing that he fucked up royally, he changes the strategy and says, "There is no need to contact Alexander again, babe. I will help you to pass the legislation at the upcoming Werewolf Summit." I just stare at him. Every time I asked him to help me with this, he was a misogynistic pig. We worked together in the past for so many times, creating laws and legislations, and it would be wonderful if we would have the chance to do that again. I worked. Not you. I want to say, but that would be a waste of time. He is too stupid to understand what I am telling him. Let's do this together. Babe, he says and leans in my direction. What the hell? Is he bipolar? Now he yells at me, and in the next second he is making sweet eyes to me. This attempt to reminisce about our past is not working. Adam and Natalie, he says. We've been a team since forever. The best team. And I saw him wrapping his arms around my waist before I could push him away. Let me help you with that, babe. I am willing to help you even if you broke my heart. Is he kidding me? I start to laugh and push him. Look, Adam. I don't know what pills you took, but you need to ask your doctor to change your dosage or the treatment. You started to hallucinate. Regarding me, you have no heart. If you had one, you wouldn't choose that rogue against your true Luna, so excuse me. I need to clear my mind or my neurons will puke soon. And with that, I push him away from me, not giving him the chance to stop me. I almost run and go directly to my office. I believe that I have an old phone somewhere around. I just need to find it and call Alexander. I need to explain to him why I left. I miss him so much. But I didn't reach the office because, out of nowhere, Lexi showed up in front of me. She is not playing with me the card of innocence anymore. She knows that I caught her with her lies. So looking defiantly at me, she looks like she is ready to kill me. "Your friend escaped," I say, referring to Jarrell, and I see her face becoming pale, but she is not very panicked, which makes me think that she already knows that. But she wasn't the one who helped him escape. "He is not my friend," she says, "but it is too late. I already know the truth. They must work together." "There is no need to lie, Alexandria," I tell her, calling on her true name and making her feel not very comfortable. "Just tell me, what is your relationship with him? Or otherwise, I will think that you cheated Adam with him to make him support you in your attempt to frame Judy. Are you sleeping with him too?" I ask her, and I am mean. I know that, but she is a bitch too, so we are even. "Or maybe he is your mate? A chosen mate? Did Adam know about that?" I asked her, and her eyes almost lost the light on them. She looks spaced out, as if she just remembered something, and blabbering, she runs away. "Bitch!" I whisper and enter my office. "Where the hell is that fucking phone? I know I had one here." I am mentally exhausted. I just need to hear Alex's voice and calm down. It took me a half an hour to find a new phone and contact Alexander, but I did it, and soon I was back in my bedroom. I closed the door with the key so that I could be sure that no one would disturb me, and I called Alex. "Goddess, I really miss my mate." Author's POV. Alex was in his office. With the curtains drawn, completely in dark, he was sitting at his desk and his mind was at the limit. "She is exhausted after we made love." That is what Adam told him. His fated mate was back to her pack, with her husband while he was alone, boiling in fury and longing for her approach. "He is lying," Kenji says. "But what if he is not? What if Natalie really slept with him?" He asks, and only the thought makes him feel sick. "She didn't, man. Stop acting like this and trust our mate. Now that she is marked by us, I would have felt if she was with that jerk. The connection between us would alert me if she is in trouble or she wouldn't be loyal to our bond. But that didn't happen, so in my opinion, AdamHawkins lied." Alex just thought about it, but his heart was still beating faster and faster. Why the hell did she leave? She should have told him at least. He stood there for hours meditating at his relationship with Natalie, and right when he was completely broke, someone knocked at his door. "Go away," he said, knowing that it was Evan behind the door, but the door opened anyway and Evan was in shock. "Why the hell do you stay in the dark, man?" Evan asks. "Natalie wouldn't want you to act like this," and he comes closer. "Just get out, Evan. This is all your fault." Alex says, and he can't even look at Evan because he feels the pull to beat him again, but Evan says anyway. "Just take this phone. Someone very special wants to talk with you." Alex looks at the phone. It's Evan's phone, but he takes the device and places it in his ear. He doesn't utter a word, but as if the interlocutor would know that he is listening, he heard the voice he missed the most, saying, "Alex, I miss you." "Natalie," he whispered her name as if he was reciting a poem. He could breathe a sigh of relief. She was fine, and she called him. "I thought that you left me for good. I tried to call you again and again, but," he says, "Adam stole my phone. I have no idea where he hid it, but I needed to hear you, Alex. I miss you so much that it hurts," she says, and hardly refrains from crying. It would be so perfect to be in his arms right now. "Did he touch you?" Alex asks. That jerk lied to him and acted with possessiveness in front of Alex, but Alex's possessiveness and protectiveness towards Natalie are incredibly strong, and the thought of her living with Adam made him wish he could rush over and deal with Adam immediately. Just a word for her. Just to hear that he touched her and Adam is dead. "Alex, I am fine. Do you believe me when I'm telling you that? I am fine. I can defend myself from him. If I wasn't here, I would have never found out who is helping that bitch." And that made Alex confused. "What are you talking about?" he asks, and walks to the windows and leaves the fresh air to enter his office. He suddenly feels alive only hearing his mate's voice. "When I saved Judy from Adam's hands, there was a man. He looked like a rogue, but his aura was huge, Alex. Then man is a fucking alpha, I am sure." "An alpha acting like a rogue? Why would someone do that?" Alex asks. "That alpha must hide something if he really is an alpha. No normal alpha would do that. It is about his ego. It is innate to put on a show of power and strength when you are an alpha. Also, Natalie said, this Lexi is far from what she is saying she is. Every single time she is angry, she becomes red in the face. Omegas are submissive and become pale. At the beginning, she fooled me, you know. But now I believe that it was all makeup and circus. When she is angry, she is red like a boiled crab, Alex. She is an Omega when the pigs fly. Where's that bitch now? Alex asks, fearing that Natalie could be in danger. I have no idea and I don't care, she answers. And the man you were talking about? The rogue? Alex insisted. He ran away, but he is the one who makes me confused, Natalie said again. He worked with Lexi to frame Judy. He was the witness. This is not normal. Everything is sewn with white thread. And now the need to come after her is even bigger. I am coming to take you, Alex says with a commanding voice. He can't afford to lose her. No, that man already left the pack. He visited me and he didn't say much, but he is not here anymore. Natalie pleaded. I am safe now. Safe is relative, love, Alex tells her. If they are working together, you are in big danger. Have patience for a few more days, Natalie begged. The Alpha Summit is just behind the corner, and that is the moment I am waiting to announce to everyone about Adam's actions against me. But until then, I need to know the true identity of the prisoner that worked with Lexi. He presented himself as Jirel. I need to know what his connection to Lexi is. Then I will talk with the Alphas to move up the summit, Natalie declined. We need to act like nothing happened. But it happened. You are not with me now, Natalie. Alex tells her. I promise that I will take care, she says, and whispers. I miss you so much. I miss you more, Alex said. The next day, Adam ordered Natalie to stay in their house while he went to discuss her new legislation with the Alphas. Even if he never agreed with this kind of legislation to conquer Natalie's heart, he was ready for everything. He will support her. He will be by her side. He realized now that without her at his side, life is not as easy as before. She really was outstanding, and the regret of cheating her was ruining his mood. He instructed Philip to look after her safety and ensure she didn't leave. Despite feeling like a prisoner, Natalie saw the advantages of this arrangement. As long as Adam believed she was under control, she could plan her own strategies. You cannot find peace by avoiding life, Michael Cunningham said. That's what Natalie did. Seizing this opportunity, she contacted her father's old allies, introduced her project, and sent them the documents she and Alexander had worked on together. Her time was coming, or how that famous quote from Games of Thrones said, "The winter is coming, but the wind is coming after Adam." And you know what is funny? Natalie is the winter, author's POV. Late that night, after midnight, Adam came to Natalie's room. The door wasn't locked anymore, and she was sleeping soundly in her bed. She was wearing one of her Victoria's Secrets PJ with silk and lace, and she was like an angel. Her long strawberry blonde hair was leaning over her pillow, and her long lashes were swaying softly while she was smiling in her sleep. She was so beautiful that his heart almost skipped a beat. Why the hell did I cheat on her, Jared? Adam asks and comes closer, taking a seat on the edge of Natalie's bed. Do you really ask me that? Jared said with a muffled voice. You know my opinion about this, but he didn't fight Adam anymore about claiming Lexi. He knows that he was wrong too. Adam stretched out his arms and with his fingers started to caress Natalie's face, waking her up. She felt his scent, and she knew in the next second that it was Adam, the one who was touching her. But thinking about it, she presented to be asleep. He thinks that she sleeps, so he won't force himself on her, she thought. So holding her breath, she let him be. His fingers started gently to run through her hair, making her be taken aback. He used to do that again and again when they were in love, when he was promising her that he will love her forever. However, feeling his presence hadn't had the effect she thought it would have. This intimate act left her completely numb. Adam's touch found herself repulsed. I will make it up for you, Adam said, getting on his feet, but not before kissing her forehead. You are mine, Natalie. And in silence, he left her room. As soon as he was out, Natalie opened her eyes. Holy crap, she whispered. This life is insane, but in a short time she was asleep again. For the next few days she was captive in the red blood pack, but seeing her here and also seeing that Adam put some distance between him and Lexi, this made the pack members a little bit confused. They love Natalie. Why does she look upset to be in the red blood pack? Is it because Adam did something to her? But soon they were just a day before the summit. This is why Natalie endured Adam's actions for the last days. It was now or never. So today both Natalie and Adam were fully absorbed in their respective offices, tirelessly trying to persuade the alphas to support the proposed amendments to the new legislation. Adam really did what he promised. He helped her to promote the law for women and Omega's rights. "I hate that jerk," Natalie said in her mind, looking at an arrogant alphas she was trying to convince him to accept her law. "I don't agree," he said. "Omegas are just servants. Why should I waste my pack's resources for someone with no future?" "You are talking about them as if they are animals, but even an Omega has a heart, and the fact that they were born as Omegas doesn't mean that that should limit their lives. They can choose what to do. It's not fair. Being an Omega doesn't make you predestined for a servant job." "That's bullshit." "That's bullshit," the alpha said, laughing in Natalie's face. "An Omega can't be something else. It is about hierarchy." And just when he was ready to mock Natalie and call her a romantic thinker, the door opened and Adam showed up with another alpha. "Are you yelling at my Luna, Alpha Bradford?" Adam asks, motioning to that alpha to follow him in. "I am just trying to make her act reasonable. That's all," the alpha said to Adam. "She can't expect me to agree to invest in women and Omega's education. Omegas are lower-ranked wolves meant to serve the pack, and there is no need to provide them with education or medical support. All they need is to wash my toilet and change my bed." "Well, Bradford," the new alpha said, "I am willing at least to listen." And he motioned to Natalie to talk, but just when she was ready to explain her plan, Adam said, "I hope that you will be impressed because I've been working on this for a while, and this is good, Trevor," Adam said, implying that he was the primary drafter of the law. "Is he kidding me?" Natalie said in her heart. He didn't even look at this law for months. He acted the same with this Bradford, and now he plays the card of the Omega's savior. She was simply taken off guard. For another half an hour, Adam explained how this law will help the community, and even said that policies should specifically take into account the needs of low-skilled women and the Omegas as they are overrepresented in packs, even if they represent a disadvantaged group. Natalie just stared at him and cursed him in her heart. It was all for show. He was trying to present himself as a charming husband in front of the other alphas. "I am sorry," Alpha Bradford said. "I can't listen to this shit anymore. I am leaving." And he lifted his arms in the air as if he just surrendered in front of the most stupid idea he ever heard. "Ignore him," Trevor said and smiled at Natalie. Actually I am impressed," he continued, making Natalie look at him taken aback. "He is more powerful than Alpha Bradford. He is even a member of the council." "I know that many alphas don't share the same opinion with you, but I do believe that women should be treated differently. I am thinking of my mate, who is a special, caring, and loving woman. At all the outstanding Lunas in our world. You, Luna Natalie," he said and pointed in her direction. "Your performance as Luna is excellent. You are the perfect example for those who don't see the power in women." "You're too kind, Alpha Trevor," Natalie said, while Adam was looking at her with a strange gaze. "Consequently, I supported legislation aimed at improving women's rights," Trevor said. "You took into discussion the Omegas too, and thinking about it, I believe you are right. An educated pack is stronger. If an Omega wants to study, then we should do it." "So you are supporting my idea?" Natalie whispered. "Of course I will," Trevor said, and Adam came behind Natalie and wrapped his arms around her, while she couldn't push him away in front of Trevor. "Count on my vote, Luna Natalie," and Trevor left. Being alone, Adam turned her around in his arms, intending to kiss her, but Natalie slipped from his arms and almost ran, she said. "I need to prepare myself for tomorrow," but in reality she was hiding from Adam. The next morning, Natalie dressed immaculately and met with Adam, who couldn't stop complimenting her appearance. She was wearing a trouser suit in a neutral dark marine blue with a white-collared shirt from Willshe. Dark tights and modest but damned elegant accessories. Neutral-colored closed-toe heels. She looked like a CEO woman, and Adam was damned proud to have her beside him. He remembered all the gifts she received from other alphas and thought that he would be envied for being his wife. All the way to the summit, they talked about their plans. As soon as they were at the hotel where the Alpha Summit was held, Adam tried to hold Natalie's head, but she pulled back her hand so he couldn't grab it. She sniffed the air and a heart started to beat faster and faster as a sweet scent filled her nostrils. In her mind was a single word that was repeating again and again. Mate! Alex was here. Natalie's POV. As soon as I stepped in the hall of the hotel, my entire being was screaming and pulling me by force to find Alex. Goddess! I miss him so much that it hurts. My heart tights knowing that he is here, somewhere around, and I am not able to reach him. He must know that I arrived. He must know for sure, and I can only pray that the moment I will see him, I will not expose myself in front of Adam. I need to compose myself for another few hours. I am so close to see my plan becoming true that I can feel it. That's how close I am. Kelly, please help me, I say in my mind. She has been absent since I left Shadowpack, but I know that Alex's presence will make her appear. It's like a déjà vu. Every time he is around, she shows up too. I close my eyes and try to focus, while I feel Adam's arm around my waist. Babe, he says in a soft voice, making me open my eyes and look at him in panic. Shit! I can't let Alex see him touching me, because Alex will kill him for touching me. So I shudder my hands in the air, as if I am trying to make him take a step back. I am just tired, I lied. I worked a lot for this law, and I hope that the alphas will approve it. And that's not a lie, but it is said that half of true is better than a lie. Everything will be all right. Adam says and tries to kiss me, but I turn my face in another direction, and my heart starts to boil in rage. Damn it! What the hell is she doing here? We are in this together as husband and wife, and when people see that I, AdamHawkins, believe in this project, they will vote your law. But I am not in the mood to start a fight about that part about working together because I see Lexi coming in our direction. Did this jerk invite her here? This is the supreme humiliation for me. I know that I can use this in my favor, but he must be hit in his head to show up at the summit with his Luna and his mistress, mate or not. What the hell are you doing here? I ask furious and push Adam's hands away from me. And right at that moment, he realized that Lexi is here too. From his stupid, shocked face, I can see that it wasn't him the one who asked her to come here. It is only her plan to force herself on him. The bitch evolved to a new level of callousness and lack of common sense, showing her face here. Babe, she whispered and came close to Adam, who looked at me in panic. Are you kidding me, Adam? I ask him. You know how important this day is, and you brought her here to prove to the entire audience that I am not good enough for my husband? That I am weak? Fuck you, AdamHawkins. I tell him, trying to pursue him to take the next move. Everything that happens right now is against him. People already are looking at us, and some of them must recognize Lexi from the Alpha's party, where she put on a show too. I had no idea that she will come, Adam says and gives Lexi a hard look. I only came here to support you, babe, Lexi said with puppy eyes, but Adam is not giving her that stupid lost puppy face he used to make in her presence, and that shows me that he is fighting his wolf to suppress the bondmate. But it is too late for that, Adam. I am marked by another man. You should have never chosen Lexi over me. There is no turning back for us. Nat, Adam says, looking at me, while Lexi wraps her arms around his left arm, and Adam pushes her away from him. I had no idea that she was coming. I didn't ask her to come, I swear to you. But you don't need to ask me, babe, Lexi starts again. I will always support you. We are fated mates, and a lot of eyes are looking in our direction right now. She said that apart with fated mates loud enough for people to hear it. Lexi! Adam growls at her. Get out now, he said, really pissed off. This will ruin his image for sure. You know what? I say, trying to calm my nerves. Deal with her, Adam. If this goes wrong because of her, I am going to strangle you. That's a promise! And turning around, I start to walk in the direction of the restaurant, where everyone is already sitting at their seats, waiting for the summit to begin. I can hear Adam quarreling with Lexi, but I don't give a shit. I leave the area as fast as I can. I enter the restaurant and I see Alexander in the other corner of the restaurant, talking with a group of alphas. He is so handsome. Goodness, how I missed him. I want to walk in his direction, but I am not taking not even 2 steps when I hear someone calling my name. Luna Hawkins, someone says, making me look in her direction. Oh, is the Luna of that little pack. I don't remember its name. I just wanted to thank you, she says, smiling at me. What is she talking about? I didn't do anything, at least not related to her or her pack. It's nice to see you, Luna Annie, I say, trying to be polite. But I don't know why you are thanking me. I did nothing. But you did so much for us, for women, for poor Omegas, she says, giving me a shy smile. Your law is like a breath of air. And she has tears in her eyes. Annie, I whisper, is she having a hard life with his mate? What the hell? I hope that the law will pass and everyone will vote for it. It is the best law someone proposed for years. I am an Omega, Luna Natalie. I am not as strong as you are. And being a Luna didn't save me, but aggravated my condition as I have an abusive mate. I hope that the amendments to the laws might free me from my abusive mate, and that's why my law must succeed. I take Annie's hand between my palms and hold them, I say. I hope the same thing, Annie, but even if the law will not pass today, I promise that I will never stop fighting for the rights of women, the Omegas, and everyone who should be treated differently. We are not weak because we are born women, and I wipe away her tears. Just thank you, she says, and I give her a hug. Call me if you need me, I say as she leaves me, because her mate is looking in our direction and I am sure that he scolds her through their mind link. I look in the direction where I saw Alex and he is not there anymore. I search for him and he is already at his seat and he is looking at me. I just smile at him, whispering a mute, I miss you. And he returns me a smile and mind links me. Soon, babe. I am not leaving home without you. I just nod my head and search for my seat. Until I reached my table, at least 20 women and Omegas stopped me to thank me for my efforts and shared their reasons for supporting the reforms, which boosted my confidence. Holy goddess, most of these women are Lunas from other packs. Only the sound of the gong announcing the beginning of the summit made them return to their seats. I took a seat at my table, and 2 minutes later I saw Adam coming alone and taking a seat close to me. I am sorry for that, he says, but I ignore him. I am done with him. Alex is right. Today I'm not going back to the Red Blood Pack. He made his choice the day he took Lexi with him. Now is too late to say sorry. I just look at the members of the council that are announcing the order of the day. This it is. This is the day I was waiting for. Author's POV. Natalie took her place and kept her breath. If this day goes wrong, she will be forced to find another way to revenge, and that will affect Alexander, and she will never allow him to be hurt by her actions. But this is why she came back, isn't it? She listened to proposal after proposal from different alphas, and she felt like dying. Some of these alphas are really stupid, she thought to herself. All they knew was about their rights, fights, taking more territories from human society. Most of them had no idea how to make a brief address in front of people, and they are calling themselves alphas? Rulers? She is better than most of them. But just as she was thinking about what people were presenting at this summit, suddenly Alexander took the lead. We are talking here about increasing our fortunes and enlarging our territories, but we are facing the danger of losing our territories because of the latest attack on our packs, he said, making everyone stop from blabbering. This is our world, Alpha Stepanek, someone from the council said, and hearing Alex being called as Alpha Stepanek made Adam almost fall from his chair. Alpha Stepanek? He asked Natalie, and he felt like his heart stopped from beating. You knew? He asks her, but Natalie ignores him and listens to what Alex was explaining. Foxes, bears, and rogues, Alex said, is not normal for them to work together, as they have been enemies since forever. Actually, but in the last weeks my pack was frequently attacked by mixed groups of these societies. Something is happening behind our backs and we need to be prepared to face the danger, he said in a commanding voice. Everyone knows who Alpha Stepanek is, even if some of them never saw him, as he is low profile when it comes to personal life, and hearing them talking about those attacks stir a lot of agitation. Natalie, Adam said in a growling voice, realizing that Natalie must have known about Alex being the alpha of Shadowpack, and now his blood is boiling, thinking that maybe that night she was cheating him with Alex. We will talk later. Natalie answered back in the same commanding voice, not giving him the chance to make a show in front of everyone. This is a deadline and she knows it. Bet we will. Adam said as he is clenching his fists, but Natalie is his. He cheated on her, she cheated on him, so they are even. She can't accuse him of cheating. Just let it go, Adam, Natalie said. We will talk later, she lied to him and continued to look at Alex with concern. And why should we fight against bears and foxes? An old alpha asked. They have nothing to do with me? My pack is safe and there is no trace of them around us. Because fighting together we could put these jerks down, Alex explained. What are you implying, that we should wait to be attacked before extinguishing this plague? To let them attack pack after pack when we could ally and stop them from the beginning? That's exactly what I am saying, the alpha said. Why put my people in danger for nothing? It is your pack that sits under their radar, not mine. And as soon he said that, other alphas started to be reluctant to intervene, and the atmosphere became tense. Fucking cowards, Alex growled at them, furious about their attitude. He would have jumped in the fight and defended any of them without a second thought, and yet these jerks are taking a step back right now? And seeing that Alex is furious and realizing that he fooled him by coming in his pack house and acting like Evan's brother, Adam barely succeeded to compose himself and not beat him. But he took the lead and, almost mocking Alex, said, "Why not discuss important issues and not about personal problems?" Pack security is not important? Alex asked him, really pissed off. Of course it is, but this is a summit and not a place where to come and keep us from important things. It is your pack problem. Ask for help in private. And he looked at Natalie with a stupid grin on his face. My mate, here, he said and grabbed Natalie's hand, making Alex want to kill him in the next second. My sweet and darling Luna brought up a law that will help us grow as a society. It will improve our pack members' lives, and he smiled at her. I've got this, babe, he said in front of everyone, trying to act like a loving mate, but Natalie was impassive. This is a fucking good law, but if these cowards refuse to help Alex, they will never vote for her project. Is he mocking me? Alex asked Natalie through their mind link. Just calm down, Alex, she said and looked in his direction. How can I calm down when he is here acting all lovey-dovey? Alex said, clenching his fists. He missed Natalie so much, and now she is in front of him, and he can't kiss her or hold her in his arms. I don't care about him or his actions, Alex, Natalie said. Tonight I am coming home with you. And smiled at him while Alex's face suddenly enlightened, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by applause. She looked at Alex and, a little bit confused, asked him. What the hell happened? She asked as Adam was motioning her to get up. Were these alphas applauding her? What the hell? Adam grabbed her hand in his hand, even if she tried to pull her hand from his grip. His simple touch was making her nauseous. Your project passed, babe, he said and pulled her into his arms, but Natalie pushed him away, making him scold her in his mind. She is pushing him away in front of everyone? What the hell is wrong with her? Natalie looked around and took a step back, leaving some distance between her and Adam so that Alex's heart could rest and calm down, or he would kill Adam if he touched her again. She looked at everyone as they were giving her credit. She looked at all the Luna females that had tears in their eyes. They will be protected from now on. They will be safe from their abuser mates. All the Omegas that suffered and worked hardly in their pack, while everyone took their hard work for granted. Her project passed. Do you have something to tell us, AdamHawkins? Someone asked. How did this splendid idea come into your mind? She had a little bit and started to laugh. The law passed only because it was Adam the one who presented in front of them, but she doesn't care. It took me a long way to come with this law, she said with calmness in front of everyone, and left Adam's approach, making him confused. You always said about me that I am strong and hard-working. You called me an outstanding Luna, she said, recognizing her own merits. If not lack of modesty, it was their praise about her, and she is just repeating their own words. You even sent me flowers to recognize my merits, and for that I am thanking you today, because you made me realize that I am strong. I am more than my status, and society is trying to limit me. What the fuck are you talking about it? Adam suddenly asked, completely taken aback, and right at that moment, Lexi entered the summit's room, making him look in her direction as he smelled her scent. Nothing that you shouldn't have known already, AdamHawkins, Natalie utters with dignity and power. Come here, he commands him to the shock of everyone, but Natalie just sits right where she is. Alphas, honorable counsel, Natalie said. I am here today to ask for divorce. Author's POV. What the fuck are you doing? Adam growled and almost transformed to grab Natalie and put her down in a failed attempt to make her stop talking, but before he could touch her, Alex stepped between them, protecting Natalie from his rage. Step back, or I am killing you, Adam said, furious, pointing his index finger in Alex's direction, but Alex didn't even flinch. You can't divorce me. Adam tried to reach Natalie again, but this time the other alphas started to become agitated too, especially those who tried curry favor with her after Alpha's annual party by sending her flowers and gifts. Come here, Natalie, Adam said, trying to calm himself, seeing that everyone was looking at him. We are mates. I marked you, and I chose you to be my Luna. You have no reason to divorce. We will discuss this at home, he said with calm, even if he felt like dying. He didn't see this coming. Every single mistake he made in his relationship with Natalie now was appearing in his mind and was making him feel guilty for the way he treated her. Exactly because you marked me, AdamHawkins, Natalie said in front of everyone, but this time looking in Adam's eyes. That's why I want to divorce. You cheated on me and made me feel pain in my heart. And this time she was referring to her past life, because in this life she didn't really care about his actions. And I am sorry for that, Adam said. I know that, but my wolf forced me to do it. I couldn't resist the bondmate, but now I know that I was wrong. We can make it, Natalie. There is no need to divorce. I still love you. I choose you, Natalie, Adam said, shocking everyone first for cheating his Luna and secondly for admitting that in front of everyone. I don't trust you anymore, Natalie said with hatred. Your words value nothing at this moment. You do it once, you will do it again. And turning her face to the rest of the audience, she said, Yes, we are chosen mates, as you already know. But a few months ago, after he went to fight with the rogues, my dear husband found his fated mate, an Omega that was living with rogues. And Adam could see the shocked gazes that were directed to him. Instead of rejecting her, because he knew that his Luna was waiting for him at home, he took that woman with him in our pack and had her live with us. In our house! He claimed her as his fated mate in front of our pack members, and if you remember, he humiliated me by bringing her to the annual party, while he offered me a cold shoulder and asked his beta to accompany me because he was busy with that woman. Is he stupid? Adam could hear those present whispering. How to do that to his own Luna? She was my fated mate, Adam said, trying to defend himself, while Lexi was watching from the doorframe, shocked by Natalie's actions. She was hurt. I saw that she was abused in her previous pack, and she needed my help. How to turn your back to your fated mate. My wolf fought with me, and I took her with me for the sake of my wolf. And you fucked her in our bed also for his sake? Natalie asked, closing his stupid mouth while everyone was looking at Adam with disgust, especially the other Luna females who were feeling Natalie's rage. You don't understand the power of the fated bondmate, Adam said to Natalie, trying to minimize the effect of his actions. Are you kidding me, AdamHawkins? Alex stepped in. Do you know how many alpha male we have here today that chose a mate and after that they met their fated mates? Why the fuck do you try to fool us here and make it look like you were forced to cheat your Luna when the reality is that you did it only because you are an egoistic jerk? You know nothing, Adam growled at him, but Alex laughed. Alpha Kyle, Alex said, looking at a well-known young alpha. What did you do when you met Alpha's Taurus daughter and realized that she was your fated mate 3 months after you married your chosen Luna? I rejected her immediately, the man said with pride. And you Alpha Carter? Alex asked, looking at another man. I banned her from my pack because I couldn't let my chosen Luna stress because of that woman being so close. Alex looked at Adam and laughed. And what did you do, AdamHawkins? But Adam just clenched his fists. He knew that this was not the moment to start a fight with him. Now his priority was to take Natalie with him, back at home. Are you a mute? No? And Alex became serious as hell. Out of respect for their Lunas and the bonding marks, other alphas with similar experience had chosen to reject their fated mates. We are beyond our emotions and our hard dicks when it comes about the oath we made in front of a chosen mate. You can't promise a woman that she will be your forever and then change your mind, or be a fucking selfish and try to have both a fated mate and a chosen mate with you, because this is what you did, and you only caused pain and sorrows to your true Luna. Alpha Stepanek is right, an old alpha said. I had a similar experience, and only the scared eyes of my Luna, realizing that I am in front of my fated mate, broke my heart. Only the thought that she could think that I will choose to reject her for my fated mate broke me. I rejected my fated mate in no time. The word given to my Luna was more important than my wolf's will. The past can't be changed, Adam said, trying to win this fight. I recognize my mistakes and I am sorry, but she can't divorce me. We have been together since we were 2, for goodness sake. And he didn't realize that that statement only aggravated his situation. She can't divorce me now when she is pregnant with my pup. We can make it. If my fated mate's presence is the problem, I will make her leave us. I will reject her. And Lexi almost died from where she was listening. What pup are you talking about, Adam? Natalie asked. Are you hallucinating? We never used protection, Adam said, and you are carrying my pup in your womb. Natalie just shook her head and looked at him. I knew that you were a vile man, Adam, but you just crossed the limit. And she takes out from her purse some papers, and she just scratches to an alpha that was sitting close to her. Will you be kind enough to tell us what is written on that medical report? The man looked at Natalie and grabbed the papers, and his face became furious. Are you trying to fool us, AdamHawkins? He growled at Adam. These pacers are from this morning, and it is said black on white that she is not pregnant. Never in his life Adam felt more humiliated. Actually, was the first time in his life he felt that the entire world was suffocating him, that he was losing the control of his life. He snatched the medical report from that alpha's hands and looked at it, defeated. You played me, he whispered, as he realized what she did to ensure her freedom. She just played him, and she did it perfectly. She proved everyone how strong she is, how perfect works her mind, how to let her go. He wants her in his life. He loves her, and right now he hates her for what she did, but she is his true Luna. She is his. He will never let her go away from him. You listen to why I want to divorce Alpha Hawkins, Natalie said. What is your vote? She asked with her heart the size of a flea. The alphas were disgusted about the way the summit turned out to be. They never imagined that Adam could do that to his outstanding Luna. I approve the divorce, someone said. I approve too. Another one added, and the hands lifted in the air, one by one, approving their divorce. More than that, according to the newly passed women's rights legislation, Luna Natalie should receive compensation. She can claim half of Alpha's hawking properties and lands, someone said, and everyone agreed. That will never happen, Adam growled and pushed Alex. He forcibly grabbed Natalie in front of everyone. This bullshit stops here. I need to talk with my wife alone. And dragging her after him, he commanded her. Come with me now, Natalie, or... And that was left in the air because out of nowhere, Alex roared out loud and grabbing Natalie's free arm said, Get your fucking hands from my fated mate. Author's POV. Adam and Alex locked eyes while Natalie was between them and the entire room grew tense. Did they hear it well? Did Alexander Stepanek claim Natalie Hawkins as his fated mate right after they approved her request for divorcing Adam? He just watched how demanded Alex was to take Natalie away from him, and in the end, he released her arm and let out a bitter laugh. So this was your plan, isn't it? He asked rhetorically, making everyone ask what the hell was he talking about. Natalie held her arm at her chest because Adam almost broke it and you could see marks of his fingers on her flesh. That's how tight he held her. You were looking to steal my Luna to use her against me and weaken my power so you could take it over my pack. And he starts to laugh like a madman. Are you really her fated mate? What fucking joke is this, Alexander Stepanek, huh? He questioned Alex. You saw her so many times and you visited my pack and never said anything about you two being fated mates. You are a fucking liar. She is not your fated mate, and this is an act of sabotage. He growled at Alex. Is that true? Everyone asked as Adam's words raised alarms in the room, and some alphas began to worry about potential territorial disputes. But before the tension could escalate, Natalie stepped in again. Just shut up, Adam, and calm down before you put yourself in a more unfavorable situation. And looking directly into his eyes, she explained. Not everyone here is submitted to his wolf's will, and some of us have the ability to control our wolf's nature and impulses. And that was like a slap on his face because that's where he failed. I restrained myself out of respect for our marriage. My wolf was so damned hurt by your betrayal, to the point that left me, but every time Alexander was around, she was appearing asking me to be with him. But I didn't cheat on you. You started this, and now you try to make yourself the victim here? You wanted to be with your fated mate. Who is stopping you right now? She asked Adam with calm. Look at her, Natalie said and pointed into Lexi's direction because she was still in the room. You even allowed her to be here at such an important event, and now facing your mistakes, you are accusing Alexander for the things he never did only to escape your ass? Alex came closer and Natalie felt her heart calming down. Alexander has no intention of taking your territory. He is more powerful than you even imagine and has his own territory, she explained. I marked you, Adam persisted. You are mine, and divorcing me will not change that. You will be forever mine. Natalie couldn't believe that he is such a dickhead and can't accept the situation. I am not wearing your mark anymore, she simply said, shocking everyone. Impossible, someone said. Well, it happened as strange as it looks, but this should explain to all of you how big his betrayal was if the goddess accepted the termination of our bond by deleting his mark from my neck. Show us your neck. The alphas asked for proof, and without a second thought, she let a member of the council look at her neck. She is telling the truth, the old man said. I saw that mark before, as I was the one who officiated their marriage, and it simply vanished. Adam was in shock. That was beyond imagination. His mark was gone? Then how will he force her to be with him? I don't have an explanation for this, Natalie said. After I met Alexander and my husband slept with his fated mate, the mark started to change, and little by little, after my husband called me one day to tell me that his fated mate will replace me as his Luna, the mark disappeared. I am free from our chosen bond. I don't want to see him again. And she looked at everyone around her. I don't wish you to feel my pain. And she was serious, and everyone could see that she was sincere. I will not lie to you. I am so happy that the mark is gone, and that I met my fated mate. And I see this as a gift from the goddess for all the pain my ex-husband and his whore provoked me. It was their work together against me that took Alpha AdamHawkins to the point where he has no mate and no Luna at this point. He wanted his fate mate. Now he is free to have it. I want you, Adam said with a broken, confused, and also enraged voice. I want you. I am not letting you go. Well, I can't even stand to look at you right now. Natalie growled in his face and squinting her eyes at him, using all her force, she said, Let's end this once for all. I forbid, Adam said, but before he could finish, Natalie said, I, Natalie Williams, former Luna Natalie Hawkins of Red Blood Pack, reject Alpha AdamHawkins as my chosen mate. Adam fell to his knees and held his chest as he wasn't even able to breathe. She knows how he feels, because in her past life he rejected her. It pains like hell, but with that the bond was severed for good. Everyone was silent. AdamHawkins, the infatuated alpha, was on his knees, being rejected by his own Luna, who was one of the most powerful and splendid women they ever saw. No one was able to understand what just happened here. You are free to live the way you wanted when we were together, Adam. Go and take your fated mate and be with her. Your wish to be with her, to protect her, and offer her my position just became true. From now on, stop appearing in front of me and leave me and Alexander alone. She turned around, and looking at Alex, she offered him her hand to hold it. We are done here, she told him in a soft voice, leaving behind the commanding attitude she had with Adam. Please, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. Alex held her hand in his hand, and they left the conference room together under the shocked eyes of everyone. I love you, he said, using their mind link. He never imagined that at the end of the day he will claim her as his mate in front of everyone. He never imagined that at the end of this day she will be divorced and free from her bond with Adam. He was ready for a long fight with Adam, but everything went so smoothly. "I love you more," Natalie whispered and gave him a soft smile as they turned a corner and were ready to leave the restaurant. But Alexander could no longer contain his passion. He pressed Natalie against the wall and kissed her passionately. "Alex, someone could see us," Natalie reminded him. "I don't want someone to see us right now and give Adam the chance to make it look like we really worked together. What happened here today is my choice." "That jerk can't do anything," Alex said. "He will pose as a victim." Natalie contradicted him. "I know what he is able to do, believe me." "I just want to kiss you and hold you," Alex said, caressing her cheek with the tip of his fingers, and then leaned in her direction and pecked her lips. "I am only yours from now on. Just wait to be back at home," she said. "In the shadow pack," Alex utters. "That's my home from now on," Natalie said, and motioned her to follow her. She wants to be with him, alone in his bedroom, as much as he wants to. As they reached the entrance, Natalie looked at him and said, "First, I need to talk with Judy." She thought that he would not be upset if she would wait for her friend for a few minutes before they left for Shadow Pack. In the end, she sacrificed herself for Judy. "I need to share this joy of being free with her," she said, smiling broadly at Alex, but he just kissed her as he mind-linked. "5 minutes, and after that, you are mine. I am mind-linking Evan to come here because they came with me and they are somewhere around." But as she said that, Adam showed up from behind. He looked at Natalie. She was happy, damn happy, for leaving him, for divorcing him, for severing their bond. He appeared dejected. Natalie's heart softened for a second and told him, "We can't change what happened, Adam. We need to move on with our lives because—" And before she finished what she was saying, a deafening explosion interrupted their conversation. Author's POV. Natalie. Alex screamed because everything was in chaos. There was a lot of smoke, and you barely could see 1 feet away from where you were. "Natalie," he called her again. "If she suffered something, if she— No, she can't die. They just started their life together. The goddess can't be so cruel." He got on his feet because the explosion threw him from where he was and started to search for his mate. "Damn it, Natalie," Alex cursed. "Just tell me where you are." He mind-linked her this time, realizing that there was so much noise around them that maybe she didn't hear him. "I am fine," she said, almost bursting into tears. "I am right next the entrance." Alex started to walk in the direction of the place where the summit was taking place, and he realized that the explosion came from a bomb. And that bomb was placed inside the restaurant for sure, because he was thrown away from there. If they were inside, they could be dead right now. "Kenji, focus and find her," Alex said, while his heart was beating faster. He needs to be sure that Natalie was fine, but when he found her, his heart stopped. She was leaning above Adam, and she was trying to stop his bleeding. "What happened?" he asks, kneeling behind her and trying to suppress his jealousy, seeing her so close to her ex-husband while Adam was just moaning in pain. "This stupid protected me from an explosion using his body," Natalie explained. "I was thrown in the opposite direction from you, and he grabbed me and used his own body as a shield so I couldn't be hurt. A wall of bricks collapsed, and now he is wounded. Just look at him. He looks like crap," she said, furious. "Why the hell did you do that, Adam? I am not your mate anymore," she said, not even looking at him because she feels like strangling him. He did it to make her feel guilty for leaving him. She knows that. But she explained to him already that there is no turning back between them. They are over. "Can you deal with him?" Alex asks, seeing that Natalie is fine. She has a little scratch on her forehead, but she is fine. Adam took the hit on her place. "I need to find Evan and Judy and see if the rest of the Alphas and Lunas are fine." And he kissed her temple, making her calm down. "I am here," suddenly Evan said, exiting the restaurant a little bit stumbling, while Judy was walking beside him. "In this case, come with me," Alex commanded him, but he just looked at Judy, who had a few wounds on her arms and her legs. "Fucking shit!" Suddenly Adam shouted, because Natalie's hands were trying to stop the bleeding, and touched an open wound, and hearing him screaming in pain made everyone focus. "Judy," Natalie commanded her, "go with them if you can walk. I am fine here, and I can deal with Adam." But, Judy said in panic, she knows Adam too well to risk leaving Natalie alone with him. What if he will try something against her? She knows what Natalie did during the summit. What if he tries to take her by force? I will be fine. Natalie insists and looking at Alex says, Evan and Judy will help you. Please see if there are people who need help inside the restaurant. I will come too as soon as his wolf starts to heal him. Alex looks at Adam with hatred and says, but talking with Natalie, if you ask me, he can die for the way he treated you, and motions Evan and Judy to follow him. I love you, Adam said as soon as he was alone with Natalie and tried to get up because his wolf already started to heal him. Don't make me leave you here alone, AdamHawkins, Natalie said without looking at him, but continuing to press on his wound. I love you and I am sorry, Natalie. I was a stupid. I promise that if you come back, I will change. I will never hurt you again. Natalie felt that she would strangle him if he doesn't shut up. I already told you that it's too late to be sorry. There is nothing you can do to bring me back into your life, Adam, so you better shut up and stop making me fall in love with you. My feelings for you evaporated the moment Lexi stepped inside our house, and she saw that the wound stopped bleeding. She takes her hands from Adam, but he grabs her and pulls her in his arms. Don't leave me, he says in a commanding voice, holding her tight. Natalie pushed him away and took a step back. I already did it. Why would I return to you, Adam? You brought me only sadness. And she starts to walk to the hotel's entrance, or what was left from it. Because I almost died for you. Adam said, I am even willing to sacrifice my life for you. And that made Natalie stop in her tracks. She turns around and with a blank face says, I didn't ask for that. Thank you for risking your life for me, Adam, but we are over. And giving his a straight look, said, You would better look for Lexi. I want to remind you that your fated mate was inside the restaurant when the bomb attack took place and she could be harmed. She is your responsibility from today on. You can sacrifice your life for her. Regarding me, I have my own mate to take care of me. She left him alone and entered the hotel's lobby where the restaurant was located. Holy crap, she whispered, stopping in her tracks. Everything was destroyed. She was alive because she was already outside when the bomb exploded, but inside the hotel everything was destroyed. The smell of blood was in the air and you could hear moans and screams of pain from those inside the restaurants. People inside must be dead or badly wounded. She stopped for a second to calm herself. Oh my goddess. Yeah, Adam, she whispered. With that I agree, and starting to walk inside the restaurant she repeated his words. This is an oh my goddess situation. Natalie's POV. Alex, I shouted, seeing him caring for a wounded alpha. Shit, his face is full of blood, and I can't even recognize the poor man. Let me help you, I say, and leave Adam behind, because I am not in the mood to deal with him right now. My new priority in this life is my relationship with Alex. I took my revenge. There is nothing more important than him right now. That jerk is still after you, Alex tells me through our mind link, looking at Adam, who stares at me defeated. Let him be. He will understand in the end to leave me alone. It's just his alpha ego, I say, trying to conform him. I know that Kenji must be alarmed by everything that happened here today. Here, he says, helping the alpha to lean on a wall. The doctors will come soon and take care of you. Can I leave you alone? Yes, Alexander, the old alpha whispered. And now I am in shock. Is that the leader of the alpha's council? I didn't even recognize him. Alex, I wipe her. Who the hell would put a bomb at Alpha's summit? This is premeditated murder, I say, and look around me. There are dead Alphas, dead Lunas, and a lot of people in agony. Who the hell was behind this madness? I have no idea, Nat, he tells me, as he stops to stop the bleeding of a young Alpha who just lost his Luna and can't heal himself because of the pain he feels. But whoever did it had a clear target. The explosion was both for Alphas and Lunas. But why? I ask him in disbelief, realizing that we were a target too. Who knows, he says, and looks at me. Putting down an alpha would mean that you put down the entire pack. I believe that it is all about power. I kneel a meter away from him and help a pregnant Luna who hit her head badly. And killing the Lunas would make the alphas fall too, would make them weak. I say as if I just realized something. That's what I thought too. Alex says, This one is dead, he tells me, as he checks the pulse of another alpha who was leaning on the floor and after that lifts the poor pregnant Luna from the floor and takes her to a more safer place in the restaurant. I told them, Natalie, Alex says with a painful voice. I told them about my pack being a target of rogues and bears and foxes, and they said that they are safe, and yet, an hour later, look what happened. Do you think that these attacks are related? I ask him in panic. If they are, we are in deep shit. They must be, Alexander says, and I look around in horror, but right as I was ready to move to another wounded person from the other corner of the restaurant, I saw someone watching me intently. I focused my eyes and my heart stopped. Is that man? The rogue with the aura of an alpha. Jarrell! What the hell is he doing here? I look at Alex and grab his hand. My love, he whispered. What happened? But I am so desperate to explain that I just point to the place where I saw Jarrell and say, the prisoner that escaped and visited my room while I was in the red blood pack is here. What? And we both turned our heads and looked in the direction where I just pointed with my finger, but there was no one. Jarrell was gone. Where the hell did he leave? I ask, almost blabbering. I swear to you, Alex, he was there. And I believe you, Alex tells me and pulls me by his chest as if he is trying to protect me from an invisible danger. I believe you, he says and kisses my forehead while I try to look around to see if I can catch a trace of Jarrell. He was here. Alex, I say, just realizing something. That man worked with Lexi to frame Judy, and he is a rogue when pigs fly. If he is here, that means... And my heart stops. Motherfucker, Alex curses. That means that the bomb attack must be related to him and also to Lexi. And I grab his shirt without even realizing in my fists. She showed up here out of nowhere, Alex. Adam was shocked too to see her here. She said that she just came to support him, but he didn't ask her to come. He was even annoyed by his presence as he was trying to repair our relationship. She must be behind the attack. If she worked with Jarrell to frame Judy, if Jarrell was a fugitive, he had no reason to be here today. So does Lexi. So this was their work. They are the criminals behind the attack. But she is just an Omega, Alex said, a little bit taken aback. I doubt that too. It's hard to explain, but I have a bad feeling, I confess. I can't put my finger on it, but the way she acts, her sudden appearance in our lives, the fact that Adam's feelings changed. It's strange, Alex. In my past life, nothing like this happened. But now, I have the entire image, and I have the chance to analyze everything from behind. She did it. And I don't even realize how agitated I must look because Alex holds me at his chest and whispers, Hey, I believe you, Alex says. I trust your intuition, Natalie. And he kisses my hand as he lifts it to his lips level. The only problem is that I don't understand in which way the attacks over my pack are related with this one, he continues. I am sure that there is something more. I believe the same thing, Alex, and I rest my head on his chest. But for now, I tell him, lifting my gaze and looking into his beautiful blue eyes. Let's continue to help the wounded people, and tomorrow we will try to find a solution for this mess. Now we know. And we start to help the others again, as the doctors from the other packs started to appear and take care of their alphas. Now we know. Lexi and Jarrell did it,